2016 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is none other than defending champion Caroline Vosman.
Who will be in the winner's circle this year? Will it be Mike Fukurone and Caroline Vosman? Once again, we'll have to wait and see. A very good morning to you. Welcome to Cape Town. It's Kaapstad Ikapa, and it is the mother city. It is home to the world's most beautiful marathon, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and this is where we're coming to you live from right up until 1:30 on SABC2. What's the weather looking like? Well, this morning it's a real feel. It's chilly, but the thermometer says 14 degrees. It's going to rise up into a high of 23 degrees. We're not going to see a wind over 30 kilometers per hour, but I know at the start where Udo Karlse and Pindi Gule are that the wind is gusting a little bit. A very good morning to you. Thank you so much for being with us as we bring you the broadcast of the 48th running of the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. It is so good to be in your company. This year's theme is #RunAsOne, and it was the Czech great, they called him the Czech locomotive, Emil Zatopek, who said that victory is great, but what is greater is the friendship of all, and that is what we're celebrating. This spirit of unity, the spirit of sharing and the love of running, and that is why this year's theme is #RunAsOne. Inside studio with me, I've got Big T as well as Kieran Walker. So good to be with you guys once again. I mean, what a brilliant theme, Run as One, because whenever we see these major sporting events, whenever we get out on the road and actually run with other people, you feel that sense of friendship.
Definitely, Run as One is a great initiative that the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon has come up with this year. It's going to be a little bit hard to see that in the front side of the race where the guys are gunning for big cash prizes today. But as we see later on the broadcast with the people finishing between 5 hours and 7 hours, that camaraderie and that Run as One is definitely going to show today.
I think in a time that South Africa finds itself, Big T, this is something we need to be reminded of, that spirit of friendship that sport is able to bring, and that, you know, sport is a great leveler. Out on the road, everybody is just going for that same goal of enjoying the race and enjoying the run.
Well, great indeed. I mean, when we talk about marathon, you can't do it alone, and so you need even a couple of people who can be able to really, push you to that limit. And of course, like they said, it's like run, as one. So it's one of the most wonderful theme that I have ever thought of. You remember, we are in the city, which is quite beautiful, and when people get together in that camaraderie spirit, that gives you that oomph to say, I can do it. Everybody can do it.
They certainly can. Well, we've got 27,000 people that are going to be doing it over two different races this morning. 11,000 in the 56-kilometer ultra marathon, and then 16,000 participants taking part over 21.1 kilometers. They're all going to start at Main Road in Newlands, and that's where Udo Karlse and a new lady on our team, Pindi Gule, find themselves this morning. A very good morning to the both of you. Udo, you said that the wind is gusting a little bit and it's quite chilly. What's it like down there? Good morning to you.
Valen, good morning to you and to Kieran in studio. I'll tell you this much. The wind is not too much of a factor when it's not blowing, but it's gusting every now and then, so it's a little bit of inconsistent wind, and for the runners that is going to be a factor as they head down the straight here going towards the Wynberg area. Pindi, I want to ask you, everybody's going to be, and first of all, welcome to the marathon team at SABC Sport. Everybody's going to be gunning for a course record, but is this the kind of weather conditions where we could be expecting fast times?
I think the weather conditions are absolutely awesome. We're talking about last year, it was a bit of a drizzle, it was wet, and for some runners they prefer that, but some runners I know they're very sensitive to cold and wet weather. So I would say today we have the perfect weather conditions for running. So, and just judging from the runners, they are absolutely excited. They are looking forward. The anxiety, which is soon going to turn into fear, a bit of excitement along the route, and later on they'll go on an emotional roller coaster, which is expected. Some may doubt themselves whether am I really going to finish this 21? But at the end of the day, they're all going to be celebrating, because there is no feeling like that one you get when you cross that finish line, that feeling of achievement, making sure that you have actually achieved what you had set out to do.
Well, Pindy's talking about those first-time runners, those novices. I remember a couple of years ago when I actually lined up here a little bit further at the back for the halfie, just the fear and the trepidation of not knowing what is expected. For those runners who will go out here, they would have visualized, they would have seen the maps of the course, they would have seen previous races, but how do they go out and approach that first 21K?
You know what? I always say that just be prepared for anything. It is going to be a mental game, especially if you're doing your first 21K. At some point, maybe you've done a 10K and you don't know anything beyond 10. So you need to be prepared that should the pain comes, if the pain comes, this is the game. This is what I'm going to say, Pain, I've been waiting for you. I'm ready. Now that you've come, let's go ahead and do this, So be prepared both mentally and physically. There's nothing else you can do. You are at the start. You should have done everything. So there's nothing that's going to change right now. So just stay positive, and I'll always say, run your own race. Never mind what everybody else is doing. Have a game plan and run your own race.
Now, somebody who's been getting into road running over the last couple of years, the Marshall's talking about how fantastically sort of varied the field is this year. We look at the half marathon, I think 55% of the runners here will be women. For the first time in the ultra, we're looking at a 30% representation by women in the race, and also just how quickly the numbers have filled up here. There's a balloting system for the 21-kilometer race, and within days, quite literally, people took up the entries for the ultramarathon. What do we attribute that growth across the country in road running to?
You know what? I think that women generally are starting to wake up to the fact that they have got to take a keen interest in their health. And what that does is that women don't just keep that information to themselves. They share it with the family. In fact, they impose it on the family. If you are a husband, you will pick up your socks. You will make sure that you eat healthy. You will make sure that you exercise. And so that they do the same for the kids. And I think Chris Fordyce is running a wonderful program, the Park Run. So we've seen a lot of families going to park runs, and it starts there. People just don't end up here. You start with a 5K, 10K, and then before you know it, you're at the start of Two Oceans. So I'm really, really loving the fact that we're having more women who are starting to run. And as a whole, just the country is becoming a very health-conscious country, South Africa.
It is a beautiful thing, and if you're not running yet, you're watching this, hopefully today will inspire you. We're with you all the way through the day's racing. Valen, you asked about the weather. For now, it's fine, but you don't want to come to the start line with three-quarter pants. These ankles are being murdered in this wind. It's back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Udo, and thank you very much for giving us that insight from a lady that herself knows exactly what it's like to be a novice and then to get out on the road and then to be the experienced runner that is dishing out the advice. The first question that Udo asked her, however, was about the records. Now, for the ultramarathon, there are records that have been standing since the late 80s. Thompson Magawana, as well as Frith Panamava's record. There's 1 million rand that's been put up by Old Mutual. If there's any man or woman that can break that record over 56 kilometers. But the very first race that we're going to be seeing getting underway today is, of course, the 21-kilometer race. That's going to be starting in around about 20 minutes. We saw lots of people there. Udo mentioned it. There was a ballot in order to just get an entry for this race. It is one of the most prestigious half marathons, I would argue, on the African continent, Kern.
Definitely, I would even double it up as the African champs. I mean, you have athletes coming here from all corners of Africa. You've got the Lesotho athletes, athletes from Ethiopia. We see the elite start list there. And Namokoa Nkasi from Lesotho right at the bottom of the list, a defending champion. He missed the course record. You're talking about records earlier. He missed that by a second last year, which cost him 25,000 rand, a lot of money for him. So he's definitely going to be looking at it. But then Elroy Gallant, the man in shape from South Africa, who recently represented South Africa in the World Cross Country Champs down in Uganda, and Stephen Mokoka, former winner of this race. I think we're in for a cracking race today.
And you mentioned the fact that Nkazi missed the record, the course record last year. Just to bear in mind, there's not R1,000,000 up for a course record over 21.1 kilometers, which is what we're talking about. But there is an incentive if you do break the course record. Nkazi missing it by a second, but the man who actually holds the record is Stephen Mokoko, who for 3 years running actually won the race. And the record for the men is 63 minutes 35. Now, last year's race was so close. We had Alroy Gallant just missing out on first place by 3 seconds. I mean, we have got a class field. We are in for quite a race, aren't we, Big T?
But exactly. I think you remember that sometimes even the weather condition can be able to be a factor on this one. But having gone to a place wherein people can be able to be pushing themselves towards the weather conditions and making sure that wherever they go in terms of their training, that can be able to play a part.
Kuan, the national championships are coming up, and these are one of the most anticipated national championships. The fact that we've got people like Alroy Gallant who are in tip-top shape, and one of their goals will most definitely be the South African Track and Field Championships. How much will that play a factor in what we're going to be seeing from the South African athletes participating in the 21-kilometer race?
Yeah, I don't think a half marathon will take too much out of an athlete like Alroy Gallant. He's well trained, he's very strong endurance base, so half marathon we shouldn't see too much problem. We saw earlier this year in the ASA Speed Series, he ran I think it was around 28:46 basically solo, and Namoko Nkasi was actually in that race and Elroy literally destroyed him. So going into the champs, I think this will probably be seen more as a session, although he's going to give it as hard as he can.
Sure.
But it will be like a session going into the track next week, and I don't think any of them will be affected. We also see Gladwin Mzazi, who's there, who will be going for the 10,000 meter, as well as Mokoka.
Your winner for today, and will the course record be broken for the 21-kilometer race?
For the 21K, I would say the course record will be broken, and I'm going to go with Namoko and Kasi again for a repeat win.
Big T?
Well, of course, I think Elroy has been the main man, I mean, for me, because I've been seeing him, like you said, Kuan, he's been training very hard, and he knows these courses. I mean, obviously, we saw him in other marathons, and he has been doing very well. But the bigger, the most challenging part will be, if you check on the records again, David Manja has been giving him, that quite of a threat. But I'm not sure whether today Manja has trained very hard, but he has been always there, number one, number two, number three.
All right, well, the course record for the men over 21.1 kilometers is 63 minutes 35 seconds. For the women, it is 72 minutes and 42 seconds. Now, that record was also under threat last year by Yvette van Sail, who also came incredibly close. But she claimed her first victory, and she said that this is her favorite event of the year. It was a dream come true. Is she going to do it again, Kuan?
I think Yvette is the one to watch for this year's Two Oceans Half Marathon. It's her 7th time that she's running the half marathon, and not forgetting that she's just come off that 33-minute 10K in the Spa ladies 10K that was down in Cape Town around 2 weeks ago. So she's coming into the race into shape. But having said that, it's not going to be easy. There's a strong contingent from all around Africa. Onele Dintwe from Botswana and Lavina Hatope is also a regular top 10 finisher, as well as Rutendo Nyohora. And then you've got the Palula sister and the local favourites, Claire Kiniwe. But for me, Van Zyl is definitely the one going into this race as a firm favourite. Whether or not she'll be able to get the record, you'll have to wait and see.
All right, well, 5 of the top 10 women from last year, they do return. It's going to be a difficult task for Yvette van Zyl, but that's to be expected when it comes to the half marathon here at the Two Oceans. Who's your bet for a win, Big T?
Well, I mean, quite interesting to see the Palula sisters back into their full force this year. You understand, they always push each other, and if one is really ahead of the other one, they always say, come on, we can do it. But obviously, I think the record will say that Yvette will come to.
All right. Will we see a women's course record?
They have been struggling, I mean, for years. But let's hope, because like I said, the factors that can be able to be playing a part, the weather condition. Today is not even drizzling, so they're starting well. It's all windy, but maybe the conditions in Cape Town.
Oh, and I thought you had a crystal ball there, you know. You disappointed me, Big T. It's time for us to take a quick ad break. Stay with SABC Sport with our live broadcast of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Hashtag Run as One. But after the break, we hashtag Go Green.
Fred, we really must go.
Oh no. Well, I have a wonderful idea. Why don't you take my car?
It warns you if there's a kind of blind spot, and it even has radar.
Oh, his Astra warns you too.
Wow.
Plus, it has the new Opal Eye that actually reads road signs.
Oh?
The new Opel Astra with outrageous luxury highlights. Impress the luxury class.
Come on! Pedal!
That's what I'm doing!
To the left! No, 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 to the right!
I can do it! Let me go!
Guys, sandwiches! Sometimes all they need is a break and great tasting sandwiches with Rama, because Rama now contains 9 vitamins and omega-3 that kids need for healthy growth and development.
Shall we try again, Dad?
Okay. Sweetheart, look! She can do it!
Get them ready with Rama.
This patient has fallen from the stairs. So we're just going to give him some fluids to maintain his blood pressure. Wish me luck, guys.
You did all the critical actions really well.
Tomorrow, your interview, go executive. I hope I make it. This one is for... That was so challenging, I wanted to cry.
When I walk here, it's about what I'm trying to achieve.
Make sure that it fits the requirements.
Dad, we really must go.
Oh, no. Actually, I've got an idea. Why don't you take my car?
It has special headlights which can actually shine around corners.
Oh, his Astra has that too. And you can have them on bright all the time without dazzling other drivers.
Intellilux LED matrix headlights with always-on, glare-free high beams. The new Opel Astra. Impress the luxury class.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It's less than 15 minutes before we get the first batch underway on their journey over 21.1 kilometers. It is the 20th anniversary, can you believe it, of the half marathon, and it is as big as ever. When the half marathon was introduced to the race, it was a brand new innovation. And really, when it comes to the Two Oceans, they've always pushed road running innovations here in South Africa. This year, they've got a new one. And they're taking it seriously because they are even going to yellow card and red card those athletes that are caught littering, because they are serious about going green.
The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the world's most beautiful marathon, is conscious of its responsibility to protect the unique natural environment that runners get to run through. 2017 sees us launch our Go Green campaign, an anti-littering movement coupled with the waste management plan that offers a sustainable way to collect and process the plastic waste generated during race week. Go Green was developed by Wildlands and is supported by our title sponsor, Old Mutual, as it allows them to engage with you, the runner, and aligns strongly with their responsible business philosophy. Our Go Green campaign provides a practical solution for collecting waste from runners and spectators at endurance events, while educating them about littering, recycling, and upcycling. As part of the Go Green campaign, no littering will be tolerated anywhere on the route, including the refreshment stations, the start, and the finish. We are encouraging all runners to throw their waste in our special Go Green throw zones along the route, or hold on to it until the end of the race. The world's most beautiful marathon has always had a comprehensive cleanup and recycling plan in place, and earned the honor of being named an official Western Cape Government 110% Green flagship event. We have supported many anti-littering campaigns over the years, and our message has always been clear that runners are to work with us to reduce or even eliminate littering. Despite this, environmental groups and individuals campaigning for various conservation causes have expressed their dissatisfaction with the fact that water sachets, together with race nutrition packets and their torn-off corners, are still being found in various spots along the route. While many runners are certainly more aware of the litter and recycling issue and make a concerted effort to throw their rubbish in the bins provided, the reality is that a large percentage continue to litter while running events. Our Go Green campaign aims to address this issue by establishing a series of throw zones along the route manned by green champs. These throw zones are large branded troughs that runners can use to dispose of their litter. Those caught littering outside of these throw zones may be fined or may face disqualification. In addition to our Go Green campaign and waste management plan, we have collaborated with Wildlands through title sponsor Old Mutual on a new project that transforms event waste into innovative green desks. Our event is the first mass participation event where the Go Green waste management system will feature and produce the first batch of green desks from recyclable waste. It is estimated that the waste collected at our event will contribute to manufacture of at least 500 school desks. These unique desks have been made possible through a partnership between Wildlands and Polyco, Polyolefin Recycling Company NPC, a not-for-profit industry body. To achieve greater diversion of plastics from landfill and meet government industry requirements, Polyco is involved in supporting the recycling industry by funding collection, recycling, and new end-use growth projects. Education is one of the Two Oceans Marathon NPC's key support pillars, and we are thrilled that those who need it most will ultimately benefit from these desks. It is envisaged that the Go Green initiative will be rolled out to other Old Mutual sponsored events like the Comrades, Dam, and Soweto Marathons. We want the route to be as clean at race end as it is at race start. If everyone does their bit, we can do great things and make a meaningful difference. Protecting their environment is a wonderful way to run for more than yourself. So let's go green and ensure that the world's most beautiful marathon remains just that.
No, it's an absolutely brilliant initiative, and it's something that is so easy to do. Just make sure you don't leave your litter anywhere than in a designated area, and it really goes to a very good cause, because we want to keep the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon the world's most beautiful race, because it does run and the athletes are on some of the most beautiful roads in the world. So it's very easy, and we're going to be telling you a little bit more about that Go Green campaign throughout today's broadcast. What are your thoughts? We want to hear from you, whether it's on the Go Green campaign, whether it's on who is going to win the half marathon or the ultra marathon. It's very easy to get in touch with us on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. Just make use of our hashtag. It's there on screen, hashtag 2Oceans2017. We'd love to hear what you have to say. But somebody that is hearing what a lot of people have to say and hearing about the nerves and how they're going to be dealing with those gusts of winds at the start is Udo. Udo, it's back to you.
Well, Valen, here we spoke about the novices a little bit earlier, right? Here's a bit of a peculiar situation. Bro, Victor is here with me. He's got 0 halfies, but 7 ultras. Victor, why have you gone from 56 to 21?
Yeah, because I'm very disappointed. We're supposed to run 56, but this year I need to get some experience, to run the 21. I never ran the 21 for the Two Oceans Marathon.
So you just don't want to go too fast here today?
Too fast today.
Same situation for you, my brother?
Yes, the fact is that sometimes you struggle to get subs for 56. Apart from that, I just went down to 50 to 21 because my age allows me to run 21, and then I will only do 56 when I'm 35 years or 30.
Lovely. You excited though?
Yes, I'm very excited.
Lovely. Now, this year, as it was last year, the theme is Run as One. Globally, that is. We've got our man Leon here from Amsterdam in Holland.
Yes, I am from Amsterdam.
Why are you here?
I'm on holiday with my wife, and I saw there was a beautiful marathon, so I want to join it.
It's a beautiful thing. What do you think so far? It is the most beautiful marathon in the world, huh?
Yeah, I can't see anything now. It's so early, so dark, but the organization is perfect. I enjoy it so much.
Listen, talk to South Africans into that camera there who are sitting at home watching now as to why they should start running if they haven't yet.
You get healthy, you get your sadness is going away, you get happy, and everyone loves running. Come on, do it.
It's a beautiful thing. Now, we're just off to the side there. We were hoping to have a chat with him. He's been warming up. He's going to be running. I'm going to make sure that camera's trained on him. South African fast bowler Dale Steyn in the mix. What a pity. But for now, I'm going to hand back to you, Valen.
Thank you very much, Udo. It's absolutely brilliant because as the half marathon celebrates its 20th anniversary, there are 6 runners amongst those 16,000 that have already got 19 finishers medals when it comes to the half marathon. So we've got 6 people who are actually going to for their 20th half marathon here at the Two Oceans, and that's what I find so brilliant, is that this is a race that keeps people coming back time and time again.
Definitely to go for your, as in comrades it's known as a green number. In Two Oceans you get your blue number, the double blue in a half marathon. That's pretty amazing. I was asking Big T earlier, when are we going to see him in the Two Oceans half marathon? And as still to be pending.
he was rather non-committal.
No, but I told him, like, I'm starting with the 21 and coming up to the 42.2, then I'm there.
Okay, and then you're going to have to be running the comrades, because you see, this is why Kieran is lean and fit. He is training for comrades. He just spent 7 weeks in Kenya, and that's something that I want to ask you, because we have got a couple of athletes, Kieran, from Kenya, but when it comes to the ultra marathon running, the Kenyan athletes are not those that we pay too much attention to, because I suppose us as commentators say that, you know what, we've seen a lot of the Kenyans come, and ultra running is just not something that they enjoy doing.
Yeah, I would go out to say that the Kenyans who have actually come to run Two Oceans are not the top tier level Kenyan athletes from Kenya. They're more guys with 222, 223 marathons that come and try their luck here, because the big names are running all over the world and, you know, getting appearance fees of $100,000 just to be at a race. So that's where the big money is for them. But I wouldn't put it past them to see them in the upcoming years and maybe dominating Two Oceans. There's many guys who run between 2:12 and 2:15 who, if they had to do the training and attempt Two Oceans, they definitely could walk away with the win.
It is just a different kind of race. You know, anything over 42.2 kilometers, it's just a different kind of animal.
Definitely, it's really hard. And, you know, the guys who do well in Two Oceans, it's not what you do in the first part, but what you do in the last 14 kilometers. You know, you have to go through the marathon mark if you're on a record pace in 2:15, which would win many standard marathons around the country, but then you have the 3K climb up Constantia Neck, and then you still have 10Ks to go from the top of that. So it's the strongest man who survives at the end of the day.
The pictures that we're seeing now, gentlemen, is the start of the half marathon. It is going to be getting underway, batches A to C. In the next 3 minutes, you can hear the national anthem. This is goosebump material, Big T.
Well, what I like is that this year, and in fact, each and every year, we do have good quality, athletes who come to the show. And again, the number of women, it's increasing, more often. I think it's one thing that we are all proud of.
We certainly are. More than half of the field that you see for the half marathon are women.
Yeah.
They are dominating, actually, when it comes to 21.1 kilometers.
And I think women have made it upon themselves to say, look, they have to teach even men to say, can we all get there and then be part of this marathon? But I think it's when you check around the country, everywhere where you go now, people are making it a tradition that they can be able to be part of the marathons, either your 10, your 21, your 42. But I think it's getting there, culminating to the ultra marathon. You start somewhere else.
Well, it certainly is a prestigious half marathon, and it comes with a pretty prize too. First prize of 25,000 Rand, and that prize money goes right down until 10th place. There's going to be 1.8 million Rand handed out in prize money alone today when it comes to the 2 different races that we see. But I mean, 25,000 Rand for 21 kilometers, that's not a bad day's work.
Definitely not 25,000 for that first place. And not to forget, many of the elite athletes that we'll be seeing today running in the colors of Boxer and Nedbank, the Maxed Elite team, KPMG. They also put offers up for the half marathon of up to 25,000 Rand as well for the winner if one of their athletes crosses the line first. So you're looking at over 50,000 Rand today for an athlete who wins the Two Oceans half marathon today in the colors of one of the elite teams.
We'd love to hear your views. Who do you think is going to walk away with the title in the 21-kilometer race as well as the 56-kilometer race? Hashtag 2Oceans2017. Time now to join our commentators.
Thank you, Valen, and we're here at the start of the 21 kilometers, the half marathon, ready to start in just about a minute's time. And you can see the elite athletes there at the start, ready to get their race underway. Not too windy where they are, but we can tell you here at the finish it is pumping at the moment with wind, so these athletes might have a bit of a tough time in this Old Mutual Two Oceans half marathon start going off in 3 batches. The elites going off now, the A-seeded group at 6 o'clock, 10 past 6 the second start, and then at 20 past 6 the third start. And they're underway there, and Bruce Fordyce in the commentary box here with me. And these athletes looking forward to perhaps a bit of a tough run with this wind.
Yeah, they're flying out there, but that's sheltered. We've been outside at the finish, and the wind is pumping, so I'm not sure they're going to run quite as quickly as they did last year. And there are a couple of major hills that they've got to go up almost immediately after the start, up Edinburgh Drive, which is a long pull, and later on they go up Southern Cross Drive, which is the kind of the Constantia neck of the 21k race, and then they join the course that the 56k runners will run. It's a tough course, and with the wind, times will be slower today.
Well, yeah, the course is quite tough, but temperature-wise, it is perfect for running. About 14 degrees Celsius here at the start, and as we've said, towards the end of the race, much more wind to be expected. These athletes are going to enjoy a great day out on the road, though. And as you can see there, the A to C batches have started now. Different starts for the D, E, F, etc. The other batches. Quite a lot of athletes here in these A to C batches, including all the favorites. In the defending champions, Namakwe and Kasi is back. Irvet van Zyl, Alroy Galant is there, David Manja, Joel Monye. It should be a great race up front. And Stephen Makoka and Gladwin Mzazi also here. And the men's race could be very, very close.
Yeah, this is a very, very strong field. And we're in for an exciting race.
Well, I see Kieran Walker said he believes Namakwe and Kasi, the man from Lesotho, will repeat his win from last year. I'm not so sure. Alroy Galant ran him really close. Galant's been in great shape so far, and they might have another sprint finish. As you see that first start finishing here, the second start getting ready, but for now we go back to Valen in the studio.
Well, thank you very much, guys. We do have 2 other starts when it comes to the half marathon. They're going off at 10-minute intervals right up until 20 past 6. And that's just because of the sheer number of people that have actually entered and that are taking part in the half marathon. Only 16,000 people have made it to the start line, but the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon Organising Committee, they received 25,000 entries. They actually, for the very first time, they started a ballot. Now, this is something that we see for major city marathons, those that are part of the world majors, like a London marathon. You go, you submit your entry, and then you go into a ballot, and only if you're lucky enough does your entry get pulled out, and then you have the opportunity to run the race. I mean, Kieran, do you think we're starting to see the first of something we may start to see in other races in South Africa, just due to the popularity?
Definitely. We have the same thing with the Comrades Marathon, where entries now close in November. So the entries for next year's Comrades will close in November this year. And running is a popular sport. It's one of the best lifestyle choices to make. It's the healthiest thing. You can lose weight, you can feel good. And yeah, like you said, 25,000 entries they received, but they can only take 16,000 due to congestion on the road, the traffic. But races like a London Marathon, they have around 35,000 finishes, but also in the case of London, they have over 80,000 entries. So people are desperate to run these races, but you can only have so many on the day.
All right, so Big T, is that what you're going to do? I mean, you're going to have to get your entry in very early. I mean, don't forget about worrying about your training. You need to worry about getting that entry for the Two Oceans.
Look at him. I think he's motivating me so much now. But I think I need to put a point that you look at the way how the Two Oceans, you know, immediately when they opened the entrance, 3 weeks just before the closing date, they were like full. So that tells you that, people are quite more interested in making sure that they're part of the events. And that's why we need to really tell even the people home that it's important. Whenever they say the entries are open, make sure that you go there, you hurry there, and don't wait for the other second chance.
Absolutely, you got to get in there while you can. It is a race that's popular for people all around the world. There are over 3,000 international athletes that will be on the road today. They did an economic impact study last year when it comes to the Two Oceans Marathon. The economic impact of this race for the city is over 670 million rand. So not only is it good for your health, but it's also good for the city, and that's what we get to see when it comes to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We've got more coming your way. Stay with us.
Come on! Pedal!
That's what I'm doing!
To the left! No, to the right!
I can do it! Let me go!
Guys, sandwiches! Sometimes all they need is a break and great tasting sandwiches with Rama, because Rama now contains 9 vitamins and omega-3 that kids need for healthy growth and development.
Shall we try again, Dad?
Okay. Sweetheart, look! She can do it!
Get them ready with Rama.
Welcome back. Thank you very much for staying with the SABC Sports live broadcast of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Get in touch with us, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, hashtag 2017 Two Oceans Marathon. This year's theme, hashtag Run As One, and it's that spirit of friendship and sharing that we are celebrating. Kieran, you just got a message from somebody in the know. They say that we've got 2 athletes we've spoken a lot about. We're expecting them on the podium when it comes to the men's field for the 21-kilometer race. Just share that news with us.
Yeah, Donald Matipa, the man behind the Tembisa mile and 10-kilometer, he just messaged me to say that Elroy and Mokoka are actually not going to be taking part today, so perhaps saving themselves for the SA Track and Field Champs next week. So a loss to the race,
sure.
But maybe a little bit easier on Nkasi now to repeat his win.
But it's something that we did speak about, because the fact is that this year's South African Track and Field Championships has been one of the most anticipated national championships that we've seen in recent years.
Definitely, South African athletics and sprinting in particular is definitely on the rise. And I'm actually even thinking of going down there just to witness the 200-meter. We've got Wade van Niekerk, Gift, the junior athlete, and a lot of other athletes, Akani Simbini. And when you get the Jamaicans talking about the South Africans and worldwide saying that the South African sprinters are the ones to watch out for, it's really exciting times ahead for us.
From the 100 meters right up until your ultramarathon distances, Big T, athletics is in a good place.
It is. I think if you check even the scheduling of athletics in South Africa now, it's getting everybody interesting and who's interested in getting part of that. And you check even the youngsters now, they're quite motivated to see, week in, week out. You go into the deep rural areas where, kids who are not able to really get to themselves to the championship, parents are now starting to understand this is doable. You can do that because they see your Jobodwan, they can see your Akani Simbine, they can see, Fanikak. They are the champions. Looking forward to them, they can do better.
The pictures that you're seeing now, these are live visuals from the start of the half marathon. We saw batches A to C. They've already gone off 8 minutes ago. The next batch to get underway is batch D. They're just a couple of minutes, and then they are also going to be going on their 21.1 kilometer journey. Kieran, just explain to us the way to approach the half marathon considering the route.
Well, it's a fairly fast course, barring the climb up Southern Cross Drive, which takes a knock out of some of the athletes. When you look at the men's winning time, the course record 63:35. These are athletes who can run sub 61 minutes early, so it's around a minute to 2 slower than you'd get on a flat course. But the approach to it would be to save some energy definitely for the climb up Southern Cross Drive. Once you make that right turn, once you've climbed Southern Cross Drive, it's fairly quick to the end, but we mustn't forget that you'll still need a little bit in the tank for when you turn left to come up here to UCT. It's quite a pull, even in the half marathon, and the 56k guys definitely will be feeling that pinch later on in the day.
All right, I wonder what our commentators have to say with regards to the best way to tackle this 21.1 kilometer route. It's over to you guys.
Master Trevelyan, it is indeed all about getting things going as far as the half marathon is concerned. So Bash D and Co are about to start now. We already saw the first Bash coming out, and it was very interesting to see. Some of those who have come out, they believe that they can be able to win it. Kieran and company talking about records, they're going to be shattered as far as the guys are concerned. So the thing now is that the women also be coming to the fore. And really, it is always going to be interesting to see DK as to who will take the baton and run with it right towards the end of this particular marathon.
Ke nnete Brian Mofokeng kgaitsedi ya motho tsatsing la ka jeno ke yona o bona hore na ebe ba dithatohatsi haholo tsa lebelo lena le se le thagwile la dikilometara tse 21 le lona la Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon le tlahle le hule ho fihlela o kae hopola hore ke la bo 40 le ntse le etsahala mme ona ke yo mongwa menyetla e meholo ya hore re shebe jalo Cape Town la pemmane o dutsi mme o tsebe hore Cape Town botle ba yona bo kae.
It's a beautiful place, I have to say. I took a drive to see what they go through and all the dips and all the highs and lows. And I tell you, Arno was also talking about how he was raving about the beauty of this particular city.
Ja, definitief Brian is baie mooi in Kaapstad. Veral as jy oor Chapman's Peak gaan en jy kyk na die ultra roete en die roete wat die atlete gaan volg. Natuurlik, meeste van hulle sien nie eers meeste van die roete nie, want dit is baie moeilik vir hulle om te konsentreer hierso, hard te hardloop en nog te kyk na die pragtige skouspel wat die roete is van die Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon. Die atlete wat vandag baie gaan geniet. Die wind redelik sterk, ons praat redelik baie daaroor. Op die einde is daar sterk wind, aan die begin sien ons nie te veel soos wat jy daar by die begin sien nie, maar nog steeds 'n uitstekende dag wat die atlete na kan uitsien vandag.
So it is indeed here. I do know that one of the legends joining us for this one could have been running his 32nd marathon, but Bruce decided he's going to join us in commentary for today. We'll be having a chat with him throughout the day to really get his insights as to where to stop, where to slow down, what you need to be doing going forward in the race itself. But now we do know some of the big names that are here for this one, DK. He's spoken about the likes of Yvette van Zyl. Can she be able to defend the title? That is a big question as well coming out. We also have some of those who might just be coming from behind to try and steal the glory right at the end.
Haitsela motho re shebile jalo le hona jalo ka ha o hlalosa hore na ebe van Zyl o tla kgona jalo o tshireletsa hopola hore selemong se fitileng ha ne a nka lebelo lena ena Yvette van Zyl la dikilometara tse 21 o ile a kgona jalo hore a tle a le mathe ka hora le metsotso e 13 jalo ka ha jalo re bona jalo ba keta o thagola ba rwetsana le bahlankana potso ke yona hore le Namako Nkasi ya hlahang jalo ka mane ka cool ya na ebe le yena o tla kgona hore a tshireletse hopola hore ke yena mohlankana ile nga leng ka lemong se fitileng ka hora le metsotso e meraro dithatohatsi di ngata o ntse a le teng thatohatsi e kgolo ya karo Afrika Borwa Elroy Khlant ha twa jalo lebelong lena la 21 Ks.
It is very interesting indeed here. Now let's cross back to Valiant and being joined by Big T as well as Kieran.
Brian, thank you very much. So D batch has taken about 4 minutes, or it will take about 4 minutes to clear the start line. And then there's one more batch that will get going for the half marathon, and that will get going at 6:20. And we'll be bringing you that start. But do stay with us. We'll be back with more after this short ad break.
South Africa's most improved LTE network, with less than 1% of dropped calls, averaging over 180 million successful calls per day. With a 45% increase in LTE speeds at an average of 24.7 megabits per second. And 27 million people covered by LTE and growing. No matter where we are, we can always be together.
these two. They're so much alike.
You may not know it, but your kids are just a younger version of you. So the Nutri-Day Smart Snack you trust for them is just as good for you and your whole family. Nutri-Day yogurt is a thick, creamy and delicious source of essential vitamins your body needs every day. Making Nutri-Day a smart snack for everyone. Say yes to the family's favorite smart snack.
Pre-order the new Galaxy S8 or S8 Plus online and get an accessory pack, including a standing wireless charger valued at 1,399 Rand.
Vodacom, power to you.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Well, there's 5 minutes to go before the last batch of runners get their half marathon underway. And at this point, the elite for the 21.1 kilometer race, they're already over the 5 kilometer mark in the dark, and they'll be coming to the finish line, which is where our on-site studio actually is. They'll be coming here when the sun is only just peeking its head up, and it's only just starting to rise. But there's lots of action down at the start, and that's where Udo is. Udo, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. Now we're about just under half an hour away from the start, of course, of the ultramarathon. I've got a range of runners here in terms of experience. First of all, Kipkoech Chirchir from Kenya. You coming into this race now, your very first Two Oceans Ultra. Why did you decide to run here today?
Okay, I decided to run this race because I always watch in the TV like it's a beautiful race or not, and actually it's beautiful also in African race.
Now, in terms of ultramarathon experience, what do you have under your belt? Because I know just a couple of weeks ago you were running here in South Africa, weren't you? Talk to us about that race.
Okay, I did the Nongoma 56, but I was just testing the distance. So and then I decided myself to say, okay, let me go for the beautiful race, this ultra in Cape Town. That motivated me to have a hope to come and run.
Now, you look like a very confident man. Talk to us about just what your plan is here today, given that it's your very first Two Oceans Ultra.
Yeah, I hope I will make it. Actually, at least the top 10 is like I know I can make it, but even if top 5 is a good luck also. And if I can go for a win, it's more than good luck for me.
and you would have known that we spoke to him right here first. Of course, in Ngoma, he was 6th place, but said he had a bit of a strain, so that took him away from that top finish there. Now, we're going to go from a man who's got global experience, but he's very first Two Oceans, to a man who's going to go to double figures here today. Yusuf,
yes,
how are you doing?
Good morning to everybody. Good morning, South Africa, and welcome to Cape Town for SABC. Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing. Why have you gone the route of putting yourself through 10 Two Oceans marathons?
Well, look, before I'm doing the 10, I did many marathons all over the world. I did Chicago last year, I did Casablanca in Morocco, I did Barcelona in Spain. I did so many marathons, but you know what? The beauty of all the marathons is actually in Cape Town. That's why I love the Two Oceans, and I had to finish actually my 10 ultra this morning and today actually.
Okay, there we go. So Kenya, Morocco, and then all the way from Nelspruit, Moses, medical doctor from the city where the sun rises. How are you doing? Your very first here today.
I'm very happy for coming to Cape Town to run my first one and the only ultra. I'm doing it for my family, for my wife, Annie, for the kids, and for everybody who cannot run. I'm running for them, representing them.
Are you fully prepared? You're going to make it here today?
I'll make a compatible sub-6, 5 hours 45, 5 hour 50. I'll be here.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Sub-6. Now, quick little fact about the race here today. There are all sorts of refreshments along the way. There are 1.5 tons of bananas that are being distributed. Why do I raise it? Because Pindy's standing by with a man who's got a banana hunched under his arm, and I wonder just whether that was part of that show where they give away money because they're business people. I wonder if he's the banana trader here. 1.5 tons? Is he making money? Let's see what Pindy has to say.
Indeed, Udo I'm with a man that South Africans are familiar with. You've graced the screens from your Kumalo businessman. You are here today and you have publicly declared this as one of your favorite races, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Why is it that?
Well, it's the most beautiful marathon in the world, and I love the route. It's a scenic route, and I just live, I love being here in Cape Town. It's a fantastic race.
And this was, you were stuck up on a 21 for a long, long time. It took you a long time to actually upgrade and think, you know what, I can do better than 21. Let me just push and do a 56. It was, I know it was torture, but you did it nonetheless. This is your third one. Let's go back to the first one. How did that one go? The second one, and talk us through the plan for today.
Well, the very first one was really tough. I did a 5:30 race, and I prepared differently this time around. I'm hoping for a better time. I'm here alone. The family's back in Joburg. So, I think I've done enough to get a good time. I'm not going to tell you what my time is going to be.
Well, you are going to tell me something. In fact, you are going to show everybody because I know you have a plan. You have to hydrate. Udo was talking about the water points and all of that. But what are you taking, because you've got to be able to stay strong. You've got to be on the road for a long time. So what are you going to, what have you done to ensure that you feed yourself appropriately? You have to fuel, so how are you going to do that?
Well,
take us through that, because I know you've got something there.
Well, this morning I had oats. I got stuff here. I got a banana. I got pockets filled with food. There you go. So that's my stuff for the day.
You're actually well stocked. You're good here. I must say I'm impressed. I don't see any dispensary here, so you're good. You're a good man. No drugs. You run clean. Well done to you. Thank you so much, Ramyo. All the best with your race.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, back to you. Thank you so much. This is Two Oceans Marathon. We're coming to you live at the start of the 56. We are just about to start, and the atmosphere is just so electrifying. Runners are anxious. Soon that is going to turn into a lot of anxiety, and maybe along the way mixed emotions. And the wonderful thing about it is that when they cross the finish line, the feeling of achievement and happiness, that will just be enough to wrap up the day here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Fendi, thank you so much. And what you're seeing on your screens now is the last batch of runners that are beginning their half marathon. And then the focus is going to be shifted onto the 56-kilometer race, which gets underway at 22:07. So at 6:40, we're going to have 11,000 athletes taking part and getting their 56-kilometer journey underway. For now, though, these are those athletes that kind of fit in training when they can. They've got full-time jobs, they've got very busy lives, but they still manage to fit their running in, Kuan.
Yes, and many of the people from Cape Town, it's their dream to run the Two Oceans half marathon, and that's why we see entries exceeding 25,000 just trying to apply to run the race. But also want to say that this is even a feeder system for the 56. So many of the people that we see here running the 21K within the next 2 or 3 years find themselves progressing up to the 56K. So yeah, that should make it Big T 2020, 56K for you.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm working on it anyway. so I think again, I've been looking at some of the tweets coming from the friends and saying, look, this is my first year running 56, and that's quite interesting, quite motivating. For somebody else who you never even thought this person would be able to run the 56, that's a big challenge.
And another factor that you'll be seeing at the start line is lip gloss, because we've got 55% of the field in the half marathon that are actually women, and that is not something that you often see at running events, especially when it comes to the 56-kilometer event. I mean, there the men far outweigh the number of women, but if it is the feeder, then we're going to be seeing those stats start to favor the ladies a little bit more in the coming years, Q, and if we can start to see that those ladies that are doing the 21 going up to the 56-kilometer race. 8,754 women in this field, 7,426 men taking part in the 21-kilometer race. And what are they actually tackling? Kuan says you've got to look out for Southern Cross Drive. Well, let's take a look at the route.
The Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon may not take in the spectacular Chapman's Peak climb, but it remains one of the great races in South Africa. with some beautiful tree-lined roads and amazing crowd support, as well as a few stiff challenges of its own. Let's take a look and see what you can expect. The race starts on Main Road and soon turns off into Protea Road, where the road becomes progressively narrower with 16,000 runners all jostling for their space on the road. Once you make the left turn onto Edinburgh Drive at the 1.5 kilometer mark, the road kicks up in stages. The first kilometer is moderately steep, and then it gets a little steeper for the next kilometer. It will still be dark at the stage, and along with the adrenaline, plus the huge crowd of runners around you, can tempt you into pushing a little too hard here. So keep an eye on your pace and look to get to the top near the 4K mark, feeling like you've eased into the race rather than sprinted into it. Next comes what may be one of the key phases in the race, the descent along the M3. It's very easy to just let go and fly along, perhaps trying to make up some of the time you lost in the first climb. But that is a bad idea at this early stage. If you're not careful, you will pound your legs without realizing it and find that you're out of punch when you need it on the climbs that lie ahead. You will leave the highway at the 7 kilometer mark and then cross over into Constantia. It is relatively smooth at this point, and you should be able to cover these next 3 kilometers at about your overall average target pace. Take the opportunity to fuel up with Powerade or Coke and relax. The big climb is on the way. That big climb is Southern Cross Drive, and it starts at the 10.5 kilometer mark. Think of this 2.5 kilometer climb as a staircase with 3 big steps. The first is relatively easy, a few hundred meters long and with a gradual gradient. You then get some respite on a flat section for about a minute, before stage 2, which is quite steep, lasting about 800 meters. Don't panic. It is inevitable that your pace will slow, and remember that you're just over halfway, and there is plenty of opportunity for you to make up this lost time. This third section is quite steep, about 1 kilometer long, taking you to the top and some great crowd support. Once at the top, you'll have the relief of 1 kilometer of descending, and if you've judged the climb well, you will recover fast and feel good. The next challenge of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is the camber of the roads as you run beneath and past Cecilia Forest. Try to find the most comfortable line and pace for how you're feeling. From about 14 kilometers, you encounter a series of bumps, where the road kicks up for literally a few hundred meters at a time. The undulations will get you to the top gate of Kirstenbosch. With just under 6 kilometers to go, here is where you can cash in if you're feeling strong and have managed your race well. There is an incredibly steep downhill section from the top gate of Kirstenbosch to the bottom gate. The descent continues after the bottom gate of Kirstenbosch, albeit a little more gradually now, and takes you all the way to the 18 kilometer mark. Overall, you'll enjoy about 3 kilometers of uninterrupted downhill running in this section. That all comes to a sudden end when you make the left turn onto the M3 and run straight into Chet's Hill, which is only about 400 meters long and in all honesty is not that steep. But after 3 kilometers of descending, it forces you to suddenly change gears and will feel a lot tougher than it actually is. Once you've crested Chet's Hill, you are so close to home that you can now just go for it. It is flat until you get to 1 kilometer to go, and then there is another small pull-up to UCT that you wouldn't have even noticed at the start, but which feels mighty tough at this stage. After this final hurdle, it is downhill into the finish area at UCT, onto the grass and the final few meters where you're carried along by the crowd support and your own emotions having conquering the half marathon.
And it's at Southern Cross Drive that we get the half marathon merging with the 56 kilometer race. And now with all those athletes having started the half marathon, it's time now to shift focus to that ultra marathon, which gets underway at 22.7. 25,000 Rand up for the winner of the half marathon, 250,000 Rand for the first man and woman that cross the finish line when it comes to the 56 kilometer race. It is a prestigious event, the 48th running of this race. Kieran, your favourites for the men?
I think this year the men's race is quite wide open. It's not like the women's race where I could say, 3 definites that can cross the line first. But I think we definitely look at the defending champion Mike Focaroni again. Last year was the slowest winning time since 2000 when he won in 3:13. And not to forget Colin Makaza. He's been second the last 2 years here in the race, and he's definitely wanting to look at taking that number 1 spot. But there's a very strong Lesotho contingent as well, and then the South Africans as well. Ludwig Mamabolo, he's coming off a second from the Umdi Dam 50k that was around about a month ago, and then the Cape Town favourite Imtandazo Qina, he's finished second here before, and he'll be looking at a win as well.
For you, Big T, the last time that we saw a South African winner is the current Comrades champion, David Khatebe, when he managed to win this race back in 2013. Since then, we actually haven't seen a South African men's winner. Do you think that that will change today?
Well, you remember even last year you asked me the very same question, and I said, listen, it's like when you get into the bigger space like this one, number one, the motivation about the monetary value. So people from outside, they know what it means to get that 250,000 rand. And, you check, like the other day we've been debating about the top 10, where you find only 2 South Africans, and the rest, it's either your Lesotho, it's either your Zimbabwe. And these guys are making sure that they make the strides towards there. But again, I've got my top 3, Mark Fokoroni, Nkapu Tlile, and the next one is Colin Makaza. These are the guys who, if you check, in terms of the records from 2014, they've been, dragging there in the top 5. So they are going to push each other, give them each other competition. But again, Mark Fokoron, I've been telling him that he's one guy who, when you look at him, he doesn't get weary. In every stage, but then he makes sure that he pushes himself. Look, he was coming up 7-4 now at position 1 last year, so he's still going to be, to me, is my favorite even this year.
All right, so that's what you've heard from the guys in studio, who their favourites are when it comes to the pointy end of the race. But what's happening among the bulk of the people, those 11,000 runners that actually make up the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon? I know Udo is chatting to a couple of them. Udo, what's the vibe like? It's less than 10 minutes to go before we actually hear that gun and those guys go off on 56 kilometres, so there's got to be a lot of nerves there.
I'll tell you what, the vibe is fantastic. It was even more festive a couple of minutes ago, but then the marshals started moving people into the back so that the ultra can get underway. I've kept these 3 gentlemen here because they're probably the brightest things out on the street here. Runners from Gugule to Athletic Club, and it's beautiful to see you guys here. You've got a number of Two Oceans under your belt already. What's the secret to running the race?
Consistent and just discipline. We just, part of it is just the love of it, it keeps us going. And the more you try, the more you want to do it. So, yeah, you just love it.
As a first-time runner, there will be nerves. Do you have nerves, or is it a matter of, I'm prepared, I'm ready, I'm good to go?
No. The preparation is done, and we all know the experience counts. And so, knowing the route is just what we prepare for. And then, with time, it's just getting to the body. There's no nerves that we feel about it.
Lovely. Now, here's the serious one. Rasta, I saw you at Comrades last year, and just talk to us about why Two Oceans is such a special event for you, that you've come back here, 5 times?
Yes, I'm staying here in Cape Town. I've used this route for my long runs. I know this route. I can run a good race today.
Beautiful. Now, these are men who want to run personal bests here today. Pindy standing by with somebody who potentially could win it for a 3rd time in a row. So let's head off to her.
Thank you so much for giving us your time, Caroline. Last year, I remember I spoke to you. I said, what is the game plan? And you said to me, it's just a training run. And what a training run. What was that about? And talk me through today. What's the game plan today?
The plan today is just a training run. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get so lucky twice, but I'm just going to go have a good time, and we'll see what happens.
Talk to me about how the year has been for you, Caroline. I know that you did very well at Omnidam, and do you think that with Two Oceans, maybe Comrades later on, it's going to be just a good year? But how are you feeling as well?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good. The training's been going well, and I've had some good runs so far. So hopefully today will be another good run, but we'll see what happens. Yeah. So I'm just listening to our national anthem behind us, and it always gives me goosebumps. Like, so proudly South African.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll leave it at that. And all respect, we just have to observe the moment and sing the national anthem together.
It's just 5 minutes before we're actually going to be hearing the traditional fish horn, which is blown before the gun here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and then the runners are all going to get underway. As we saw the runners singing the national anthem, we saw one of the Lebopo brothers, as well as a man that led through Chapman's Peak last year, and a man that is a former Comrades winner, Ludwig Mamabolo. So let's actually take a look at who are the athletes that we should be looking out for, and those guys that we anticipate to see on the podium here at the Two Oceans. Ludwig, always a man to watch out for, but one wonders just how much running, it just doesn't ever seem that no matter how much running he does, he never gets tired.
Definitely, and this was all used as a build-up for him towards the Comrades Marathon. As I mentioned earlier, he was second in the Old Mutual Dam 50k about a month ago, but he's going to have some strong competition as we look at the elite men's list here. Teboko Selo, he's really looking at having a great run this year. I spoke to him yesterday in the hotel, and he's in great shape. He's come second here before. We've got former champions there, Mabutili Lebopo, also from Lesotho at the bottom of the screen, Mark Fokoroni, your defending champion. And then probably the man who's the hungriest of them all there on the list, Colin Makaza, who's finished second here the last 2 years in a row. So, Big T, I think that's someone really to watch out for this year.
That's my favorite, of course. I think when you look at that one. But I think, interesting on what Valen has said in terms of, the elite athletes like your Ludwig Mamabolo. But you still have got, Ramala there. And this is one guy who we always going to be looking at him. But he will tell you, look, I just feel like running, but maybe not because of the prize, but just running for the mere fact that he is taking the lead to show these youngsters coming up.
Well, Hendrik Romala back in 2014 ended in second place. So if we think that Colin Makaza is hungry after his podium finishes and never necessarily having actually gotten top spot on the podium, I think a man that will also be feeling a little bit of that may be Hendrik Romala.
Definitely, and Hendrik, although he's got a 2:06 marathon, he'll be the second fastest in the field today, because we also have the SA marathon record holder, Gertes, the Madala as everyone calls him. He was third back in 2012, running 3:09. He actually has the veterans record here on the Two Oceans 56 kilometers. So those guys with those 2:06 marathons in their legs, by far the fastest. And we saw a brilliant run by Romala in 2014, which was actually his debut. First time running an ultra marathon, coming second. He hasn't fared quite as well since then, but hopefully he can turn the tables around today.
All right, what about the women's field? We haven't spoken too much about them. We saw Pindi speaking to the defending champion, Caroline Vosman, who last year successfully defended the title that she first won back in 2015 on a training run. She says that maybe because the race is so much closer to Comrades, we're not going to see that today, but we have come to know Caroline Vosman on her training runs.
But remember, she is one person who always amazes you. That other year she was in here for the Two Oceans Marathon. Next time she was at the Comrades Marathon. And you know, amazingly, these people, they don't lose hope. Whether they've done well in the previous season, but they still continue to push forward. But again, it's one of those women who, I told you guys that I respect her very much, because whatever happens to her life, but she always pushes hard to become at the top spot.
Yeah, the ladies to be watching out for when it comes to the 56-kilometer race. We've spoken at length about Caroline Vosman. A lady that is anticipated to give quite a bit of competition is a lady from Belarus, and that's Marina Demancevic. She is a lady that comes in here as the fastest marathoner. She's got a 2 hours 30 marathon, and that wasn't run 4 or 5 years ago. That was run just 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. She's going to be one to watch out for. And then South Africa's Jenna Challenor is running her very first 56 kilometers.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see the ladies race. I'd probably say a bit more exciting than the men's race today. As you mentioned there, the Belarusian Marina, she also ran a 2:33 in the 2016 Rio Olympics, which was run in really hard conditions. So she's going to be one to watch. Tanith Maxwell, local athlete here from Cape Town in South Africa. She's represented her country as well at World Champs and Olympics, and she'll be one to watch. But I'm interested to see how Jenna Challenor does today. She's got a 2:37 marathon. I know her 3 little girls will be in Durban watching their mom today and rooting for her to go hard. And when you're coming in with the 2:37, which was also recent in 2016, you've got speed to play with here. And, you know, the women go through 2:44, 2:45 through the marathon mark. She'll be comfortable if she's done the work.
We haven't spoken a lot about the potential of the record being broken today. And there we go. I think it was a lot sooner than we anticipated. This is the start of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and the runners have officially gotten underway.
Definitely we see the course there of at the start 11,000 athletes making their way after the fish horn was blown there. But mentioning the record, Valen, I don't think we're going to be seeing a course record in the 56K today. Not only is it not to say we don't have the athletes of the caliber that can do it, we do. If you had to look at an athlete like David Katebe, who smashed the Comrades course record last year, a former winner himself here at Two Oceans, running a 3:09, that's where nutrition and access to these athletes plays a vital role. And, last year David had that support from start to finish, and it's really hard on the Two Oceans course to get to certain points along the way. So if there was easier access to the nutrition and, pacing and that, I think we'd see a record, also weather dependent.
All right, well, they're underway now. We're going to have a champion come a couple of hours' time. Let's join our commentators now to take us through the 48th running of the Two Oceans Marathon.
Thank you very much, Valen. Here we are at the start of the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. We've already seen the half marathon go off about 40 minutes ago. But Bruce, this is what it's all about, the main race, so to speak, even though I must say the half marathon is probably the premier half marathon in South Africa. But for many athletes, this is what the Two Oceans is about. And we've heard Valen and Kewan talk a lot about the favorites. Mike Fokoroni, the defending champion, is here. Colin Makaza, obviously Caroline Vosman, a big talking point. She says she's only going for a training run. What is your take on this year's Two Oceans Ultra Marathon?
It's not going to be a record, as we heard, because the wind is pumping and because the course is tough. But I'm very nostalgic, and this is the only time I've got big FOMO that I wish I was there, because just looking at the start, Harold Berman's voice greeting all the people from all the different countries, all the runners from the different countries. Then the fish horn that we heard, the traditional start of the Two Oceans Ultra is the fish horn that used to be blown to tell the people of Cape Town that the fishermen had fish for sale. And then the hundreds and thousands of runners pouring out there. Of course, the elite already a kilometre down the road, and some people haven't started running. Out there, two of my mates who are about to make history, Tony Abramson and Louis Massain, today, if they finish, will become the first two people to run 42 Two Oceans marathons. The largest collection of Two Oceans medals was Noel Stampo, who's on 41, but he's now retired. And then we can see there those little flags that are waving up there. For people who don't know what they are, those are the buses. Those are the people who mark themselves as a bus, and a bus is a driver who's going to take people through to break 5 hours, to break 6 hours or to finally break the 7-hour cutoff.
Yeah, the bus is, of course, a big feature of all of these races, and you've got professional bus drivers, guys who show up at every single race and drive the buses, so to speak, with those flags, and it makes it easy for some of the runners who are pacing a certain time. These guys are professional pacers. But before we get to that again, just tell us, Bruce, you're not running. This would have been your 32nd one, and there is a very good reason for that, why you're sitting here next to me and not out there in the dark on the road.
Yeah, I'm running London Marathon next Sunday with my son Jonathan, and it's just too much for these old legs to do a 56 and a 42, but I suspect next year you won't hear me in the commentary studio, because I think I might well be out there, because I've got terrible angst watching this great race go off and not being part of it. It's a race of two amazing contrasts. The first half of the race is completely flat. Well, just a few little ups and downs, but you hardly feel them. Lots of oxygen. You get out to Muizenberg with the ozone, and it's cool, and it's so seductive. But as you're running there, I always say to inexperienced runners, as you're approaching Muizenberg and Lakeside, I always say to them, do not look right. Do not look to your right, because on your right, coming out of the sunrise, are these monster hills, mountains that you're going to be running later on, and that's the second half of the Old Mutual Two Oceans. Is that the second half is brutal, with some of the toughest hills in the world, most famous hills in the world in marathon running, Chapman's Peak, Constantia Neck, and they wait for you in the second half. So the difficult thing for the buses and for everybody is to pace yourself correctly, because it is so tempting to go flying out in the beginning and not leave enough for the second half.
Well, in fact, if you run this first part of the race down Main Road, the M4 through Newlands and Claremont, etc., you actually see those mountains ahead of you, so you can't really help but see what's coming in the race. And then, of course, as you've said, through Muizenberg, Fischhoek, and then you turn right onto Kommetjie Road, and then you start seeing those mountains to the right. It's a spectacular sight. It's beautiful scenery. Some roadworks through Muizenberg, by the way, and the road narrows quite substantially there, and the athletes need to be aware of that. It's a bit uneven this year in that section, so that just before you turn right onto Kommetjie Road, and then you just run and you see these mountains to the right, and of course you start with Chapman's Peak, and the deceptive Chapman's Peak, because you get little chappies and you think, well, maybe I've made it, and you go down the hill a bit, and then you come around the corner and you see the majesty of this mountain, which for you probably don't look that majestic because you have to run up that thing. And it's a very daunting sight.
It's daunting but inspiring. You're right, Anna. As you, the first little test will come for these runners at around about 22 kilometers or so. They go through Fischhoek and they run up to Fischhoek Circle. And it would have, it's not a hill that would have any name really, but Fischhoek Circle is the very first time that your hamstrings grab you and say, what are you doing going uphill? We've been running flat and smooth all the way, and now suddenly we're going uphill. Then through Sun Valley, and almost exactly, it's actually at 29 kilometers, you start climbing Little Chappies, and Little Chappies is vicious. It's very steep, 750, 800 meters. Novices think they've started Chapman's, but they haven't. If you look to the left, you get that beautiful Noordhoek beach, and then you drop down, and then you've got to go up Chapman's itself, the main 4 kilometer long climb.
Sien daar Kokkie wat verby gehardloop het, wat sy 20ste Two Oceans doen na mekaar, en die atlete sien hier aan die einde van die ultramarathon, die atlete wat hulle self gaan geniet. Is nog steeds donker daar. Caroline Vosloo het gister vir my gesê, sy weet nie eers wat gebeur in die eerste helfte van die wedloop nie, want dit is donker, mens kan nie veel sien nie, jy konsentreer nog nie so hard nie, en meeste van die atlete op die oomblik geniet die oomblik hier in die Two Oceans Marathon.
Re sheba jwale ka se le thakgoile lebelo lena la dikilometara tse 56 e leng le leholo la letsatsi. Hopola hore e ntse le tsona tsa Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Re bona jwale metsotso e se le robedi mo teng lebelo lena le thakgoileng ka ona, mme tabagolo re bua ka lebelo lena le leholo. Re bua jwalo ka tšhelete ya ntseng e mathela e batla jwalo monga yona, ke bua jwalo ka 1 million rand e fumanang jwalo ka pa e tsheditsweng jwalo ke bana ba Old Mutual bakeng sa monna le mosadi ba tlahleng ba etse bonnete ba hore ba roba rekoto ena ya dikilomitara tse 56 hopola hore rekoto eno ke mane mo teng Thompson Makawane a ileng a etsa ka 1988 ka mora hore a mathe dikilomitara tse 50 ka hora tse 2 le metsotso e 42 ha basadi nteng ntse le Free van der Merwe ya ileng a etsa ka 1989 mo teng a ileng a matha lebelo lena le lelele ka dihora tse 3 le metsotso e 8 jwale le ka jeno ntse yeme 1 million rand for anybody, any man or any woman who will break this record.
It is indeed all about that, but we were talking about some of those throughout the day. Let's now get back and join Valen in studio.
Well, thank you very much, Brian, and our commentary team for bringing us the start of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. It is well and truly underway. In the next 15 minutes, we'll see the men's winner for the half marathon arriving here at UCT. But at the moment, 27,000 athletes are now out on the roads as the 56-kilometer race has just gotten underway. And when it comes to the 56-kilometer race, it's all about how you run it, because for that first half until you get to 28 Ks, the halfway point in Noordhoek, you are feeling fabulous because most of it is flat and down.
And I can tell you that just in the 20 kilometers to go or 15 to go, that's where you need another added strength, that you have to pull it from your own self, because whatever you have been training, it doesn't matter. But what matters most is how do you manage to push yourself beyond that limit? Because if you check from everybody can go 30, everybody can go 40, but when you go down to 50 and maybe 45, that's where it all gets bad.
It sure does. Kuhn, you were out on the route, you ran 30 kilometers and you ran the end 30 kilometers yesterday out on a training run. Now, can you imagine the first half feeling fabulous, but maybe going out a little bit too hard in that first half and then having to come to that second half, which is the toughest half of the race?
Yeah, well, we started the run yesterday a little bit too hard up and over Chapman's Peak, and by the time I got into Hout Bay, which was only around 11 kilometers, I was already on jelly legs. I hadn't even run the first 28 before. So, yeah, you have to pace yourself really well in this race. And a big mistake that some of the athletes make is once they get to the top of Chapman's Peak, they're still feeling relatively fresh, and they run really fast on that long down into Hout Bay. But then you don't have the legs to get up Constantia and still another 10 Ks to the finish. So, pacing of paramount importance in a race like the Two Oceans Marathon.
And let's take a look at the route so that you at home can also understand just why we say exactly the fact that pacing is so important when it comes to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Take a look at the route for the 56-kilometer event.
The Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon is very much a race of two halves, and the significant challenges are backloaded, coming in the second half. This puts a premium on how you manage your effort over the race. It's true in every race that you have to pace yourself wisely, but when the second half throws up Chapman's Peak, Constantianet, and a tricky finish past Kirstenbosch, that all becomes the more important. So let's take a look at the route, stage by stage. The first 10 kilometers are relatively easy and are a good opportunity for you to find a rhythm and ease yourself into the challenge. It's flat, relatively sheltered, and the huge crowds of runners and adrenaline of the moment should see you reaching Tokai relatively comfortably. As easy as this section might be, don't lose concentration. If you're racing to a plan, this is the time to be most disciplined about it, because it's quite easy to get through 10 kilometers a few minutes faster than your ideal schedule. From 10 kilometers to the half marathon mark in Fishhook, the wind can sometimes be a challenge along the more exposed coastal sections. If it is windy, stay in the groups for shelter if you need to, and continue to relax because the work begins soon after. The half marathon mark heralds a change in tempo and rhythm as you turn off Main Road for the first time and make your way towards Sun Valley and the first climb, that of Chapman's Peak. This is a good time to gather yourself, catch up on fueling yourself, and looking to arrive at Noordhoek feeling as far as possible like you've just completed your warm-up. Chapman's Peak is the iconic climb in the race, arguably one of the most beautiful sections of running you can do in a race anywhere in the world. So don't forget to absorb that beauty, even as you tackle the challenge. Chapman's Peak climbs in two stages. First, there's a 1 kilometer pull-up to the summit of Little Chappies just after 30 kilometers. That's followed by a descent of about 800 meters before the longer 3 kilometer climb up to Chappies proper. It is fair to say that you would consider 30 kilometers to be your true halfway point of the race. In other words, you can probably double your time at 30 kilometers to get your finish time. That's because the second half of the race is much more challenging. From the summit of Chapman's Peak, you will descend 4 kilometers into Houch Bay, where there will be a real temptation to let go and fly downhill to make up for some lost time. But remain vigilant to your pacing strategy. Once you pass the marathon mark soon after Houch Bay, you will be on to the major challenge of the day, the climb up Constantia Neck. The climb is gradual, between 2 to 4% for about 2 kilometers, where you may be also exposed to the sun. It's mentally and physically tough, but stay in the moment and tackle the challenge segment by segment. The steepness really kicks in at about 44 kilometers, where you're firmly under the tree cover again. The last 2 kilometers to the summit has the steepest gradient of the whole race, up to 10% at times, and the sooner you can find your own comfortable rhythm on these steep roads, the better. Consider a walk-run strategy here if you are in any doubt. Once through Constantia Neck, it is a 3-kilometer descent down towards Cecilia Forest. This section is notorious for the slight undulations and the camber, so try to find the most comfortable line, usually in the middle of the road, and pace for yourself. Shortly after the 50-kilometer mark, you will pass the top gate of Kirstenbosch, followed by a particularly sharp 3-kilometer downhill section to the bottom gate of Kirstenbosch. If you've managed your race well and have good legs, you can really start to cash in here, all the way from the top gate to the M3 at 53 kilometers. Once on the M3, you will hit the last few minor hills of the day. A relatively short 400-meter section called Chet's Hill, as well as the final pull-up to UCT. You wouldn't even notice these hills at the start of the race, but on tired legs, they will force you to dig deep. Once you're onto the soft UCT grass fields, you are home. So soak in the cheers and adulation and enjoy the triumph of your Two Oceans voyage.
All right, well, some people that are nearing the end of their Two Oceans journey is, of course, those front runners when it comes to the 21.1 kilometer race. And this is something that I find so fascinating. They leave in the dark and they pretty much arrive back at the finish for the elite athletes when it comes to the 21 kilometer race in the dark, Kieran.
Definitely, we'll see a winning time of around 102, 103. We should see today for the men's race. And as you said, they started in the dark and they're finishing in the dark. Still dark here at UCT where we are. And it's going to be some exciting fireworks going off within 6 minutes or so.
It's also quite a tricky thing if you're a runner out there to be doing an entire 21 kilometers when it's rather dark.
Well, exactly. I think it all needs somebody who will have to go all out there before the race and before the actual race and have that particular mode in terms of fine-tuning yourself, running at this particular condition where it's dark. Because it's not like other people, they don't even do that. In the dark. They always do that in daylight. So it plays a part.
What is the pace per kilometer that your elites are running, Kieran?
In the men's race, if they're going after the record, it will be anywhere between 2:58 to 3 minutes per kilometer. And then with the ladies' race, around 3:25 or so to get the record.
And that would be for the 21 kilometer race. What are the elites doing for the 56?
For the 56K, if you want to break the record, you have to run at an average of around 3:17 per kilometer. But your winning time, 3:10, 3:11, it's sitting just on 3:20 per kilometer. And then the women's race, around 3:45 to 3:50 per kilometer. So if anyone's at home, put your stopwatch on, run a kilometer as hard as you can, and you might be within that pace, but probably not.
And then just bear in mind that they're doing that for a whole 56 kilometers or for 21.1 kilometers. We are anticipating our winner for the men's race when it comes to the half marathon. We've got to take a quick break. Do stay with us. Expect fireworks when we return.
Because the going keeps going. I rely on something into it. Something in pushy passion. In a style. A petty vibe. Ne flavor. Ivala easy. It turn up. Something is manje.
Dan Up is a deliciously filling 2-in-1 blend
the perfect hunger satisfaction drink that keeps you fuller for longer.
With it, I stay winning.
This patient has fallen from the stairs. So we're just going to give him some fluids to maintain his blood pressure. Wish me luck, guys.
You did all the critical actions really well.
Tomorrow, I interview co-executive. I hope I make it. This one is for... That was so challenging, I wanted to cry.
When I walk here, it's about what I'm trying to achieve.
Make sure that it fits the requirements.
The Two Oceans Ultramarathon, and that is the leading women in the race. And of course, that is Marina Demantsevich, the Belarusian, in the lead. She is moving really fast. She has a marathon personal best of 2 hours and 30 minutes. And in the Rio Olympics last year, she finished 45th with a 2:37 on quite a tough course. But Bruce Fordyce and I were just talking about this. She is going really fast down the first flat part of the course. She's probably not as familiar with this course as some of the other runners. And this might come back to bite her later on in this ultramarathon.
It might well, Anna. It's a bold move, a brave move, but possibly a foolish move so very early on, as I said earlier, because of the two separate halves of the Two Oceans, that the one is so brutally hard and the other is so seductively flat and fast, and she's in the flat and fast section. And I always think that in a race like this, when the wind is howling, one of the skills is to understand that you need to be hidden away, tucked behind other people, using other people to essentially buffer the wind for you and make sure you're not running into the wind. There may be times when it's sheltered, but at other times it's going to pump straight into your face. And if I were her, I would be tucked in and be almost invisible at this stage. Maybe she'll prove us wrong, but it's a very, very bold route and move. And I always think, Anna, that training for a marathon, an ultra-marathon like the Two Oceans, is a science. You follow the training program, you do the speed work, you do the long runs, you do the proper preparation. But the running and the racing of an ultra like the Two Oceans is an art. And the art, you paint your own picture that day, and you make sure that you run according to the conditions, according to your opposition. And this is, as I say, this is an extremely bold move, and hats off to her, but let's see what happens. Long way to go still.
Well, she's a very accomplished marathoner. She has run the marathon between 2 hours and 30 minutes and 2 hours and 40 minutes and a number of times. She always seems to run around that time, and for the last 10 years or so, she has run those kind of times. You can see how many countries are represented in this Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and 85 countries. And in fact, after South Africa, the country with the most representatives is Germany, which is a bit surprising. And of course, Marina Demantsevich here from Belarus in the lead all by herself, no other women anywhere close to her. But we were talking again about the wind, so it looks very calm at the moment. They're protected at the start, but it is really howling here at the finish, and they're going to feel that as they come down Chapman's Peak. They're protected up Chapman's Peak as well, but downwards that wind's going to start hitting them. And Demantsevich, as we've said, a very accomplished marathoner, but this kind of conditions might help the ultra runners a bit more, because speed gets negated a bit by that wind.
Well, a strong hill runner like Caroline will probably revel in these conditions, because the wind makes it even, in a sense, even hillier, because there's a resistance that you're running against, and she proved her strength in the last Up Comrades Marathon when she ran such a magnificent race. But Demantsevich has got that wonderful 2:30 marathon, and that is a seriously good marathon time.
Mona mo re shebileng teng re shebile o bona hore na Marilyn jwale ka emong ya barwetsana ba sentse ba etelletse lebelo le leholo pele hore jwale ka ha jwale e le hore ho flat na ebe mane mo tlang ho theoela teng o tla hla theoele ka mokgwa ofe. Brian Ngwaneso o hlila ikemiseditse ngwana na Belarus, empa he na o tla ikhipa abe a epheletsong ka lona mokgwa ona e leng hore o tshwere lebelo ka ona.
We'll be looking at that when we get to the end of this, but at the moment we do have the finish now that's coming in as far as the 21 kilometers is concerned. That is the half marathon. Somebody has pulled away. We'll confirm it shortly who the winner is now. It is coming to the finish line of the race. It all started just around 6 o'clock. That's when the first bash went out. Now it is just around 62 minutes later. And somebody is really pulling away to the finish line at the moment. Anno.
Well, that looks like the defending champion here coming in, Namakwe Nkasi from Nedbank, running extremely hard. Remember that record, 63 minutes and 35 seconds that he is chasing behind the name of Stephen Makoka, and he is finishing so fast here coming in. We're looking at that time. It looks like he might hit a new record. We were saying the wind might make it tough, but this man finishing so fast. Namakwe Nkasi, the defending champion, coming through for his second win in as many years, and this time it's going to be in a record time. He is going to smash that half marathon record. We're just waiting for the official time there. It looks like 63 minutes and 12 seconds. Bruce, what a run.
I can't believe it. And look at him, absolutely fresh. Doesn't look like he even tried out there. What an unbelievable time in those conditions. There's his manager, Nick Bester, Comrades Marathon champion in 1991. Second place in already.
Well, what a race there by Namakwe Nkasi. That record has finally gone. We weren't sure that it would go this year because of the wind, but it seems to have not affected these half marathon runners too much. As a third place man also coming through here. Just trying to see who that is exactly. It looks like it might be David Manja or Joel Monye coming through. Top three very close together and all very close to that record time that Namakwe Nkasi has just run.
Third position here today. It was a fast time. Winner only seconds outside of the record. Here comes number 4.
Also very interesting, I mean, something you need to take care of is that the fact that the first two runners who just came in this the half marathon have all come under the record time. That is very interesting. They've good defense here from Namakwe Nkasi. He's the one that just took this one. And really, I've got to say, if the first two were able to smash the 103 and just under the 103.35, that is very, very good indeed, DK.
o ntse bonahala hore Nkasi jwalo ka ile a tshepisa selemong se fetileng Brian hore ke tla leka hore 2017 ke tle ke tshireletse sekola saka o boetse o entse mohlankana ya hlalosang hore boikotliso ba ka se ba kgatello ke boikotliso bo ikemisetsang hore ntwe ke e qalang ke tle ke qetelle. Namakwe Nkasi hopola lemong se fetileng ene le yena neng a linkile lebelo lena maemong a bobedi le kgelante mpa le kgetlong lena ha se kgelante ho hamwa bonalang ho ba bararo ba ka hodimo jwalo ka Namakwe ena a nka jwalo maemo a pele.
Wat is in Lucky Mohale wat daar klaar gemaak het, lyk of in die 4de of 5de plek was. Atlete wat nou vinnig deurkom vir die halfmarathon. Ons kan ook sê vir die vroue wedloop, ons weet Irwet van Sail wat voorloop op die oomblik net so voor Louisa Lebalo en Lolien Conrad, en dit lyk of Irwet van Sail ook haar titel suksesvol gaan verdedig. Daar is Gladwin Mzazi wat sopas die wedloop voltooi het op die halfmarathon hier, en ons sal moet kyk of Irwet van Sail dalk ook in 'n rekordtyd kan klaarmaak. Soos die manne baie vinnig hier na mekaar inkom op die oomblik. Kan sien hoe die wind daar waai hier op die eindstreep. Maar lyk my dit het nie die halfmarathon atlete te veel geaffekteer nie. Ons moet kyk na die ultramarathon, hoe die wind, of watter effek die wind gaan hê hier vandag. Nog van die manne wat baie vinnig hier klaar maak aan die einde van die halfmarathon.
Now at 66 minutes and a couple of seconds of the first women coming up to that record for this 1 hour. So both records by Zimbabweans.
Well, the top 10 men are in this half marathon race, thick and fast here at the finish. Many of them under 75 minutes. We see there 76, 33, 34 at the moment as they're coming. Gubesi Silindile, we just saw finish ahead of this man here. And the women should be about 7 minutes away from their finish. Irwet van Blerk leading that women's race, or rather Irwet van Sail, I should say.
It's going to be interesting to see if Yvette will be able to come in tops once again for this particular race. But also when you start talking about the ultra-marathon itself, I know Bruce have ran it. He knows exactly what to talk about when it comes to this. But also key is that during the talks at the Expo, one of the pacers was talking, he was actually running his 99th, he said, this particular one. He'll be looking at the sub-7s. And he was talking about the importance of tugging in within the rest of the pack to try and protect yourself from the strong winds, number one. And number two, preparing yourself for that massive beating that is coming up later on from Chappies all the way to the Contortia Neck.
Yeah, and I think that's where, if anything, Marina Demencevic might be in for a bit of a surprise. Not sure how well she knows this route. You can tell you she is still leading the women's race in the ultra-marathon by some distance. And interestingly enough, we've got a few fast marathoners in here. Nobody as fast as her, really. But Tabita Tata in that ultra-marathon is also run a 2:29, albeit a while ago. Jenna Challenor moving up to the ultra distance, who has a 2:37 marathon personal best. And you'd expect many of them to try and go with the Demencevic, or maybe they are a little bit more cautious and saving it for the second half of the race. As still in the half marathon here, we're focusing on the finish, the men coming in thick and fast, and we're waiting for the first women to come in now. I know that Yvette van Zyl has quite a substantial lead at the moment over Louisa Lebalo and Nolene Conrad, who are running in second and third. And the big question for me at the moment is van Zyl going to get that women's record to equal Namakwa Nkasi's men's record, as Mazigizela just finishing his half marathon there, and still awesome times for these men coming through.
I think Ewan and company did mention the fact that the men's record will be broken. They were very cagey when it came to the women's record, saying it might not happen today given the wind that is blowing at the moment here as we come to the end of they're talking about the half marathon at the moment. But then also something of importance here to talk about, Arno, is when you're talking about these runners, I mean, I spoke to one of the person who's helping, that is a horseman, when it comes to refueling and so forth, and said that's how they planned the race in the previous 2 years, that they allowed her to stay in and then get to the end. When you go to Chappies, the smaller Chappies, before little Chappies they call it, that's when she really started coming forward until they got down the Holt Bay ramp. When they went to the top, that's where she took over.
Well, Caroline Vosman's winning time from last year was one of the slowest times in the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, in fact. And she actually said after the race she did go for a training run. She did run her pace that she was supposed to, but the other women allowed her to stay in contention. And that's why the last 30 minutes of the race she just really went hard. And she might do a similar thing today if she's in contention, but she really doesn't expect to be. Not with people like Demencevic that we see on screen now, Tanith Maxwell, Jenna Challenor, the fast marathoners in this race. And look, if they give Caroline Vosman a chance to be in contention towards the end of the race, she will go for it. But she really doesn't expect that will be the case this year.
So the problem for those people who don't understand is when you're trying to double at South Africa's two great ultras, the one, the Old Mutual Two Oceans, the other, the Comrades, it is possible to double when there's a big enough gap between them to train for the one, race the one hard, the Two Oceans hard, and then recover and then build up again for the Two Oceans. Unfortunately this year, Easter is very close to Comrades, and so lots of runners have had to make a choice, and those who want to run them both have had to make a choice and say, okay, I'm going to use the Two Oceans as a training run, a great 56k run for Comrades, and then I'm going to push Comrades. But to push them both is almost a superhuman feat, because the gap between the two is so short this year. I think it's even worse next year. I think Easter's later, so they have to make that choice. Last year and the year before, Easter fell in March, and there was enough time for them to be able to double up, as Caroline did. She won them both 2 years ago. Last year, of course, she didn't win the Comrades. And it's interesting to see, for instance, that last year's Comrades Marathon champion, Shanae Bosman's not here. She's not here. And So she's obviously decided she can't do the double.
Ja, en Charlotte Bosman het definitief die besluit geneem dat sy wil konsentreer op Comrades Marathon. Caroline Bosman het dieselfde besluit geneem, maar het besluit om ook hier by Two Oceans te hardloop. En haar afrigter Lindsay Perry het net aan haar gesê, kyk, daar's 'n keuse. Jy kan besluit om Two Oceans te wen en 3 wenne in 'n ry te kry, wat dalk moontlik mag wees, dalk nie met atlete soos Marina Demencevic hier in die veld, of kom ons konsentreer op die Comrades en ons hardloop nie die Two Oceans hard nie. En Caroline Bosman het gesê Comrades is vir haar baie belangriker as die Two Oceans Marathon.
Ha jwale ntse re shebile jwalo ka ha ntse re hlile re ahisa re paka re batla jwalo re ahele jwalo lebelo lena le leholo haholo ka barwetsaneng jwalo ka ha uka mabitso a Karambo Caroline ntse le mabitso a ntseng a qhuma empa hentse re emetse jwalo barwetsana ba tlatleng ba pele wa pele wa o kena dikilometara tse 21 ka morao re bahlankana ba 10 ba hle ba kene ha jwale ha o sheba o tla fumana hore basadi ke bana ba sentse ba atumela ho fihla tholong ya dikilometara tsena tse 21 ka mora hora le metsotso e 12 eo ba seng ba emathile ke yena morwetsana ntseng a emetswe ha jwale Yvette Van Sail ke yena ntseng a etelletse lebelo pele ke yena morwetsana ya hlebelang hore o tla hlanke maemo a pele a barwetsana mona o half marathon.
Well, yes, we're back here at the half marathon finish. Of course, Yvette Van Sail in the lead, coming through to take this win. There will be no record for her, it seems, for Yvette Van Sail, and she's got a comfortable lead though, running there with some of the men coming in as well as usual. And Yvette Van Sail now going strong. Final stretch for her into the UCT campus as she can see the finish in her sights right now, and she's going to run a very similar time, it seems, to what she did last year. Yvette Van Sail finishing the race here. Last year her winning time was 1:13.13, a little bit slower this year, but again a comfortable win for the defending champion. And she has about a 20-second lead, I'm told, above the second woman, which may be Louisa Lebalo, but it is Yvette Van Sail finishing extremely strong here, taking the half marathon win for the second year in a row, being directed to the right of the two finishing chutes, and taking the win here comfortably. Yvette Van Sail looking really good on this half marathon. There is the second woman, Nolene Conrad, actually coming in now. She seems to have overtaken Louisa Lebalo. Nolene Conrad is coming in second, and also being directed by the officials to go to the right-hand side, separating the finishing men and the finishing women there. And it is Nolene Conrad having an excellent finish here, starting life as a steeplechaser, in fact, and moving up to the longer distances. Great friends, these two, as well as Yvette and Nolene congratulate each other on the finish line. We're expecting Louisa Lebalo to come through for third, and I'm not sure that that is her. Coming through the third place finisher right now. No, it is Louisa Lebalo, in fact, coming through here in a third place. And she looks a bit spent, Bruce, compared to the first two finishers.
Yeah, she does look tired. I have to say, having run down that finish straight, it is one of the longest finish straights in marathons all around the world. You come around the corner and you just see one field after another, and there's a pedestrian bridge that goes over halfway along it. Some people think that's the finish. It's a long finish straight, and the grass tugs at your ankles. It actually slows you down after running on the tar the whole way.
Well, we walked across there today, and I could actually feel that. That's Cornelia Hubert finishing in fourth for the women. Great finish for her, in fact, for Cornelia Hubert, as she finishes, and Lebogang Palula coming in fifth at the moment in this half marathon finish, and the women also coming in very close to each other. But as I said, we walked down that finishing straight, and if anything, it's longer than it was last year. They changed the finish area a bit from where it was last year. You don't turn to your left as you come into the UC campus. It's now straight down all the way to the end, across about 3 rugby fields as you come in there, and the grass does tug a bit, I guess, especially with a bit of dew and wetness on the ground.
Yeah, and for the runners later on in the 56, the slower runners, they think they're there, they think they're home, and then they turn onto that grass. It goes on forever before you get to the finish line.
Oh yeah, Lebogang Palula there finishing in 5th place, and again the women very close together. No record for the women this year, Dikeledi, but nevertheless a great run by the top 6 there.
ho bonala Yvette van Sail ka nnete le ha ile hore record ya etswa empa he o kgonne jalo o tshireletsa sekola sa hae jalo ka mora hore le monse fitileng a mathe jalo ka hora le metsotso e 13 mme tsa kgetlong lena tsatsing lena 2017 o kgonne jalo ho eketsa ka motsotso fela boemo mohlomong ba le hodimo ke engwa dintho tse leng hore bo khina jalo nako ya barwetsana kapa ona maatlete a rona ka kakaretso hore ba tle ba ntlafatse nako a bona hobane nnete fela ha o sheba jalo diflaga tsena tse hlayang o tla di bona hore di a tatasela ho bontsha hore moya o ka ro Cape Town ke ya neo ba bohle ba ibuang ba re ka ro Cape Town o thola jalo selemo kaofela se felletse ka letsatsi le leng 4 seasons in a day.
It is indeed about that, 4 seasons in a day, but really great runs coming through right at the end. But I tell you now, so far Kieran as well as Big T got it right. So far the guys have managed to break the record. The ladies are struggling with that. You see Mapaseka Makanya coming in as well. Amongst those ladies finishing within the top 10 as far as the half marathon is concerned. And also Yvette van Sail, what a run it was right to the end of the race. But then also Mkhasi was the one for me, was very impressive to be able to take off at least a few seconds off his initial best as far as the half marathon is concerned. So you see now more and more ladies coming in now.
Well, the women much closer to each other than they were last year. You saw Mapaseka Makanya coming in there. She finished 6th last year in a 1 hour 19:56. This year, 1 hour 17, almost 3 minutes faster. And she didn't even place in the top 6, comfortably in the top 10 still. But the women's finish overall a lot quicker than last year. Yvette was slightly slower from her winning time, but last year second place was 1:17.14. And here you see, I think this is about 9th or 10th place coming through now, still under 1:18, where 10th was 4 minutes slower last year. So not sure what the effect of the wind was, Bruce, but Yvette, like we said, not as fast. That's Rutenda Nyahora there coming in for, I guess, about 9th or 10th. I've lost count. They're finishing so quickly.
Yeah, they're pouring in. Yvette might, of course, have run a tactical race, and she might have tucked in behind other runners and made a move later on as she was approaching the finish.
Well, Christine Colmer coming in here now. She was 5th last year, and Christine Colmer finishing the race, I think, still within the top 10 just. And again, Christine Colmer 5th last year in a 1:19, and she's going faster this year, but further down the field. So just under 1:19 there for Christine Colmer, slightly faster than she ran last year, and looks very happy with her finish. Of course, her sister Renee just had a baby, so she's not around for this race, but just supporting from home, I believe, as the women half marathon also finished extremely fast, except for Yvette. You mentioned maybe a tactical race. She's got the national championship. She might be running 10,000s there next week in Potchefstroom, and that may have played a part in her race today.
The way she finished on her, she came flying in, and I had just a feeling maybe that she had kicked hard over the last couple of kilometers to get into the lead and then get a sufficient lead and hold it.
Although she did have about an 8-second lead after 8 kilometers already, so she seemed to have taken the race from the front. Zintle Ziniwe, another well-known name in distance running in South Africa, coming through now. And again, the women very close together this year, a bit different from last year, Brian.
It is indeed, but also, I mean, you can talk about Mapaseka Makanya, really better run for her this year, because last year she actually was on just around 79 minutes and 56 seconds, so she's really better than this year. Also talking about Zintle Kliniwe, who just came on now. The Kliniwe just coming on to the finish as well. So was not part of a top 10 last year, but she's managed to come into the top 10 for this year. So also you spoke about how close things are looking like this year. I mean, from the time when Yvette came in, everybody just streaming in within a space of 2 minutes. We had all the ladies streaming into the finish line as far as the half marathon is concerned.
Yeah, but interesting, there was a runner in blue, a male runner now, who turned left. As he came in, he turned left, and you saw a barrier in front of him. He said, "What's going on? We turn left every single time we finish." And you turn left and you run down the side of the front of the UCT buildings, and now they've changed it. So he was in such a daze that he went the normal way and suddenly saw barriers and then had to do a quick U-turn and come down the new finish. It was really interesting to see that. I started laughing when I saw it. They might have a couple of people later on in the ultra who just go straight into those barriers, because that's the way we've always gone. You can't do this to people who've run lots of them. You can't suddenly surprise us like that.
Well, the reason for the, I guess you can call it a route change or a finish change here at the end, is literally to make the finish a bit more open for the runners, to give them more space. And from that point of view, I think they've succeeded quite well. It's a very nice open finishing area. It's obviously great for visuals, and it's very good for the runners when they come in. It's not congested, and we'll see more of that later in the race, I guess, when the crowds come in, especially in the half marathon. But we'll be back with that very soon, just after this ad break.
Dove invited women to a makeover with a difference.
Hi, ma'am. Hi. Would you like to have a free makeover?
Yeah.
Perfect. Who doesn't love a good makeover? Here you go.
It's a shower. It's a shower.
But it's a shower with the new Dove body wash. With its new breakthrough formula, all it takes is just one shower for softer, smoother skin.
You want to feel? It feels really good. Really silky smooth. It's awesome. I love it.
New Dove body wash. Softer, smoother skin after just one shower.
My family, Ultramel makes Sunday delicious. Send us your Ultramel Sunday family video clip, and the best will be put on TV.
We're still at the finish of the half marathon there, the UCT, but of course that race, as far as the elites go, largely over, and now it's just the people who are perhaps enjoying the race a bit more rather than racing it hard, still coming through as we're back with the ultra marathon, and still the Mancevic leading the women's race. We'll catch up with the men's leaders quite soon. There's still a fairly large pack of them out in front as they head down towards Muizenberg. But the Mancevic at the moment looking very comfortable. We just saw asking for something, Bruce, a few minutes ago while we were not on air here, and I'm not sure what she was asking.
She was just gesticulating and pointing at her eyes. I'm wondering if she wasn't asking someone to get her dark glasses. You know, so that you can have the odd friend or second along the way who might be passing you something. And they are running into the sun a little bit, so. She was pointing at her eyes. I'm not sure what she was asking for, but it could have been dark glasses.
She seemed to ask the guy on the bike there next to her. Not sure what she was looking at there and what she was expecting, but still looking comfortable. She is squinting a bit into the sun potentially. No idea. Doesn't look as comfortable in her face, I might say, as she did before. Still running extremely comfortably though.
potso ke yona ya hore be na mathata santsa kalella na bakeng sa hae ka ha rile ga hlalosa pejana hore jwale ka ntse a hlile a sebetsa ka bokgabane Marlene na ebe o tla hla hule o fitla ka yona ha o sheba ka re ho sefatlo sa hae o tla bona hore hona le ho hong ho a ho batlang kapa a sa o khotsofallang hona le ho sosobana ka ro mahlo na ebe o santsa utlwa ho hong wa hore o sontso le buimo ya pele kapa hona le ho o batlang empa ha utlwa ha le hantle hobane he ha khone le hore a ka ntsha lentswe ka molomo wa hae empa o fela ha jwale o ntse a hlile a escortwe jalo ke bana ba stoppa se hlahang jwalo na ka ro ho kapa ka guguletho ka dijeresi kapa dikipa tsa bona tse orange mme wa bona haufinyana le yena Rastafara ke yena ya ntseng a hlile a motshwere jwalo a hlile a moshebella pele hore ke tla tshwarana le wena re epile.
Thanks to Lady Brian. I just noticed something there. The lead lady, if you look at the Mancevic's knees, she looks like her knees are a bit bloodied. And there's a chance that she looks like she might have fell somewhere, maybe at the start.
Looks like it at the moment, but I mean, she's been running throughout with a pack that she's sitting with for all along. I know Udo knows the guys in front, the Rastaman in particular, very well, who's always enjoying himself at the moment as far as the race is concerned. But then the fact that she stayed there and she's still running the race, that is very, very much commendable at the moment from how things have actually gone for her. So we'll be crossing and trying to see some more of this as well. We do know that the rest of the elite that everybody's talking about are somewhere at the back. They're just cruising at the moment. Because one of the things they mentioned and stressed very well as well was the fact that you try and hold as much as you can before you go forward.
Okay, well, of course, during the race here, there's competition for the athletes, but also for you, and you can stand a chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime or data, and all you have to do is fill in the missing word there. Something is the day to get great advice. Is it Wednesday, today, Halloween? SMS Old Mutual in your answer to 48438. SMS is charged at R1.50. Free SMSs do not apply, and we're going to be running these competitions throughout the day. So they just fill in the missing word by SMSing Old Mutual and your answer, either A, B, or C, to 48438. We will bring the men's race to you soon as well. Just a little bit of a problem with the link up to our helicopter. At the moment, we're staying with the women's race. Marina Demantsevich from Belarus still leading and not looking as comfortable as she did before. We noticed some blood on her knees there, but she may have fallen. But she's just, again, she slowed down slightly, looked around her. There's something that she's not quite comfortable with, although running very well at this stage.
And we can't see any other women anywhere near her, so she's certainly taken the race by the scruff of the neck, but of course a long way to go still.
Ja, Demantsevich wat nie gemaklik lyk op die oomblik. Kyk daar na haar horlosie, nog op tyd. Sy hardloop baie vinnig op die oomblik, baie ver voor die ander dames in die wedloop. En die atleet van Belarus wat saam met daardie mans hardloop, baie goeie pas wat sy volhou op hierdie stadium. Maar sy moet wag om te sien. Iets wat nie gemaklik is aan nie. Sy lyk bietjie ongemaklik, kyk rond so nou en dan, praat met die mense om haar en nie seker presies wat sy soek nie, maar Demantsevich wat gemaklik voorloop in die vrouewedloop op hierdie stadium.
We're looking at the records as far as this race is concerned, and also the current champion in the men's race is Mike Fogaroni, and he'll be looking to continue the fun run he had last year. Also, Caroline Usman, can she make it 3 in a row? That is the big question. But then a lot is still to come as far as the race is concerned. But also some of those you can talk about in this race. We did mention the likes of Fogaroni, but there's also the likes of Ramala, who can come in and also cause an upset. Maybe if things does go his way towards the end. Another man who was also present at the expo, we're going to talk about Rufus Peter. He was talking about how he's prepared for this race and how strong he's looking to try and finish very well in this one. And it might just be his year because he's thinking that some other athletes might probably struggle somewhere along the road.
Ana ke mabelo tlameleng hore o be le plan ho ona Brian ka nnete jalo ka ha expo ihle ya re bontsha ya re ntshetsa ya re senulela hore maatlete boholo ba bona ba hlile ba ikemisetsa ho fihlela ho kae kapa ba itukisa ho fihlela ho kae jalo letsatsing la ka jeno jalo ka re bona hore a sheba lebelo lena le leholo la dikilometara tse 50 ke maatlete a dikete tse 11 kaofela a keneng a nkang karolo tsatsing lena la ka jeno mme a rolwa jalo ka ho fapana engwe dintho tse leng hore Brian eng khatlila holo kore ha se bolo mfela jalo ke a tseba jalo ka ke tseba hore se budise se holo sa papadi ya bolo se hasang ha se bolo mfela limo hona le tikete tse tshehla tse tswang le tse khubedu.
There will be those punishment that is coming your way, so if you litter you'll be in trouble. So it's all just about it. Try and make sure you become responsible throughout the race, and this is all going to a good cause as well, so it will be about guarding those and building some good things going forward. So you need to be careful on the road. If you do it deliberately, there will be a yellow card, there will be a red card eventually as well. So you've got to be able to watch yourself on the road while still running. I know that when you're hitting and you're thinking about nothing else, I just want to move on immediately. But I know you need to be responsible on the road as well.
Yeah, especially on this race. If you go up Chapman's Peak, etc., you're very close to the ocean. And they were talking, there's always water tables on Chapman's Peak as well. And especially, bitten off corners of sachets, etc. There is a big cleanup going on after the race, but they can sometimes miss these things, and they do tend to end up in the ocean, in a turtle's mouth, those kind of things. So they've got these very, very big bins that people can throw their rubbish into, and just to prevent that. And like you said, if you don't do it, there could be a yellow card and eventually a red card, and they're going to try to get the elite athletes to comply with this, to actually show that it can be done and it should be done. And again, especially on this race, it is a big thing. And they're going to use the plastic collector to make desks, and they estimate they can make about 500 desks for underprivileged schools in the Cape area. And we finally can bring you some visuals here from the men's race. Copper Gladwin there, not a known name to us, Bruce, but he seems to be leading at the moment.
Yeah, and and pushing a steady pace. But if I were him, I'd prefer to be hiding back in the pack and keeping as invisible as possible. There's a big pack hunting him down, and the contenders will be in there.
Well, Mokgopa glad when they're leading an extremely big leading pack of men, and all the race favourites will be in there. Colin Makaza, Mike Fukuroni. We spoke about Ludwig Momabolo at the start, of course, Comrades champion. Ludwig, I don't think this is his race, though. I mean, it seems to be a bit short for him. He really comes into his own over the longer distances. He was also representing South Africa at the World 100 kilometers Championships last year, along with another man that was mentioned, Rufus Porto, that we just spoke about briefly. And Rufus Porto really seems to be coming through the ranks at this stage. But here, the Two Oceans Ultramarathon is really where the ultra athletes meet the marathoners. It's just over the marathon distance, and so you do get the guys like the Gert Thijsens, Hendrik Ramalas of the world moving up and perhaps putting their stamp on this race.
It's a wonderful challenge, Arno, and you're right. It's a meeting ground for the very fast marathon runners and the very strong ultra marathon runners. And it's always interesting to see how it goes. I'm biased. I think it's slightly in favor of people who have speed. I tried very hard back in 1983 and ended up fourth. And I just found I was catching people like mad towards the end, catching runners towards the end, and particularly on the hills, but I just didn't have the speed. And so it's a blend, but I think it still favors somebody who's very quick over the shorter distances.
Well, of course, we've got our eye in the sky, and he's been up there for a while already, and let's get his perspective on this ultramarathon. Alec Riddle, welcome to the Two Oceans Ultramarathon, and how do things look from up there?
Well, we have some beautiful visuals here from the chopper up in the air. I must tell you, it's very breezy up here in the helicopter, and I'm sure it's pretty windy on the ground too. The forecast is for anything between 17 gusting up to 22 knots, and they've reached Muizenberg, turning right towards Cog Bay, and of course they will have a tailwind along this stretch, and quite a strong tailwind as well. But what is quite significant about this race is we have a very large pack, much bigger than usual, because usually you have about 5 or 6 guys off the front. But today we have a very large pack. I counted about 50 athletes in this actual pack. And the significance of that is, of course, that some of the athletes will be running within themselves very easy. Others will be running at an efficient pace. And then, of course, there will be those who are stretching themselves. And this is the challenge for the athletes, because behind this pack of 50, there are 1 or 2 or 3 stragglers who've already dropped off. And then it's over a minute to the next pack of about 10. So I would expect all your contenders are in this lead pack of 50, deciding what pace to be running. And of course, that's the challenge for a coach, is how to prepare your athlete for a race where it is going to be very windy, and you might find that the pace is a bit slower than you anticipated until Muizenberg. With the tailwind behind now, we expect the pace to increase quite a bit. And so those athletes who are track or a cross-country background could actually be favoured a little bit, as long as they have the endurance, because they're used to paces increasing and slowing. Let's head back to our commentators in the studio.
Thanks, Alec. And we now get, Bruce, we get to the more scenic parts of the race, if anything. And I was looking at the route yesterday, and the first part for me is actually quite boring. You know, you go through the streets of Newlands, Claremont, etc., and now you get to the Muizenberg area, etc., which is a lot more scenic. And I guess the athletes now, also the sun is coming up, and they can really start enjoying their race.
Alongside the ocean, lots of ozone, lots of oxygen, but again, don't want to keep on harping on about it, but the wind probably buffeting them quite a lot. And I think the cleverest runners will be those tucked in behind other runners and just staying as quiet and as out of sight as possible until much later on.
Ja, definitief. Ons kan ook sien na die golwe in die Muizenberg area, en mens kan 'n idee kry van die wind op die see daar. Die baie wit golwe hier so in Meisenberg, maar die atlete wat nou kan begin kyk na Chapman's Peak wat voor lê, en natuurlik daar gaan meer wind wees daar. En die wind lyk op die oomblik of dit bietjie gaan lê hier by die einde, maar dit is baie moeilik om te sê. Die mense wat hier bly sê, die wind gaan net erger en erger raak. Ons is nou op die 15 km mark by Meisenberg, soos ons kan sien. En die atlete wat baie hard hardloop, die voorste groep op die oomblik.
And Sun Valley is the one that we're looking at pretty soon, just around the halfway mark of this marathon, so to around 28 kilometers. That's where they'll get to Sun Valley, then into the Chapman's Peak route and all the way up. So at the moment, it's all about managing your race, knowing exactly what you need to do next, and do not really try and get yourself rushed. As Gladwin is still amongst those that are right ahead as far as the race is concerned for the ultramarathon. So Kate just woke up now wondering what happened at the run today. It was a win, easily once again for Nkasi. There's the one that walked away with the 21 kilometers half marathon. And then for the men as well, the ladies, it was Yvette van Sail who managed to defend the title. So now we're seeing some men coming to the fore. Alec did mention about 50 or so, but Gladwin Mohopa is the one that is leading the pack at the moment, and it's just getting a bit of water. That's very responsible of him, making sure he gets rid of that right in the bin. So I tell you, Mariana was amongst those that was right at the head as far as the women's race is concerned. Defending champion for Coroni, still right at the back, and really running his race as always. He's just slowing down and getting his things going, probably right when he gets to the business end, which is just around, 30 Ks or so. That's where you'll see some of those coming forward.
ha jalo ka tao feta jalo makona wa dikilometara tse 15 Gladwin Mogopa mme ha jalo o imathela ka rate yena a batlang ka speed seo yena a splanning le moifo wa hae boikwetlisong hore e tle re ha ba fitla mane dikilometara tse ka bantse 30 a bantse le ka nnete a ntse ana le mokoka wa hore a tla yentwa ke matla le bilo ke le lelele leeto le sa lelele lona le o leng hore ba hlankana le ba rwetsana bantse ba hlile ba le kare ho lona re sheba jalo re a tseba hore ka ba rwetsaneng Marina ke yena ntseng a hlila etelletse jalo le pele lebelo mme ka bahlankaneng ke yena Gladwin Mogopa ya itshwaretseng jalo lebelo la hae ka mogho yena batlang hore le tsamaye ka teng.
Well, Gladwin Mogopa still leading the men's race as we now join the women's race again. That's the second lady currently in the women's race, surrounded by a large group of men, and that is Elizabeth Arcedo from Ethiopia, currently in second place, and right behind her Tanith Maxwell tucked into third place there as well. So we've got number 2 and 3 very closely together there behind Marina Domencevic. As we see on the left of your screen there, Gladwin Mogopa still leading the men's race by some distance. Not one of the pre-race favourites perhaps, but Mogopa at the moment with a fair lead. But of course the big race still to come, Chapman's Peak, Constantia Neck, the big climbs. And it almost feels like we're talking about a Tour de France here with the big climbs who will decide the winner of this race.
Yeah, but at the moment still running on the flat, very fast section of the race. The men probably now around about 17, 18 kilometers into the race. The women a few kilometers back. The ladies here showing everyone what you should do in a windy race, and that's stick in the middle of the pack and be sheltered the whole way. That's clever running. And Tanith particularly just hiding away. I like that, hiding away, making sure that you're not losing any energy fighting the wind. Whereas old Gladwin here on his own, pumping in front, with a pack hunting him down. Yeah, he's looking over his shoulder. He knows that he's the hunted, and they're just biding their time.
Bruce, I have a question. So let's just look at the women's race on the right. There's a huge group of men surrounding Elizabeth Arcedo and Tanith Maxwell. Is there an issue when the men and the women run together? Are the women getting paced by men? Is it allowed? Is it an issue in these kind of races? I know it always happens, but there's been a lot of talk about that kind of thing recently.
Well, in the big city marathons, of course, they have separate starts for the elite women, but I don't think this is an issue. If anything, except that they're sheltering, it can be quite an irritation because you get bumped, you get hassled, and there's this wonderful thing called TV mania where these guys know that they're on television. Especially there's a motorbike there with a television camera, so they can't. Hello, Mum, I'm on TV.
It's a good way to get on TV.
And one of the problems for the ladies is to try and get into the tables to get the drinks, because you're in danger of being tripped and you can't get in sometimes. So you have to ask, please pass me a sponge, pass me a cup of whatever you want to drink. But in this race, it's a trade-off, because I keep going on about it. You need to be sheltered, so you've got to trade off the fact that you're going to get jostled and bumped, and at times you're not going to get your drinks, but you're going to be sheltered from the wind.
And if anything, it's not the men pacing the women, but the women pacing the men. I mean, they're just hanging on to them.
With this one, it's very clear because Elizabeth is on position 2 now, is the second lady at the moment. Tenith Maxwell Lena kuo hlailetse jalo maemong a boraro hona se khupin seo se ileng hore Elizabeth o ntse a hlile a ikokotlelletse ka sona. Ke bua jalo ka emong wa barwetsana ba dithathohatsi. Tenith Maxwell wa hona Afrika Borwa le yena o santse a hlaella haufinyana barwetsaneng ba ntseng ba hlile ba dietelletse pele, empa ha jwale tjena ha o sheba jalo tla fumana hore bahlankana bana be ileng hore re bua ka bona ba etelletsweng pele ke yena Elizabeth ufinyana le bona mona ba hlile ba iponetse jwalo hore ha re mo tshireletseng haholo ba ne maemo a lehodimo ka mona ka Cape Town a hlile ho tletse moya o mongata, mme ena ke engwe ya dikarolo tse sebeletsang morwetsana Elizabeth Kebede ya hlahang jwalo na Zimbabwe hore a tle a tshireletse maemo a lehodimo moya haholo hore a tle a ye pele ka lebelo, mme o tshwere pace le nngwe fela Elizabeth ha a fetole ho hang, mme le yena Tenith Maxwell ha ufinyana le yena fela ka letsohong le letona o tla mmona hore le yena o kene ka re o se khupisa bahlankana ka pace longwe e welong hore o e tshwere.
When you're talking about Tenith Maxwell, the 40-year South African, she will be looking to continue right there as well. But then the Belarusian is looking to be running away. So the question is, how long will she stay away from the rest of the pack? That is the big question. She does also have a personal best when you're talking about the marathon in Warsaw, where she got about 2 hours 30. So she's not bad at all. If you're looking also at 2016 was a great year for her in particular, coming fresh from the Brazil as well as Arno was talking about that as well. So that has been the big one indeed for today. So the team from Gugulethu is still among the pack. They are not allowing anybody to move away from them. They're really having a wonderful day at the moment. So we are now approaching the just around the 20-kilometer mark of this race. So the business start is almost getting there. So we're still far from that. But we get to the business side around 28, 29, 30 and so. That's where the legs will start feeling it, where you know you've been around for a long time. Got to start slowing down and things like that. So it's always about planning, patience, and making sure you plan your race proper and get there and don't rush anything. Don't be fooled by this stretch where everything's looking slightly level, because that might just be your biggest problem. So on QN yesterday, he ran some of this race, so he ran some of the parts. So you know exactly what things are looking like, what sort of pain they're feeling already. When you're talking about the athletes on a run at the moment. So tell you, Marina, she's surprising everybody at the moment, the Belarusian. So how long can she hold for? That is the question. Bruce did say that she's way ahead of everybody. Is it a good tactic, or is it going to work, or is it going to come back to bite her right at the end of the race, Akua?
I think actually that she's fairly comfortable. I mean, she has a 2:30 marathon PB. She ran 2:34 in the Rio Olympics, which were in really horrible conditions, very hot and humid there. So you know, when the ladies are going through the marathon mark here on Two Oceans, around 2:43, 2:44. An athlete of her pedigree who has that 2:30 best, that's literally like a tempo run. So the question will be whether she has the strength over that last 14 kilometers, because this is her first time running an ultramarathon.
Sorry, Kieran, the question for me is, how well does she know the course? Because she's going out very fast on the flat, fast part of the course. She's got Chapman's Peak ahead of her. I mean, you spoke about running Chappies yesterday. Constantia Neck ahead of her. And a fairly windy day, especially coming down on Chapman's. And she wasn't looking that comfortable, was Morena Domencevic a little bit ago. So maybe it could come back to bite her in a sense.
Yeah, it definitely can. And especially for her first ultra, a bit of a wiser decision on her part would have been to run with the other ladies in the race from the beginning, run on the pack and just see what happens. But I'm sure Nick Bester, team manager of the Nedbank team, would have offered to take her over the course. Whether that has happened or not, we're not too sure. But you know, an athlete of her pedigree, she runs internationally, she's run the Olympic Games. She'll know fairly quite well about the course. But yeah, that last 14 kilometers, and also with the running style, you can never tell. Some athletes just go through bad patches, and some athletes look like they're struggling when they're actually feeling good.
Oh, well, Domencevic looks extremely good. But let's change our focus to the men's race here. Gladman Makgopa still leading. His lead has dwindled down a bit as they go through that roadworks area we were talking about in Muizenberg. The road is fairly uneven where they're running now. They have to be careful. You can see a slight downhill, but a very, very large group of men, Big T. And you were saying how cold it is out there. I'm sure these guys aren't cold anymore. No. But I mean, I'm assuming all the favorites are in there.
Well, these guys are quite warmed up now. Me and Quinn, we like coming from the, you can say it's kind of like a refrigerator in there. But otherwise, thank you very so much, Arno, as well as Brian. So she don't happen that about him take see can banema collaborate TV about chipinga. This our rich zuko chimbra ngona kuma pezia. No nga sema sorry. Holu and run ngwaha. Petu hunjunga huko shiwi hona petu neba kushuma zibada. So ikutenda ngango hozori banema koranga panda kachilo chipinga bakoba banaba bakoba lena sorry petu hubiri hunena to diva kuma Brian. Hunena deozo alani chiko shika honi hapa la concession na hapa la Chapman speaking. Ndio hune heimbambe ikio bayo no ikobeka yanga spida zubiri. You have to divide this race into two.
That is the main thing indeed, Big T. You need to start fast by being patient and planning what you need to do going forward, because it is going to get tougher when you get to the second, that is the second leg of this particular race. When you get from Chapman's Peak all the way to the end, Constantia Nako will also be the one that's going to really test a lot of these runners, which has been the key thing when Bruce was talking about the fact that Marina is right in front. Will she handle that dip when she gets to that particular part of Constantia Nako?
Well, awesome sunshine we're getting there from the world's most beautiful marathon. And in the middle of that group, Mike Focoroni, the defending champion, sitting very comfortably, the man with the sunglasses on his head, as we looked at that big group. But Ewan, like we said, a whole bunch of athletes in there. And we talked about the Lesotho contingent, a lot of them out here. And of course, a couple of Ethiopians, athletes from Zimbabwe. Colin Makaza, probably the favorite of the Zimbabweans, finishing second in the last 2 years. Your favorites, how does it look this early in the race?
Yeah, I'll be looking towards Makaza and Focoroni to step out from the pack near the end of the race. But we also have to not forget about the Lesotho athletes. But this is a really interesting lead men's bunch that we have there. There's 4 former winners of the race. We've got Stephen Mujingi, Mabutile Lebopo, and Bethel Nechifefe, who, funny enough, are all veterans as well. That's Bethel there in the orange colors of Petersburg. He's also a former 211 marathon runner. So 3 of them veterans in the race. And then we have Mark Focoroni, of course, the defending champion. So this is a very interesting bunch. And as well, we saw the South African South African record holder, over the marathon, Gert Thys, that 2:06:33. He's also the veteran record holder of the Two Oceans Marathon back in 2012 when he ran that 3:09:42. So he's looking relaxed there. And the thing with Gert, you never know. He's so unpredictable. He can either have an amazing race or he just stops.
Kezo anana shinge muswech kolabele sambambe hey no kadbala na mosindi mbambe ine vaila bele saho ba ambazo mbambe ine yakona haunga tusa kazinji zikoma ho mapunga amtakalo so mulabele saba nabele bakorango panda ga chino chipinga ne fitu ne bana bane abachibalo bane rola bele saba tonga hobo Mike Focoroni batonga mo Colin Makaza mo Petrol Nechpepe akoziya mahaba mshimsane kwenzo ndi batwane ndikane ndabungi yabo rola ndibabona bachikubira kambambe zafela ho so itonga heino pack ine yakoranga panda ga chino chipinga Dina kuma ngauri rikuona bana bane ndikale bono dibana chipinga bachikowina kambamba hedzino penzia zviruone kamanda zvamdemende sauri zvavudivudi musi ukuthoma ngorale musi vachikorabelesa vana hava vachikugidima ngorale ndinyi ane adobva kha vana khamusi vavili kana vararu vatozvimbula vathonga vo Stephen Mujingi vathonga vo Gert Thys vahone kha chipinda zvingaho hezvino penzia ungasihange mufumakadzi ane ngangikasiyana vafumakadzi akushuma zvavudi vukuma mufumakadzi ane vamanya penzia ndi mbambe ine yavakhulwane ngamanda usvika zvino.
Die atlete wat nou kom hier by 22 km so wat, hulle het reeds 'n halfmarathon afgelê op pad na Fishhoek Circle toe. En weer eens 'n groot groep van die mans wat aan die regterkant sien daar Marina Domencevic wat nog steeds voorloop in die vroue wedloop. Sy lyk baie gemaklik En op die oomblik moeilik om te sê wie die voortou gaan neem. Chapman's Peak wat voor lê, ons praat baie daaroor en ons is weer terug net na hierdie.
These two, they're so much alike.
You may not know it, but your kids are just a younger version of you. So the Nutri-Day Smart Snack you trust for them is just as good for you and your whole family. Nutri-Day yogurt is a thick, creamy and delicious source of essential vitamins your body needs every day. Making Nutri-Day a smart snack for everyone. Say yes to the family's favorite smart snack.
Bad odor is caused by germs that form in your underarms. So we created New Shield Germ Defense. 10 times more protection against germs that cause bad odor. Shield, it won't let you down.
Well, we're back with the Two Oceans Ultramarathon with potential news that Caroline Vosman has dropped out of the race. And we're waiting to confirm that, but that is the news we get from the course at the moment. Caroline Vosman is out of the race. And we'll wait till we get final confirmation of that as we look at the men's group still leading here. And you can see a fairly large group of men there together at the moment. Great aerial shots here as they go through a fishhook. And well, we're looking at aerial shots of the race, so let's go to the man up in the sky. Alec Riddle, perception from you up there in the helicopter.
Well, we've got still a very large bunch here in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, but a lot of the contenders are coming into view now. You know, I earlier this week spoke to some of the coaches and managers, one of them Martin Ngwenya from Max Elite, and he told me to watch out for the likes of Tabani Chagwe. Of course, Chagwe was the SA Junior 10K champion in 2010, and he's got a lot of speed, but still has to make the progression up to the ultra-marathon distance. We've got the likes of Mike Focaroni and Colin Makaza, last year's top two. Makaza, of course, very consistent. You know, he's got a 4th, a 3rd, and 2 seconds in the last 5 years. You know, he's a guy who always comes through. One of the outsiders I would look at is Jeffrey Kwebu. Donna Kutsia from KPMG mentioned him, and I, of course, remember him from many years ago. 1999, he was the SA Junior 10K champ with a time of 28:48. This is a guy with immense speed, Jeffrey Kwebu, and if he's done the endurance training, he will obviously do very well. And I'm sure that his coach has worked on his endurance. He hasn't run much beyond half marathons, recently marathons, but he is a contender for one of the outsiders, in my opinion. But one of the other significant things here is that we've got the likes of Stephen Muzingi, who's won the Comrades 3 times, and he's won the Two Oceans before. You'll probably note that he is running in a plain red vest, and the reason for that is there's a new rule in South African athletics about clubs. I'll allow the commentators in the studio to shed a little bit more light on that, but Steve Muzingi is not running in a club vest today, a plain red vest. Of course, the likes of Nick Bester, he's registered his clubs in Ethiopia, Lesotho, etc. But let's leave the commentators in the studio perhaps to touch on the club system and the team prize.
Well, there has been a lot of controversy, as Alec Riddles mentioned, about clubs, and it's about as clear as mud, in my opinion. It's got to do with the corporate clubs and what they're allowed to and are not allowed to do, and bringing some of these athletes in. And at the moment, I don't think it's fully resolved, so perhaps a bit premature to have that kind of discussion. at the moment. But you can see the Nedbank Running Club specifically bring in a lot of athletes from different countries too.
Well, what the elite teams have now done is Nedbank and Max Elite as well have now gone and registered clubs in those countries. So the athletes that you see from Zimbabwe running in these Nedbank vests are running for Nedbank Zimbabwe. The Max athletes in the Lesotho country are running for Max Lesotho. So, yeah, a lot of issues around it, but managed to be sorted out by the teams.
Because I think talking about that one, you remember that even Alex Kosara has went on public to say that all they want to do is to say when you have got clubs within the disadvantaged areas and all the people who are unable to be catered for by the corporate clubs or corporate world, so even ASA must benefit out of that. So it's still something that is ongoing. We're going to be able to hear a lot more about that one in the near future, but I think ASA, they are really stamping on that one.
To come in there talking about, you mentioned Caroline. It is in fact confirmed that she's out. She went out from the 11 kilometer. She went about a hamstring strain, so that's a reason why they pulled out ahead of the comrades. I'm going to take extra precaution and really prepare and really get ready for that one there. So it was going to be very interesting to see how she was going to weigh off against Jenna and Tanith. But now Tanith and Jenna remain on the race.
Yeah, Caroline Wussman did mention yesterday that her hamstring felt a little bit tight. Didn't think it would be at this stage, but I think it probably is just a precautionary measure. Sorry about the picture quality there, but you can see the prize money on the left there for the winners, men and women. 250,000 for first place, and of course that is what these men and women are running for, and it drops quite sharply down to 10th place, 10,000 rand there, and of course that R1 million for Thompson Magawana and Frith van der Merwe's course records, and we don't think that that's likely, especially with the wind at the moment, that the R1 million will be claimed today. On the right there, very interesting, Hendrik Ramala, first time I've seen him, and he looks very threatening at the moment, Kieran.
Yes, Hendrik Ramala, who was second here in 2014 on debut, 206 marathon in his legs, very, very fast and well represented athletes, represented South Africa over track and field, cross country, in the marathon, the Olympic Games, the World Championships, but at the moment, next to him is Mark Focaroni, the defending champion, and the Nedbank green team here really trying to stamp their authority. As we see in the red vest, the 2012 champion Stephen Mujingi, also 3 times Comrades champion. It's going to be interesting to see how he does. I was speaking to Craig Fry yesterday, his manager at the Expo, and he was saying that this is the first time in 2 years that Mujingi's actually been injury-free coming into the Two Oceans Marathon. So don't write him off, especially later in the year when we see him running in the Comrades Marathon on the 4th of June. But yeah, this is going to be a very exciting race, a huge bunch as they make their way through Sun Valley and approach towards the halfway mark.
Adana jinga musi bachikola balesa bambe hegino zashira kamsiba funganya kotovo dandia ori Caroline Wussman udoma ndimuwa batumo bvaho kamba mehino ngamana lori udafubalo kamera njwawe zilazina findi hamstring zine ukotote ori avefezia ndimuwa batu banera kubala bela bukomori mangaba fachipida cha hemba mbenga ndela ini abaya budi saizuri kizdozori mingwa hayo pela ho uba mutuani abako ranga panda bado mbolo sori ndimingwa mibili 2015 na kanakani 2015 na mwa wa 2016 oba mutua kono jamba maheno luskolo bili pezia so zino ardibo doite amene pezia manya ndiye ani akoranga panda suka zino kasele bafuma kazi pezia zino zangamba nda nzori kagora chabani reka dibar kolabela businjika manda ndar ko wana sori batu baneba bana diba zakale ba hone hapa kahemba mbe kadibala na mose.
Die groepmans daar nog steeds by mekaar en vir die vroue wedloop natuurlik baie anders. Marina Domencevic wat nog steeds voor is en gemaklik voor is op hierdie stadium deur Fisherkaartloop en die atlete wat nader kom aan die halfpadmerk, en ons het verdere bevestiging dat Caroline Wussman wel uit die wedloop uit is na so wat 11 kilometer met lyk soos 'n hampeesbesering, dalk nie 'n besering nie, maar net bietjie pyn daar, en as 'n voorkomstige maatreël voor Comrades Marathon besluit om nie verder te hardloop nie. Marina Domencevic blyk weer baie gemaklik hier, soos die atlete, lyk of die mans wat saam met haar hardloop bietjie meer sukkel op die oomblik, en natuurlik die vroue wedloop baie anders as die mans wedloop, klomp mans by mekaar. Domencevic ver voor op die oomblik.
And Demencevic with that 2:30 marathon best in 72 minutes over half marathon. And we're not talking 5-6 years ago. That both came in 2015. That's a half marathon coming in the Pila half marathon, which was in Poland in September 2015. And as mentioned earlier, she represented Belarus in the Rio Olympics last year, where she ran that 2:37. So she's coming into the race with pretty good shape, and it's showing at the moment. She would have gone through. She's making that left turn into Sun Valley now, so she's gone through the 21k around 1 hour 20 minutes. So she's running a fairly good pace here, 2 hours 40 if you had to double that through to the marathon mark. And we haven't seen a pace like this for long, but a nice smile there by Marina, and she's looking very relaxed in my opinion.
Well, not only is she fast, but she's extremely consistent. If you look at her best marathon times over the past couple of years, it's been around that 2:30 mark for the last 5, 6 or 7 years. So she's a very, very consistent marathoner. And it just have to see, how it's going to move going into the ultra, and of course with the nature of this course, the hills awaiting her.
Gamra msibora fuka kana ndikalinga chino chipinga gamra ha kilomita sikoza 15 nga awarantida minute ya 22 bakufuka pala Masonburg hunende chigwada chilafu kuma chabatu bane bakuda fezia zniwa nga dwafo ziyaba tsori mfumakazi hoyu Marina uko kondela ngandala ineba yabude kuma fezia musondi ya ori musi wa mulabale sanga orali wona bale sabagidi haba bane babahone udokona na unga shika hangi magumo ngore himbambe ibambambe ine mutufono wa oivenga zigwada siko zivili une arali asongoitanga hendira zingaitia chibudogoya kaskwara zikonda hukuma zabasiko mkondela hukuma nene muno akono tangoralo fezi like I said earlier on, Brian, it needs courage, it needs that extra strength when you're going to be going down, going up the hill like your Chapman's Peak, your Concertia, wherein you need to be pushing yourself beyond where you have trained.
One thing we have to really give credit to is the runners have come out in great numbers, and really the fact that they can stand and withstand all of this and be able to get to Champions Peak, that's been very interesting. Mariana, for me, I think she looks like she has a serious plan for this race. She looks like she really has a plan as to how she needs to go. You make up this time, because when you get to the Champions Peak and you get there, you'll slow down a bit. If you have good enough gap between yourself and the rest of the pack, recovery is still okay, because you can still be able to make that up after when you get to the ascending side or descending side. I beg your pardon.
It was a discussion that we had earlier on in the studio earlier in the morning, that to say, how do you pace yourself? How do you mark yourself? How do you target yourself towards this race? Because it is a race where you need not to be getting into it and give your all strength at once.
Kieran, you were talking about the numbers when you're talking about Peke to get to certain sub 7, sub 6 and so forth. She's running a perfect race.
There she goes.
Definitely, she is running a perfect race. And as we see the second lady coming through there, that's Tanis Maxwell in the colors of boxer with the Ethiopian lady. So they're around 4 minutes behind Marina at that stage when Marina went through there. But going back to her pace, some say she's going out hard. But you must remember, she's running around a pace of 2 hours 40 minutes, where she just went through the 22k mark there, 124. So she's running around 240. Her PB is 230, and it's recent as well. 240 for her is not that hard. The question is going to be how she fares over that final 14k's with that long climb up Constantia Neck.
When you're talking about 230s, 10th as well. A personal best is 232, so you're looking at very fast ladies on the pitch on the race at the moment.
Definitely with Tanith the 232, but the fastest lady actually in the field is the 2013 winner Tabita Tsatsa. She ran the 229 through Korea, and she's in the field today as well, and she's got a habit of coming through hard from the end, so it's going to be interesting to see how the ladies race pans out.
Well, I can tell you a bit earlier, you've got Elizabeth Arcedo there in second place with Tanith Maxwell, as you mentioned, Kieran. But Tabita Tsatsa wasn't too far behind them at about the 10 or 15 kilometer mark. So she's a few seconds behind them. And then Jenna Challenor, another 20 or 30 seconds behind Tsatsa. So a lot of fast marathoners in contention at the moment. But of course, Marina Demencevic quite a fair bit ahead of all of them. And also in the men's race, you know, the few fast runners in there. We've spoken at Ramallah, Gertais, Colin Makaza, Melly Kennedy, the Kenyan, is also in contention there. So the men's race probably a bit harder to call at the moment. Marina Demencevic, she was your pre-race favourite, Kieran, and looking very good for this win at the moment.
Yes, definitely. She's looking good for the win, but only 1 hour 26 minutes into the race. Still a long way to go. But right now, definitely with a commanding lead, close to 4 minutes going through that half marathon mark there for the ladies. But you know, it's never over until the end, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens. But in the men's race, we have 1 or 2 athletes that are beginning to pull a bit of a gap in the front of the field, but I really think that in the men's race, contrast to what we're seeing in the ladies, that the men's winner is going to come from that huge bunch that at this stage contains 4 former winners, the likes of Mabutile Lepopo, Stephen Mujingi, Mark Fokoroni, and the likes of those guys.
Quite interesting, I think, when you look at the men who are leading the pack right now, you can be able to see these are the guys who has been there. They know this course, they know they're quite experienced when it comes to this race. One of the Sahaba, but never come to have the one never will not get team, but never know winner who him, Bambe. Dingas was not Musia, Abakusua, Abakoya, no Gia, Iwa Chance, Yori, Ritomero Salamrao, Botogia, Manda, Vasca Trauma,
the experience, Haiteria Moto, Itusa, Hulumia, Bonahala, Hauseba, Jolo, Bashangana, Babuntate, Belong, by Telebelona, Pele, Jaloka, Big Tia, Salusa, or Hawanka, Fella, Dilimote, Pedi, Ebeba Mat, Ebeba Tubala Balimona, Hunkile Dilimo, Hunkile experience, we put a lobo mata, what about Tibe, Lu Balimora, Loka, Sahabata, Libilolena, or Ki Inso, Tamiango Theatre, Ki Inso, Satamiango Theatre, Kalabaka Hapela. The weather in Cape Town is very unpredictable, so every time you need to have a plan of how you're going to run the race.
Well, the only thing that's unpredictable, not unpredictable at the moment, seems to be this wind. It is still howling here at UCT finish. The forecast for today was a wind of 20 kilometers per hour, gusting up to 33. And it looks like it might be closer to the 33 level. You can see there on the right bottom of your screen the finish. Those are still the half marathoners finishing, of course, and some of the people coming through there in that half marathon at the moment. As we stay with the leading lady on the top left. Very beautiful pictures bottom left of some of the other runners in this ultra marathon. And of course the top right there is the men's race, and we seem to have had a breakaway in that men's race at the moment, or we'll try and identify exactly who that is, but he seems to have opened up quite a bit of a gap over that large leading bunch.
Vakati wa salam raho banna banchi kuma pesia wana versa mucho fano ka drobidia wa Cape Town so shino na duba linga no va horsa pezi muya one wakati wa hore pezi va mbona mwa wa fela ho ngachipinga hechi na kati wa kamsna manya de na kati wa hore pezi so shino simo suma uchahabu dia duba na kabagedi mizinga skoba na kazama fulu kuma pezia abato kidi machikala chinesha bachina fungorale pezi kilometer skoza fumi 5 fumi rati zonongana kalo skashino pezi arabala belesa di haba fino huotumo wana lori vanna vaskoba vili vararo vono vakachigwada hechila cha vanna vanne ravara kovana veresa bota huguma zvoto vananga hwazori hungasvika hune rakakona vona zori ngamuraha kilometer svika 5 kana 5 nti ringa vari chimubona zori ndinyi ani yanga vakoranga phanda svika zvino.
I love your work.
Well, Marina Demencevic still leading this women's race. She's looking a lot more comfortable now than she did earlier on. She was looking around, didn't look very happy with everything, but still that unbelievably efficient, comfortable running style of her, that never wavered, and she looks a lot happier at the moment in her race, as it's still leading the women's race very comfortably. And you can see there it's going on a slight downhill. The speed she's going at, it's actually quite fast.
quite different to see that in previous years, Arnold, when we're watching the lead women, certainly at this early stage of the race, there'd be a huge bunch of men around them. But 3 guys trying for dear life to stay on with Marina's pace today. And she's running at this stage a pace of under 3 hours 40 for a predicted finish, around 3:37, which would be one of the fastest times in history, but still 7 minutes off Fifth van der Merwe's course record of 3 hours 30 minutes.
It's quite interesting. I'm not sure whether men who always follow and, you know, surround that woman who's on the lead, they always get comfortable with that one. Maybe they want to be seen on television, they want to be seen by many people around. I'm not sure. Ndimo siri khona belisambambe heino ine usikashino wala belisa bafumakazi ndi namusi unira khona mfumakazi achikoranga phanda roto thoma nga chipinga chine chaba chitukusa hu songo vhuya fhedza na chipinga chingafhano fhedziya mbuso yanga iva yori kha vanna vane vha tsini na hoyo mfumakazi vhone a vha ṱoḓi na u ya ngei phanḓa a vha nyakina ndi yone mbuso ine nda vha nayo fhedziya ḽi vha ḓuvha ḽavhuḓi vhukuma kha ḓuvha ḽa namusi kha mbambe heino ine ya vha ya Two Oceans kana Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, mbambe ine wanga amba hafha nga ḓivha zwakale ndi mbambe ine ya vha khulwane nga maanḓa.
Ons kyk daar na 'n beeld van Kalkbaai af natuurlik en die atlete wat daar deur Meisenberg gehardloop het en waar daardie kamera is naby aan Kalkbaai area en Echo Valleys en James Danger Beach en daardie omgewing en atlete wat hulle wedloop baie geniet op hierdie stadium. En weer terug by die vroue wedloop, Marina de Mensewich nog steeds voorhardloop. Ons sal terugkom na die manswedloop sodra ons kan. En op die oomblik bly ons maar net by Damensevich. Kan kyk daar agter haar in die pad, geen sein van die ander vroue op die oomblik nie, geen teken van enigiemand naby aan haar op hierdie stadium nie.
ntho ke o re fela ha jwale Marina Damantsevich jwale ka ile yena ya ntseng a etelletse ba rwetsana pele ka mora hora metsotso e 32 o shebile fela hore le ha o ka leka ho molekola ho tloa qalong ho fihla o tla fumana hore ha jwale o se a hlile a fukuditse pace ba ne tsela e ntse a ifetoa ho tloa man mo neng ho le monyetla nyana wa hore a ka phamisa mangwele ho mona mo a seng a le teng hopola hore le wena re na le wena tsatsing la kajeno #ya rona Two Oceans 2017 etsa bonnete ba hore o fana ka maikutlo ha o no bue le gore lebelo lena le ntse le ya jwang mme ha ba retsaneng ke yena jalo ka ke hlalositse Marina ya ntseng a etelletse jalo lebelo pele ha ba hlankana le bona Edwin Mukgopa e ntse le yena ntseng a hlila etelletse pele mpa tla hle re bone hore jalo ka ha ho fitile hora le metsotso e 33 ke dife re bone hore dikilometara tse 20 le motso o le mong ba kene ba hlankana le ba rwetsana mme ba tla lebua haufinyana empa ha jwale taba kholo ke ena ya ultramarathon dikilometara tse 56
ndi zvenezo aunana zvinge musi vachikorabelesa mbambe hino arava khoda zva zvino ndi mbambe ine yava ya Old Mutual ndikari Old Mutual ine yava ya Two Oceans pana kha ḓorobo ine yava ya Kapa minute zva zvino kana ndikari awara nthihi na minute zikoza furaru dzo nongalangala ha u swika zvino hune ri kha ḓi lavhelesa mufumakadzi ane a khou sumbedza u vha phanḓa nga zwino zwifhinga ndi mufumakadzi ane a bva pana kha shango ḽa Belarus ndi mufumakadzi Marina ane u khou sumbedza u vha a kha tshiimo tshine tsha vha tshavhuḓi nga maanḓa u swika zwino u a tou zwi vhona na ene muṋe zwa zwino tshikhala tshe a tshi vula tshi vho sumbedzea ndi ngazwo na ene muṋe u takhi lavhelesa watshi yawe u vhona nga zwa uri ndi vhanyi vhane makhorano u nga mutevhela khathihi no vhumba zwa uri nga nḓila a kona ha u nga vhea zwithu ngayo zwi vha zwi na hune a nga ya a khou ya hone na fhedziha ndi tshifhinga tshavhuḓi nga maanḓa u swika zwino ara khou lavhelesa zwa uri nḓila ine ya khou tshimbila ndi yavhuḓi nga u ralo. Well, if you're joining us right now, you're still watching the Two Oceans Marathon. That's by Old Mutual.
There we go, the leading men at Noordhoek. And at the halfway mark, they're 28 kilometers into this race.
Well, 1:34.30 for the main bunch coming through there. Very slow as we've seen compared to previous years. If you double that up, it's going to be about a 3:09 finish. We have seen some faster finishes in the past, but we're looking at around between 3:09, 3:11 for a finish. Remember last year when Fokoroni won Arnold, it was a 3:13, which was the slowest winning time since 2000. But a big bunch of men that went through that halfway point, and they're now going to start that quite a tough climb. I did it yesterday up Chapman's Peak, but although these guys going a lot faster.
Well, you can see that leading group is being stretched out at the moment, and it's going to get real in about 1 kilometer when they start going up little chappies, and legs are starting to hurt there already, and we'll see exactly who has the most strength through the second half of this race.
azongoteleriwa ngoralo umusi uchikolaberesa zwino hapa vanopfuka halfway mark ndi hapa une ndi half ngaingwendele ara vakholaberesa awara ine vono zigidimaho ndi awara ntihi na furaru thanu zwine vatozvimula ndi zori hei mbambe kanji iwiniwa ngamara ha awara tharu uyani paka minute ini yava ya 10 minute ya tahe na minute ya 10 ya miraru uya kha minute ya 15 zvenezo uchikolaberesa diva zvakale ya hei mbambe na record ye yava ya vhoniwa nga Thompson Magawana unga zviyamba zori nanamusi zikokonda uri vakona kusvika khaila awara kana ndingari kha chipinga chine chava cha awara tharu na minute ine yava miraru. But I think well it remains to be seen as to whether all these guys can be able to really break that record and really stand a chance of winning that 1 million rand.
Well, we're still at the halfway mark here at Noordhoek, and the leading men streaming through as we are back with the leading men's race. The number one runner at the moment out ahead there, and looking extremely comfortable at the moment. And I'm hoping Keelan Walker is going to identify that man Frost. Maybe I'm putting him on the spot here. It's not one of our pre-race favorites, and although in the Nedbank team they are running extremely well, and at Kagiso Mutiali we're told that is the man leading there, and looking very comfortable at the moment.
Definitely looking very, very comfortable, but 17 seconds behind him through the halfway mark was a pack of around 40 hungry athletes that will be breathing him down as they go up Chapman's, and I think he's biting off a bit too much that he can chew at the moment. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he's looking very fluid. You can see a high leg turnover there, but it's very, very early to be doing this, especially in an ultra-marathon.
Well, an interesting name flashing across the bottom of your screen there is the one of Johannes Kekana, who was the top veteran from last year and has been running extremely well this year as well, winning many races. In fact, top veteran pretty much every race he enters, and also winning them overall. But Johannes Kekana in there, Melly Kennedy we saw, and then a couple of defending champions. Mike Focoroni talked about Colin Makazo, who's been second for the last 2 years. He's in that top 10, and they're all chasing this man right out front.
Mojale ha jwale ke yena ya ntseng a hlile a itshwere jwalo ka lebelo lena e telletse bahlankana pele, empa he jwalo ka ha a se a fitile jwalo kilometara tse 28 taba e kgolo e santsaneng e tla Coronation mo teng ba santsaneng baya ba lebile teng kilometereng tse 40.
Well, of course, these athletes running for big prizes, but there's some prizes on offer for you as well. And remember, you can still stand a chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime or data with Old Mutual to chat with friends and family, or update your social media profile. Simply answer the questions on screen and you could be a winner. It's that easy. Today's the day, so now enter now for your chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime or data. And your question at the moment is, where is the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon taking place? Is it in Jasperstown, Bloemfontein or Cape Town? Just SMS Old Mutual and A, B or C to 48438. Old Mutual, A, B or C. Where is the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon taking place? And if you give us your answers, you could win 1,000 Rand airtime or data today. And we'll keep updating you every hour with a new question.
aunana zvimwe ndi musiri kulaberesa mbambe ine yakho takuchezanga chino chipinga hune arawulaberesanga chino chipinga monna ane akadibala phanda ndi kakhiso ane okusumedza ba akadito bana manda kuma fensi yambuso ndiye ore arali kakhiso monchane arali atuwa ngalubilo lungafa ngapa ndikolengeza kulaberesa chikhala chini abakhacho na chikhala chine muthu ane akotanga mrawo abakhacho fensi hange mrawo ukadibana bana ba chimalo kuma bane bakobona bachinga bakomsala mrawo fensi asitwa muthu ane ngamba uri wona mubona khamsika mbambe zopiraho hune wangamba zori khambambe zopiraho obva khamsika ngafasi ya bana basiko bafumi pezi hapa obasabonele fetu angaba munna ane bamusa ane kobvelera na musi wawana chinga to wana mbambe heino.
So looking very interesting, Bruce. This is the moment we're talking about, that when you get to the old chappies, that's when things will change a bit here as far as the race is concerned, and also as we're marching closer to the upper part of Chapman's Peak down into Hout Bay.
Yes, running up Little Chappies, as we call it. Nothing little about it at all. Kewan ran it yesterday and he's smiling. Sure, it knocked him a bit. Very steep and an immediate idea of what your second half is going to be like. If you can run up Little Chappies, I think it's about 750 meters. Very, very steep. If you can run up there strongly, if you could maybe talk to somebody who is next to you, you're in for a good run. If you're struggling there, you're in for a long second half. And later on, if we have a camera there, we will see the ordinary runners, if I can call them that. There's nothing ordinary about the extraordinary people running 56Ks, but we will see them walking there. There's absolutely no way they can run. And I'm going to just make one shout out about my one bugbear about the Two Oceans. The one thing that scares me at the Two Oceans and that I hate. There are these things called cat's eyes, all the way up Chapman's Peak and all the way down the other side. And whoever put them there, designed them sadistically to trip marathon runners up. And by the end of today, 40 to 50 people will have stitches in their chins, have cut their lips, will have fallen, grabbed the vest of the person in front of them and torn it off because of those cat's eyes. And every year I tell people, please look down. It's a magnificent view. The ocean is amazing. Komaki's amazing. But as you're looking at that, you hit a cat's eye and down you go. Okay. And this is the section, I'm not joking, this is the bit where today dozens of people will fall. And there's nothing you can do about it except just to warn people to look. But anyway, so now our runner's going up Little Chapman's. He will then drop down the other side, past a table where he can grab a drink. Remember, don't carry your drink with you and drop it on that beautiful Chapman's Peak. You drop it in the special boxes that are provided there so there's no littering. And then he will start to run the main Chapman's Peak itself.
Okay, we'll continue with that and talking more about Chapman's Peak and all the other beautiful beauties around this race here. But now let's go for a commercial break.
New from Dove, dermatological care and spa experience have come together. Introducing new Dove Derma Spa, a breakthrough body care collection as effective as it is pampering for luminous, firmer, spa-quality skin. New Dove Derma Spa.
My name is Dieketsen Kotole. I'm 30 years old.
Peter Roo. I'm 59 years old.
Loganathan Naidu. I'm 48 years old.
I'm Jacob Payani. I'm 54 years old.
By the way, I'm diabetic.
I'm diabetic.
I'm diabetic.
I'm diabetic.
I'm Tsepo Hausa Mosese for All Life, the leaders in life insurance for people living with diabetes and HIV. I've been living with diabetes for over 10 years. Providing for my family when I can't be there is a priority.
I contacted a lot of insurance companies trying to get a life cover, but unfortunately when you're diabetic, nobody wants to cover you.
All Life does not discriminate against people with chronic conditions.
All Life offers both life and disability insurance with up to 10 million rand of cover.
It would be good for me to get a life cover and a disability cover.
You can go and apply for a loan using your All Life policy. And something happens to me, my property is covered, I won't lose my property.
Just the pension fund at work wouldn't be enough.
Joining the All Life family is quick and easy. SMS LIFE to 42779 and an All Life consultant will call you back. All Life has been improving people's lives for over 10 years. One way is through a special support service you can talk to.
There is a two-way communication between the company and myself.
The staff is very friendly. Very willing to assist you in whatever you ask.
You even get constant reminders to go for your HbA1c, which monitors your sugar levels over a longer period.
I think it's a very new dimension in the sense that it almost becomes a post-care plan that you have together with your insurance company.
Joining the All Life family is quick and easy. SMS LIFE to 42779 and an All Life consultant will call you back. All Life, living your best life.
Welcome back to the 2017 Old Mutual Two Ocean Marathon. Now we are looking at the second placed woman in this race here, Elizabeth Kabete. Arcedo, who hails from Ethiopia, is the one we're looking at the moment. Now, let's talk about this, Kewan. We've seen how Marianne has really been running the race and having her own race at the moment. We do have the lady who's really placed herself firmly second at the moment, especially given the fact that we do not have Kieran Woosman, who will be able to take off right at the end. So it is, are we going to see, is it the dawn of a new era? Are we going to see changes coming through, or are we still rushing way too much in a hurry at the moment?
I think it's still quite early to tell. Marina would have already gone through halfway, or on her approach to halfway, 1 hour 45 minutes into the race now. And we see Arcedo in our picture now, the Ethiopian lady who was running together with Tabitha Tsatsa and Tanith Maxwell. She's now dropped them, and she's now making that approach towards the Chapman's Peak climb, which could indicate that she's either trying to close the gap onto Marina, or Tanith and Tabitha are trying to run a more sensible race. But for me, Marina with a lead of over 4 minutes at this stage and still looking very, very strong. I don't know what you think, Bruce, but I think it's going to be hard to catch her.
Well, at their pace, 4 minutes is so that's a big gap. So she's going to have to crash and burn rather than hunting her down. But I just love this split screen. Just look at that, an absolute wonderful celebration of running in this beautiful city. Just runners finishing the half marathon, runners far behind the leaders on the 56k route, and then here we have our second lady. The peninsula is covered in runners, which is fantastic.
ndimo siri kulabirisa bafumakazi kana mfumakazi ane yakutebera wabubiri hapa mfumakazi yabizofini Elizabeth Kadepe ndi mfumakazi hapa bana kashango la Ethiopia bato sumbula zori kambambe heino ini aba ya Two Oceans kana Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon chipinga chinji rianzela ubona bafumakazi banji n'abana banji bavo kashango ndela bala Ethiopia bato sumbula mutwanga ho cheletu bohale asefa ndi bangu bafumakazi banera kwamba sangabana ngahabo mfumakazi Shintaye Gemechu Debelu na mfumakazi ane aba cheletu bohale asefa nane ndi bango bafumakazi bane ribari kubalabela half pezia zo zino ho mfumakazi Elizabeth ngandira ini bangayo ukotebera mfumakazi ane aba Marina ngandira ini aba ya debukuma zwine hango ja pezia wadiba zwine kwenda zone ngachino chipinga. I think Brian, when you look at her face, when you look at the way how she's pacing, she's not really, agitated by anything. She's just getting to her own race.
That is a big tea at the moment. If you look in the way she's running a race. Now, Bruce, you're talking about the Chapman's Peak. Let's talk about that 1 kilometer fast, the slight steep that you have, then 800 meter descent, then come the 3 kilometer as you go to the top of Chapman's Peak. That will also be another testing to see for these athletes.
No, that's kind of the epicenter of the race. Our second lady here has just gone through 27 Ks, and I can tell the viewers that this part of Two Oceans looks flat, but it's actually a slight uphill, and you'll notice the runner next to her in blue laboring a little bit. You have to work here, and all the time as you're running and thinking, I shouldn't be struggling this much. She's going through halfway, our leader going through halfway. This part is a slight uphill, and then at the end of it, the vicious sting in the tail is little chappies. She's looking great, pulling faces at the camera. Oh dear. I'm saying oh dear in an encouraging way, but if you look at that road down there, you can see that actually it goes slightly uphill, and then into Little Chapman. And this is our first, and our first look here at Jenna. Is that Jenna Challen running her maiden Two Oceans?
Yeah, Jenna Challen in the colours of KPMG. The KPMG male athlete that she just passed, the 1998 Two Oceans winner Fusi Nhlapo, who went on to win the Comrades Marathon. So Jenna as well looking very, very good, relaxing, got a big smile on her face, and it's going to be very exciting to see how Jenna does. She's also a very good pedigree, 2:37 for the marathon from Osaka last year, and making the move up to the ultras.
Getting goosebumps. Sent her a message last night and said, Jenna, take the first half easily, let them go. And the way she smiled there, not saying necessarily looking at a winner, but we're looking at a top 5 straight there, her first ultra.
But all the ladies on 230s are really doing well at the moment. I mean, you're talking from the first one, Mariana, all the way to Jenna at the moment. The top 3 are really looking strong and are taking it up at the moment. You spoke about the fact that you need to be within a pack from the start all the way till to get into our Champions Peak. When do you break away from that pack?
Well, at the pace they're going, the pack dissolves around you because they can't stay with you. You know, a lot of the guys. Remember, we're saying that the women use the men for shelter and that, but actually the guys key off the top ladies as well because they know you want your silver medal for going under 4 hours. You better stay with these 3 ladies because they're gonna do it. And so they try and hang on, and then of course the cynic in me says you also get your TV parents. Hi Mom, here I am running the 2 Oceans, and here we are at the beautiful Chapman's Peak.
So now we are finally getting into the Chapman's Peak side of this beautiful, beautiful scenery. I mean, I drove the route and I know exactly how beautiful it can look. And now, all they said as well, which is key, is that even if you do not really going through pains and so forth, try and enjoy every bit. The scenery is absolutely beautiful.
ndione fhethu hune arali tshi khou amba nga ha hei mbambe wa ḓiwana u tshi khou swika fhethu ngaho hafha hune ya vhidzwa pfi ndi Chapman's Peak u vha u tshi khou kona u vhona lwanzhi zwavhuḓi fhedziha u tshi khou kona u vhona masongesonge a bada ine ya khou tshimbila khayo ngauri wa lavhelesa hafha u vha u khou vhona lunako lwa ḓorobo na dzi thavha na lwanzhe u hafha kha ḓorobo ine ya vha ya Cape Town. What a beautiful scenery.
It's all about enjoying the view, the most beautiful race in the world.
Yeah, but don't forget to look out for the cat's eyes because otherwise that's your race undone. So what's happened now is our leader is going up. Our leader is going up the steep main section of Chapman's Peak. And as you start to go up, you look to the top and there's a pillar, a column of rock on the left-hand side. And the road weaves its way through there, far above you, like going up the north face of Everest. But it's there on the left-hand side and you think that that's the top. But it's not the top. It actually stretches a little bit further than that. And so this is all about control. You've got to run up there steadily, check your breathing, put your head down, don't look up too often, and just slowly make your way up. Well, slowly is a relative term when you're talking about a leader, but make your way up steadily.
Ndivo sichikolavhelesa fhethu ho nakesaho nga maanḓa fhedzi zwine zwa khou takadza nga maanḓa ndi zwa uri kha hei mbambe ya ḓuvha ḽa ṋamusi ri khou vhona vhathu vha khou pfuka hafha Chapman's Peak hu si na mvula hu si na tshithu hu fhethu hune ya vha vhuḓi vhukuma nga nḓila ine zwa khou tshimbila ngayo fhedziha zwine wa zwi hafho zwi amba ndi zwa uri zwezwi musi zwi khou ḓa hafha Chapman's Peak ndi fhethu hune hu a konḓa vhukuma naho u tshi amba u konḓa haho fhedziha hu vha fhethu hune wo lavhelesa u naka wo lavhelesa nḓila ine ha vha ngayo u a kona u ḓi pfha zwa uri ndi tshipiḓa tsha mbambe ine ya vha khulwane vhukuma hafha kha ḽa Afrika Tshipembe fhedzi zwone zwino tou hu si kale ri ḓo vha ri na muyeni washu ane a vha o balelwaho kha musingo u nga fhedza mbambe heino vha ḓo mu pfha zwone zwino musi ri ḓo vha ri khou mu amba uri ndi nnyi ho itea mini khaye kha ḓuvha ḽa ṋamusi.
It is very important to talk about the big T, but that's coming up later on. I know, Kieran, let's talk about, I mean, they hit 148, and that's when they went through the halfway mark. So what sort of time are you looking at right when they get to the finish?
Well, Marina, the lead lady at this stage, is running around 3:36 estimated finishing time, and she's looking very relaxed. We saw her going through the halfway mark there when she made fun at poking at the cameras there. So she's looking very relaxed for the pace she's running. And the women like Jenna Challenor and Elizabeth from Netbank, they're around over a kilometer behind her going through that halfway mark. But as we see on the top there, the top of Chapman's Peak, 1 hour 53 minutes into the race, is around 33-34 kilometers, and that pack is almost about to catch Kagiso, the leading Netbank athlete. There's a whole host of former champions in that pack. Mark Fokoroni, Stephen Mujingi is still there, and the Lesotho athletes Mabutile Lebopo, and now they're going to make that long downhill run into Hout Bay, and the men are going to have to watch their legs here to make sure that they don't do too much too soon.
So this is all important to talk about, and really Arno has been doing the running around as well and making sure that he gets things happening as well right here in the Old Mutual 2 Ocean Marathon for 2017. I know that I was looking forward to see her go past the finish line and celebrate as well. I chatted to Mark Wolf yesterday, was saying that she's looking good and all ready for this race, but it was not to be. So Arno, you have the honor of bringing to us as well for today. Caroline is here as well, so we'll be talking about that later. But I'm saying I'm looking forward to seeing in the comrades as well. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
Yeah, sure. Obviously for Caroline, the focus is always comrades, so it's a bit disappointing not being able to finish the race today. It's not the end of the world, though, because the focus is going to be the Comrades Marathon, and sorry about the loss in picture there that we're having. We'll bring you some now. And we're back at the finish with the half marathon athletes finishing at the moment, streaming across the line, enjoying their day. I can tell you it is still freezing cold out there. It looks nice and sunny, but you can see the wind there, and it is a freezing cold out there. But of course, these athletes, having finished their 21-kilometer run, probably not feeling the cold as much as we are. But right now we're going to the medal presentation for the half marathon.
Neville Cotton along with David is about to finish. Michael and Claire holding hands.
All right, to our finish line announcers, we say thank you. In the meantime, welcome to the official prize-giving ceremony for our elite men and women in the half marathon for the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our dignitaries for the awards ceremony. First up is Dr. David Marilak, chairperson of the Two Oceans Marathon Board of Directors, who will be handing over the medals. Welcome, David. Then, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Vuyo Lee, the Chief Marketing Officer at Old Mutual, who will be handing over the winner's checks to the value of 25,000 Rand. Welcome, Vuyo. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it. Our women's half marathon champions, here they are. Please help me welcome them. In third place, from Nedbank Running Club, from South Africa, Louisa Lebalo. A fantastic day's worth of running this morning by our second-placed athlete from KPMG Running Club, home from South Africa. Please make some noise for Nolene Conrad. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion for 27 from South Africa, running for Nedbank Running Club. Please make some noise for Yvette van Zyl. Ladies and gentlemen, handing over the winner's check of 25,000 Rand on behalf of Old Mutual, Mrs. Vuyo Lee. One more time, a massive round of applause for our top three ladies, Louisa Lebalo, Nolene Conrad, and your champion, Yvette van Zyl. Time now to move on to our men's half marathon, and what an incredible day it was. It was a day of broken records, ladies and gentlemen. In third place, running for Central North Nedbank Development Club from South Africa with a race time of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 19 seconds. Please make some noise for David Manya. In second place, the athlete from Lesotho running for Max Elite with a race time of 1:03:45, Kuraklani Serkladi. And ladies and gentlemen, your winning man for 2017 with a new course record of 1:03:15, running for Nedbank from Lesotho, Namako Nkasi. Congratulations to our winners. Let's just get them together for a finish line photo. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, you could give us a massive round of applause for our three top men, David Manya, Kuraklani Serkladi, and Namako Nkasi. Now to hand over the check, the winner's check, worth 25,000 Rand on behalf of Old Mutual, Mrs. Vuyo Lee. Once again, congratulations, David, Kuraklani, and Namako. And that concludes our prize-giving ceremony. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be back at midday with our ultramarathon prize giving.
So just a representation as far as the half marathon is concerned. The top three in both the men and women, respectively. It's all now about a 56-kilometer race.
Well, just to confirm that result for the half marathon, the men, Makwen Kasi, defending champion, taking the win again in a new record time of 1 hour, 3 minutes and 15. Sitluali also from Lesotho finishing third there, and then a whole bunch of South Africans, as we'd expect. David Manja, Lucky Mohale, all the way down to Philemon Matipa in 10th place in that men's race, and you can see there how close together they all finished. And in the women's race, again, defending champion Yvette van Sail being successful 2 years running and winning that in 1 hour 13:53, followed closely by her friend Nolene Conrad, who overtook Louisa Lebalo to finish second. Lebalo and finishing third in the end, Cornelia Hubert right behind, and again extremely close together for the women as well, much closer than last year in fact, when 10th place was 1 hour and 22 minutes. And that is it for the half marathon. We're back in the ultra marathon on the women's race, and that is Jenna Chalinor in picture, and we hear that she is currently second in the race behind Marina Domincevic, and Chalinor looking extremely strong there, going up little chappies it seems at the moment, and she's moved up quite handsomely through the race. She was in 4th or 5th place at one stage, and now looking to be in 2nd place is Jenna Chalinor, but it's still the Belarusian way out ahead at the moment.
So looking at the lead as far as the women is concerned at the moment. So Mariana still sitting right at the top, and then Jenna coming in second. So look at that time split there between the two of them. And Tabitha Tata coming in, the Zimbabwean. And then Elizabeth Kebede Arcedo coming in fourth at the moment. She actually dropped from where she was. I guess Kenneth Maxwell. She's now 5th and the latest in this race here. Lubwe Mafata coming in, as well as a standard 9th is a Sarabad as well, right at the end. So it's looking very tight, I've got to say.
Between position 1 and position 9 in the ladies race, a gap of 9 minutes for the top 10 athletes at this stage, but Jenna Chalinor at the moment looking very, very comfortable as she makes her way through the she's just climbed the Little Chappies section. She'll start making that climb up Chapman's Peak now, 2 hours 2 minutes into the race, but still at this stage close to 4 minutes behind race leader Marina.
Well, from one KPMG athlete on the screen to another one right next to me at the moment, and that is Caroline Wissmann, defending champion. Unfortunately, we had the news earlier that she had to drop out of the race, and it happened at about 11 kilometers. Caroline, just take us through your race up to that point and exactly what happened.
Yeah, I've been struggling a little bit with the tight hamstring all week, and unfortunately about 10 k's in I felt the hamstring pull. So I decided to rather just be safe and pull out of the race to try and treat it for comrades.
It's obviously a bittersweet moment, I guess. You weren't really planning on racing this very hard, but on the other hand, it is a race you like and love and have won twice in the last 2 years, so having to not be able to finish this year must have been quite tough.
Yeah, it's very disappointing, especially now watching as Jenna's running along Chapman, so beautiful there, so disappointed to not get to see the views and experience the whole vibe of the race. But I think I made the right call.
Okay, so as far as Jenna is going at the moment, she's, I think, gone Little Chappies, heading kind of downhill at the moment. Still potentially a very big uphill awaiting her.
Yeah, so she's at that point now where she might think that Chappies is over. It's her first time that she's done the race, and then all of a sudden you see the real Chappies coming along, and you have long uphill that you need to climb. But it's so rewarding to be running up there because you've got this beautiful view of the ocean to your left, and it's just absolutely stunning. So I'm sure she'll be soaking in the views and just enjoying it at the same time as climbing that uphill.
Well, she seems to be enjoying it. She's giving a smile and a thumbs up to the people next to the road there, and obviously she's chasing running Marina Demencevic. We're not sure exactly how far ahead Demencevic is. Both of them running their first Two Oceans Marathon. We were talking a lot earlier about the marathoners, the Demencevic's, the Jenna Chalinors now moving up to the ultra distance, and how they will fare against, let's say, the more conventional ultra runners such as yourself. You know, would this be hard for them? Are you expecting the likes of Tanis Maxwell to maybe catch up again, having done this race twice?
It's difficult to tell at this stage. Jenna's looking incredibly strong, as we can see on the screen now, and I think that, you know, it really comes down to how hard she's going to push on the way down Chapman's, because without that experience, if you do push a little bit too hard going down Chapman's and you don't save your legs for going up Constantia and that last finish, then you might really struggle. You can lose a huge amount of time there. So I'm looking at Jenna now. I really think that she's running a very good race, and I'm sure that she might be able to hold on to it. Tanith, on the other hand, also with that experience, maybe she's been a bit slower at the start this time, but she knows what to expect at the end, so I wouldn't discount her too soon.
Well, the fastest marathon race, in fact, is Tabita Tsatsa. She's got a 2:29. Jenna has run about a 2:37, if I'm correct, and Marina Demencevic 2:30 for marathon PBs. Does that count at all in the Two Oceans, these kind of personal bests? And bearing in mind that the two, I guess, most informed marathoners at the moment would be Demencevic and Jenna Chalinor.
You know, I think that having that natural speed would obviously help them if they can keep their strength to the very end. So it's really just whether they started too quickly. I learned that the hard way at Comrades, that if you start too quickly and you hit that wall, then you're just going to struggle and you can lose so much time in those last 10Ks. So as long as they just run within themselves at this point, I'm sure that that speed will pay off.
Okay, so you talked about Chapman's Peak going up the hill and then going down the hill. What's harder?
Definitely the climb, I think, but the downhill can hurt the legs, so it's just being careful on that down.
Okay, especially with Constantia still lying in wait at the moment. Jenna Chalinor looking extremely comfortable here, and great to hear from Caroline Bosman and her insights into the race, the one she's won twice. I'm sure you're going to stay with us for a while maybe, and we can chat a bit more. We'll see throughout the day, but at the moment, yeah, again, if you look at your screen, so beautiful views there of Chapman's Peak on the left, Jenna Chalinor in the women's race on the right, and we've got the finishing area on the bottom right, and you can see the many runners out there enjoying their day today.
Very much for that to Anno, just making sure that he gets everything going as far as the race is concerned. And also, so we headed fast from Caroline. She will be ready for the Comrades. Looking forward to that one. That's coming up. So Jenna having a time of her life at the moment. Best is 2:37. And she's really just about 3 minutes behind the leader at the moment. Also just behind further 140 that is ahead of Tanith. So we'll see exactly how that will pan out right at the end for this race. The different views here. They're just going to go past the overhang shortly.
She's indeed enjoying her race, Jenna, and why not? Because she got good advices from Mr. Bruce himself, Dr. Bruce himself, and she's actually showing the signs that advices worked for her. How shaba ha jwalo tla dumellana le nna go jwale ka ha hle a feta jwalo Chapman's Peak kilometara tse 34 morwetsana eno a Jenna wa KPMG hopola gore ke lekgetlo la ela pele a matha jwalo Two Oceans Marathon, mme o inka hantle haholo o inka ka mokgwa o yena a ipolelletseng gore o tla hle a o beka ona hobane ha jwale tjena o bua nnete ke hore yona KPMG e se itlile phamisitswe jwalo ke yena ka morao re ho hlaye kotsi e hlaileng, mme ha re sheba jwalo di kilometereng tsena tse 34 ke moo ho qalang nyaka mo ferefere bakeng sa maatlete a rona ho bona hore na ebe o tla tswella ke ha o ka feta mona ho bona hore o keke wa ya kae kapa kae ke sebaka sena se tla hleng se o ntshe makubita hore o tlo ntshe bonnete ba hore na ebe ke tla kgona ho ya pele kapa e mona ke mo leeto la ka le fellang teng.
Well, they've just passed the 32-kilometer mark, has Jenna Chalinor there, and still very much heading up Chapman's Peak, but soon she's going to go into that very long downhill section that Caroline Bosman was just telling us about, and of course she has to take it easy in a sense, you know, relax down that hill. She's got a long way to go, over halfway, and running extremely well at the moment is Jenna Chalinor, pushing it up Chapman's Peak, and soon to hit that downhill.
Yeah, I think that you can definitely see that Jenna's working a bit on that hill, but that's to be expected. It is a long climb and it does gradually just drain your energy. But once you crest the top and you've got the down, there's plenty of time to recover. So as long as she just does run conservatively on the downhill, I think that she's going to have an absolutely fantastic race. Even rooting for her to maybe take the lead soon.
Well, we'll have to see. We're not sure exactly how far ahead Marina Demencevic is at the moment. She was running so strongly in the beginning, but Challenor obviously coming through here, pushing it hard up Chapman's Peak. And still a long way to go, of course, but she's over halfway in the race. And she'll have to wait for another 26 kilometers before this race is finished, which is a long way, and anything can happen, as Caroline next to me knows very well from her comrades' experience last year as well. So things can fall apart fairly quickly. Kieran, your views on what Jenna Challenor is doing at the moment?
I think she's running a very, very clever race. First two Oceans is running in total contrast to Marina, the Belarusian athlete who's really taken it out hard. She went through the halfway mark in 1 hour 48, so that's the coast around a 3:36 finish. Jenna going through that halfway mark around about 4 minutes behind her. So Jenna at this stage looking very strong as she is about to crest the top of Chapman's Peak before she makes that long downhill run into Hout Bay. And I think if she can hold on and not overexert herself on that long downhill through Hout Bay and has the legs to go up Constantia, we could see an exciting finish if Marina starts to fade.
Well, you can see the beautiful views that Jenna Challenor has there from the top of Chapman's Peak. Well, let's talk about something else, Caroline, the wind. The wind was pretty protected, I guess, at the start. At the finish here, you can see the flags going nuts. But Jenna, and she's doing the running clean thing, just by the way, using the big throw zones and making sure that she doesn't litter on the road. Very good example for all the runners around her. And but she's coming around the bend now there at Chapman's Peak, and she's probably going to hit that wind now on the downhill.
Yeah, so in the first 10Ks that I did, there was a slight headwind, but there was nothing really to be concerned about. It was actually really nice conditions today. So if she does hit a bit of a headwind on the downhill, I think especially with it being a downhill, it won't be that difficult to be running down into a headwind, but hopefully it won't be that.
Well, Jenna Challenor now heading around the bend there, possibly going into that wind, and we will join them just after this.
Because the going keeps going. I rely on something into something pushy passion. Any style. A petty vibe. Ne flavor. Ivala ezi. It turn up. Something is manje.
Dan Up is a deliciously filling 2-in-1 blend. The perfect hunger satisfaction drink that keeps you fuller for longer.
With it, I stay winning.
We're back in the Two Oceans Ultramarathon on Chapman's Peak. 34 kilometers gone in the race currently. And we're watching Jenna Challenor at the moment. Second place in the women's race, heading down Chapman's Peak, potentially into that fairly strong wind. And having to still manage her race at this stage with the long Constantia neck still lying ahead as well. But it's looking very comfortable at the moment.
Le monsena fela ha re sheba yona khalala Jenna Challenor o tla hopola hore o nkile mo karolo lebelong lane la Nagoya Women's Marathon le monse fitileng mo teng a ileng a tla a etsa PB ya hae entle ka morao ra mathe jwalo ka dihora tse 2 metsotso e 37 ha selemong sena nkile maemo a pele ho PDC e ne le dikilometara tse 25 le monse fitileng o ile nna nka yona ena ya PDC jwalo ka ha na itshireletsa selemong sena a bila e mathile jwalo ka nako entle haholo ke Jenna Challenor ha se ntho e ntjha ke ntho e leng hore o ntse a hlile a etsa mahlohle a ho yena ha jwale.
Well, now you can see the gap between Jenna Challenor and the lead lady as our bike accelerates away from Jenna Challenor. And we're going to catch up to Marina Demencevic, and you can see she is quite far down the road as we follow all the way to where she is heading down Chapman's Peak. And this is quite a distance that we can see that we have to travel, and the amount of time that Marina Demencevic is ahead of Jenna Challenor, it's probably a bit further than we thought, actually.
I think the interesting thing about an ultra is that a big gap can become a small gap very quickly if you start a little bit too hard. So I'm not sure if Marina has started too fast. I mean, it will be interesting to see what she manages to do towards the end of the race. But a big gap like this can also just vanish if you reduce to walking in those final stages.
Well, Jenna went through the halfway mark, 3 minutes 48 seconds behind Marina going through halfway there. And that gap looks like it might be similar or maybe closer to 4 minutes now. Marina definitely showing no signs of wear and tear as she made herself go up there by Chapman's Peak. But it's going to be an interesting race. And Caroline, as you said, I mean, last year in Comrades you had a long lead, and the race was basically yours, and it came down at the end. Ultramarathons are a sticky business.
Yeah, I think at Comrades at one point I had more than 10 minutes lead, and I ended up being about 5 minutes behind Shawnee at the end. So I lost over 15 minutes in about 8 kilometers. So that just goes to show how bad it can get when you do start too fast.
Ons kan net die gaping sien tussen Jenna Challenor en Marina Demencevic is nog steeds aan die gang, en kan eintlik sien hoe lyk die roete wat die atlete hardloop hier af met Chapman's Peak, 'n baie lang afdraande, en moet jou bene baie goed oppas op daardie afdraande. Constantia Nek wat nog voor lê, en ons is nog steeds nie by Marina Demencevic nie, en sy is baie ver voor Jenna Challenor op hierdie stadium. Ons sien in die manswedloop, net om te laat weet, Mike Focoroni wat baie goed hardloop op die oomblik in 'n groot groep saam met baie van sy netbank spanmaats, en daar is die gaping, lyk soos 4 minute tussen Marina Demencevic en Jenna Challenor. Ons behoort binnekort vir Marina Demencevic in beeld te kry.
potso ke yone hore phetho e bile teng ba hlankaneng hobane ha jwale tjena o bonahala hore ba ntseng ba hlile ba etelletse pele ba rwetsaneng o ntse a hlila e tshwere ka ona mofuta wane Marina wa isala o tshwara ka ona kilometereng ya pele e neng e qala lebelo, mme ha jwale o sa fitile dikilometera tse 30 ntse a tshwere ka yona pace ya sale e le hore e ne hlile e ka ya re kguthumetsa kapa ya re tshosa hore na ebe o tla hle a tshware ho fitlela pheletsong ya lebelo ka yona note ena neng a itshwere tshoso ene le yona. She started with the same pace, and we were just worried if she will ever get to the end, but she's still holding on until because now she's over 30 Ks, Queen, and we're still wondering, will she keep on until the last kilometer of the race?
Yeah, she was looking extremely comfortable there. Unfortunately, we lost the link to our camera. These kind of things happen every now and then on these long ultra races, just with the technicalities of bringing you pictures from the road. And for now, we're just looking at the finish of the half marathon, and we'll link to the men's race soon. And looking at the finish here, the new finishing straight of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, of course the half marathon and the ultra finishing in the same place. And it's not the normal left turn as you come in. And here we are with the men's race. And Q, just take us through some of the athletes that are in contention there.
This is a very, very interesting bunch. We see the Netbank athletes there with the sunglasses on his head. Mark Focoroni, the defending champion. Next to him is Colin Makaza, who was second last year. We also have Warrinyane Lebopo in the bunch in the colors of Maxed. He's the younger brother of the 2010 winner Mabutile Lebopo. We've got 2014 Comrades Marathon winner Bongmusa Mtembu in there. The tall Kenyan athlete Melody Kennedy. We've got Moiketsi Musutli. This is the bunch to be. The men have just gone through the 41-kilometer mark, so the pace a little bit slow this year, but looking very, very good as we see them make that slight incline as they go through Hout Bay towards the marathon mark. But this is definitely the bunch to be in, as we see Kennedy, the tall athlete in front there, almost pacing them through. Remember, he did this last year and then came unsung towards the end. The tall Kenyan running his debut ultra, and he's won the All Africa Games 50 kilometer in Durban. He's got a strong pedigree, but very, very strong bunch here to look at. We've also got Teboko Selo, the short athlete in the colors of Maxed. He's finished second here. He's run a 3:07 Two Oceans before Arnold, and looking very, very good. This is the bunch to be in. There are former race winners here. nearly every single one of these men, barring 2 or 3, have gotten gold in Two Oceans before.
And also a lot of them running for that same Netbank running club. And I was just wondering, Bruce, you know, being in the same club doesn't mean you always train together. You just happen to be sponsored or taken by the same club manager. Do these athletes help each other? What is the club spirit like normally in these kind of elite races?
I found the club spirit happened afterwards, when you find out that you won team prize afterwards. It's far more an individual sport. You might help each other if you're training mates, and you may not even be in the same club with your training mate. But at the end of the day, this is it's a marathon, and it's every man for himself. Afterwards, it's great to find out that you won the team prize.
Well, Melly Kennedy leading Mike Fokoroni there at the moment. I'm going to vacate my seat, and a Big T is going to take my place for a while as we keep bringing you visuals from the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Is indeed a very, very, very tactical at the moment. It's all about planning, it's all about pacing, it's all about making sure you stay and keep your lane as you're going towards the 36, 37 mark at the moment. So now we are coming to the marathon mark. That's where things get very interesting when you get to the bottom of Hout Bay, as you'll now be about to heed your Constantia neck line of the marathon, Bruce.
Yeah, so this is the part of the race that I dislike the most. We call it no man's land, and it's a lonely, bleak period between the bottom of Hout Bay Village approaching Constantia Neck. It is uphill most of the way. There are some dips, but you climb all the way. There is quite often a headwind coming straight into your face. Quite often it's a hot headwind. I don't think today. But it is just, you're nowhere. You're not at the last major hill, but you have now run a marathon, or they're about to have completed 42 kilometers of marathon distance. And it's around about here. Nobody's talking. Even later on, when we see thousands of people coming along here, they're not talking. They are saying a few words, but there are children listening, so I can't say the words that they're. And there's bad language, and people are hurting a lot as they approach Constantia Neck.
Yeah, ndi musi ritiko gonye ka chikwara hedge stage ka ndiko ko dafa Hout Bay ngamra ham sibono kilima kilometers for zafu inambili ndizwa mkoma kamanda wala belesa banna bane bakhoda hapala obakozia bafabuti kamanda anoza uri chwe chipinga ningabani ka club nti hifezia nisa to bathu ane ningabveleza zwithu zolofana no teka chipinga chiti fezia wakona zibona zori za zwino hapa ndilazina ziyama Brian uri muthu muwe na muwe adiyasika ka 42 uba kanji uba o trainer zvenezo ubva hapo uvochi wotomoshima manda ane umune ufana to adnekeza vakatho ya.
Let's talk about the energy level. I mean, people always talk about the fact that as a human being you have the natural energy that you have that can take you, sustain you to a certain level. You're not going to be using your energy anymore when you get to this level.
Never. This crunch time here, Brian, I think that's where now boys will be divided now here. They're going to men, they're going to be boys here. But obviously, I think when we look at them, they all determined to get to the 56 mark. But then, from the 42, like what he has been saying, Bruce, that you have run the 42 kilometers. You know, you're used to the marathons. But let's talk about the other 14 kilometers to go.
Well, they're running through the marathon mark in around about 2:22, 2:23. That's fast. And now comes the brutal part of the Two Oceans, the next 14 kilometers. And those 14 kilometers are a little bit like a copy of the race itself. They are now about to go into the really tough bit, and after that it's quite fast, mainly flat and downhill to the finish. And what's really fascinating about this race is look at the size of the pack we've got here. One of these people, somebody from here is going to emerge from here and win this race. And often that we've had Two Oceans where at this stage there's a clear leader and a clear winner. We don't have that at all. So, you know, strap yourselves in and hang on to your seats, because we're going to get a great race now.
Looking at a top 5 at the moment. In fact, you're looking at a top 10. The likes of Silo, all in there. Mutivi's in there. Coming in as one of those, as well as the defending champions that he's talking about, Mike Fokoroni. He's just around number 9. So it's looking very tight at the moment where things are. But I tell you, also of note is that we are looking at other athletes you never mentioned at the start of this race.
No, exactly. I think, you know what, we have been asking ourselves about Bongumusum Temba. I think we all know him, the Comrades Marathon winner at one stage, but now he has not been really looking very sharp, but now he's back into this fold. So the big question will be, given the fact that he's now competing with the likes of the defending champion, Mark Fokoron, does he have got that, that energy that can keep him up until the 56, kilometers? Bruce said something about, when you look at these guys, obviously one or two guys here is going to emerge as a winner today.
So you can also get in touch, hashtag 2Oceans 2017, or also at sport at SABC. So that's also to look at. That is looking at it now. Bruce, now.
Yeah, Tobacco Cello in the red shorts, who was leading, looking around, dropping back now, but 3:07 2 Oceans when he finished second, gold medal at Comrades. He was setting the pace then, and yeah, it's a very cagey race. They're all looking around, almost like cyclists with nobody wanting to lead the sprint out, and I think going up Constantia neck, somebody will try and make a break and get away going up the neck. A very tough hill, lots of deceptive bends. You keep thinking you're at the top. You're at the top when you can see the top, and there's a television camera there. On your way up, you can hear the music blasting out from the top of Constantia Neck, and you keep thinking, this is the last bend, this is the last bend. I've run 31 of these things, and I never quite get Constantia Neck. Here's Henrik Ramala coming along behind them, a New York Marathon winner in his day. But he's been dropped by the pack, and that blue mat across the road there, that probably is the 42-kilometer mark, where your chip on your shoe will signal your time, and it gets recorded, and so he's gone through the marathon mark now, but now with the 14Ks to go, the tough 14Ks of the 2 Oceans.
When we're talking about the steep, the slide there from when you get to Constantia Neck, you have the 2% to 4% gradient, then things looks a bit okay. Then you go to the 5, 6, 7% gradient. Then once again looks okay. Then you go for that massive one, where you just literally go on a huge peak to the top of Constantia Neck. So you need to prep yourself. You need to get ready for that. QN, you ran this route yesterday. What did you do when you get there?
I panicked. It was very, very steep, I must say. And I got caught out by Chapman's as well, because I went up the climb and then there was a bit of a downhill, and I thought, oh, that was nice, and I pushed it, and then I got to the real Chapman's Peak and it was even harder. But yeah, these guys have now, when they get to Constantia, have already run 42Ks, so it's going to be a lot harder for them. But you just balance your pace, don't push too hard, because it's actually very deceiving. You go around the bend and then you think, oh, that's Constantia done, and then there's another bend, and then there's another bend, and it goes on and on 9 times until you get to the top.
Tell you, the only person who's seeing everything clearer from where he is at the moment, Alec, what is the latest that side?
Well, now we come to the business end of this Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, and we've got one runner out in front and then a chasing pack of 9 hungry runners who are looking to try and get a big slice of this prize money and perhaps win the title. It's certainly one of the most sought-after titles in the world of ultra-marathon distance running. And these guys are now playing a poker game, deciding when should they make their move, should they hold back, are they going to make a surge. All of these are thoughts that are going through their mind at the moment, because any one of these 8 or 9 athletes could still come through and challenge for this victory in the 2 Oceans. And of course, it all depends upon experience. It also depends upon talent, depends upon training, injury-free or not. And those who are best prepared, those who are the most experienced, those who are the most confident are the ones who are probably likely to make a move up Constantia Neck. But remember, it doesn't finish at the top of Constantia Neck. We have a very tough run-in. We've seen this race being won in the final 5 kilometers numerous times, but I think we're in for a great race here with such a big bunch so close to the finish.
They're still enjoying the beauty of this magnificent race. I mean, this is just the best of any view you'll actually get in South Africa, the 2 Ocean Marathon. We have now gone just over 2.5 hours. That's how long they've been running for. So now Udo Karelse is standing by with some of the runners in the half marathon. Udo Karelse, what is the latest there?
Standing here with Alex, who, as you can see from the numbers here, is running his first half heat today. Alex, first of all, why did you decide to run, and talk to us about the course?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great opportunity to get onto the road without cars, firstly, but also just to get out, stretch the legs a bit, and then just for charity, it just makes it so much more worthwhile. Even if it's not about you, it's about the cause. So even if you come stone last, it's absolutely irrelevant.
Well, you didn't come stone last. You ran a good sub-2 for your very first one. Talk to us about these floppy ears on your head here and what that's all about.
Macy ears. They're supposed to be wild dog ears, running on behalf of the African Wildlife Conservation Fund. They're actually based in Zimbabwe, and they raise money. They run programs in Zim to sort of rehabilitate and establish African wild dog populations, which are an endangered species. So only between 6,000 and 7,000 individuals left in the wild. So definitely a worthwhile cause. And the thing I really appreciate is they link it with social projects as well. So a lot of education. So definitely a combination of human and environmental cohesion. So it's a really awesome initiative.
Fantastic. Well, you and your ears, head off that way. Go and grab your medal. It was nice to have a chat with you. Run off there. Run off there. There we go. Alex, the wild dog.
This is not your first. You've done this before. How are things like out there?
Still feels new, still feels like my first one. It was tough, but I've improved compared to the previous 3 that I've done.
Yeah. And I mean, you keep coming back. What makes you come back all the time? You're based here in Cape Town, you train in the hills, and you're doing your 4th one today. What makes you keep coming?
Ultimately, I want to do a full marathon, so this is great training for me. Once this becomes easier, then I'll join the ultra team. Yeah.
Right. And how are things like out there today? I mean, last year you ran, it was raining in the morning, and this morning it was a bit nippy, it was cold. What conditions suit you best?
No, this was a great condition for me. It's not hot, there isn't a lot of wind as well. It was just a nice race, and the atmosphere is great. Yeah. It was very nice for me, yeah.
Oh, wonderful. And I must say, this is the first thing I should have said to you. You look colorful, love the hair, love the cap, you're styling, keep doing what you do, girl. Well done.
So Pindigula there, as well as Udo Karelse. There's more coming up after this break.
Be the first to own the new Galaxy S8 or S8 Plus. Pre-order now at your nearest Samsung store and get a wireless convertible charger while stocks last.
Welcome back to the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. So as we're looking at the mountainous area of the Western Cape, and really things are about to get crazy and heavy. Somebody will walk out and say, I've had enough of this.
Ndi chone chifhinga chinesa zvino hapa muṅwe na muṅwe ane a khou tea u ḓiwana a tshi khou kona u dzhia tshelede ya u thoma kana ya muthu o thoma u tea u vha u shuma nga maanḓa. Vho no pfhuka hune vha tea u vha hone hafha kha hetshi tshikwara tshine tsha vhidzwa pfi ndi concession ndi fhethu hune ha khou konḓa vhukuma. Arali vha lavhelesa zwino ndi vhanna vhane vha swika vhanna vhane vha khou gidima ngo ralo mapfhuka uri no phanḓa ndi ane a vha kha hetshi tshigwada zwino ane ri ya muḓivha kha khalaṅwaha yo fhelaho.
This is a very, very interesting lead bunch we have here. It's the lone South African on the right-hand side of the picture. In the front of this group, Lungile Gonka, the local athlete from Western Province, 2:11:59 marathon PB. He represented South Africa last year in the Rio Olympics, and he's got 1 Kenyan, 3 Ethiopians, a Zimbabwean, and 2 Zimbabweans, to deal with. And the Gonka, to me, Brian, at this stage, looking very, very strong up this climb. But when they get to the top, there'll be 10 kilometers to go. But he's got a lot of guys to deal with here.
chifhinga cha musi utshi khou tea u amba nga ha vhagidimi nga u rali zwino ndi yone hune wa tea u vhona uri milenzhe i a kona u kokodza muthu na I think you can be able to check if ever the legs are able to carry these athletes right now.
Yeah, these legs are going to carry them over. They've dropped one or two of the people who were with them. And if you want to get an idea of how steep this hill is, have a look at the cyclists behind them. They're in granny gear and they're labouring. They're standing out of their saddles to try and keep up with those runners. This hill is the poly shorts of the two oceans. Yeah, they're exactly the same sadistic distance to the end when you get to the top, and it's and this is just a fascinating race. I would hate to try and call a winner here.
I remember the Polish shot we were talking about. That's where in Ludwig Mamabulo, he struggled a lot when he won the Comoros Marathon. He was struggling to the very similar points like we're talking about right here.
Melly Kennedy is the man that is now leading the pack at the moment. When you look at the way things are looking, but also something that I realized when I was driving. There's that 9 bends as you get to the end of to the tip of at Constantia Neck. Some runners will probably think it is just being cruel when you try and look at trying to get to the top there. But when you go down again, what do you do after having after being running steep for so long?
Well, you get to the top and at about 10 k's to go, and it flattens out, and then it drops. And Cape Townians love to tell visitors that that's it. You've run the hills of the two oceans, but you actually haven't. There are 2 other bumps that you have to go up, which are pretty severe on your way down to the finish at UCT. And then at 3 k's to go, there's the famous Chet's Hill, named after Chet Sainsbury, who we sadly lost a year ago. But these runners, I wish you hadn't told me there were 9 bends, by the way, Q, and I've never counted them, and now I'm going to count them next time I run two oceans. Just to give you an idea, this is phenomenal running. If you come back here with a camera in an hour's time, everybody will be walking. And they'll be walking slunched over, crouched over, hobbling their way up. It's a terribly tough hill, this, and especially having done more than a marathon when you get there.
And it might be a family affair today. It's going to be very interesting to see the athletes in the colours of Maxt on the far left of the screen, Waranyane Lebopo. He's a younger brother of Mabutile, who his older brother won the race, won the Two Oceans Marathon back in 2010. We've seen it happen in Comrades with Gift and Andrew Kalehe. Andrew winning in 2001, and then Gift following that up with a victory in 2015. And could we maybe see it today in the Two Oceans with the Lebopo brothers?
So there we have it now, as we now going back to see some more.
So they're approaching the top now, and we're looking down at the runners from the stationary camera at the top of Constantia Neck. Thick crowds, lots of support, loud music, and the sudden realization, I've done the hill, I've done this monster. But we have 6 runners here, and the winner's going to come from this little group. There's no one else behind them, there's no one catching them. So here they are, top of Constantia Neck, one of the most famous hills in marathon running anywhere in the world. And the race is still undecided. Very, very exciting. Don't go away and make tea or anything. Just stay and watch if you're viewing it. You don't want to go away now. You'll miss an amazing race.
Gamara hamsi wanokidima awara mbili na minute ya 4 rumaro voko fuka pala Constantia Park huneba kilometers kwa zafu inasumbe juta mazauri wasala pesi na kilometers za tahe uri bakono shika hapa hunera mahone ngashino shipinga huneu bakono shibana zauri awako shikama Brian uri ovalazi keves na zitene zote za ugonya Constantia Park ziyashika tahe.
Does my heart good to see the cyclists struggling to stay up with the runners. and now the course flattens out for a while, and then you start to drop down, and it's a bone-jarring descent after you've come down from Chapman's Peak through the no man's land up Constantia Neck. Now your legs that are like jelly have got to try and go faster as you drop down towards Kirstenbosch Gardens and then finally down to UCT.
These athletes we're seeing in the picture now have been dropped by this bunch going up Constantia, and that's your defending champion there, struggling at this stage. stage, Mark Focoroni, who took the title last year in 3:13, and we're going to see some interesting athletes coming through here. A lot of the athletes who are very strong over the final 10Ks can make up a lot of places, but I definitely think that the winner of this year's Two Oceans Marathon is going to come from one of those athletes in the front six, and just as they go over Constantia, they make a left turn, and that's when we're going to see fireworks happening. The guys are going to start surging. You can almost see that every one of them is just watching each other. No one wants to make the move yet.
Somebody has to pull away eventually. When you look at the way, I mean, you've got 5, 6 guys just going as a pack all the way to the top. But then the ladies somehow, Mariana has been the leader for a while. We'll try and see where the ladies are. Who's second to her now? I know that it was very close. Jenna was about 4 minutes behind her, and then Mariana was just running away with the race at the stage. We'll try and have a look at that. But now I do know that our eye in the sky will be the one who will be really watching and telling us exactly how things are looking like. Alec, what is the latest from your side?
Well, this bunch is cresting Constantia Neck, and the run into the finish at the UCT campus is going to be very exciting indeed. I don't think we've had as many athletes together and so late in the race, such a big bunch. And I just want to share with the viewers out there what Craig Fry had to say. Of course, Craig Fry is a coach and a manager, and he's obviously involved with Millie Kennedy, who hails from Kenya and races for Nedbank. Craig was saying that this is the fastest true qualifier on the start line. He's run exceptionally well in the Kilimanjaro Marathon at altitude and won the All-Africa 56 kilometers in 3:08, I think he said. So this is a guy who obviously is a major contender, but I mean, we have some fantastic runners here. A lot of international Africans. Colin McCarthy, this guy must be so hungry, having finished second in the last 2 years. And then, of course, the new kid on the block, the guy who went to the Olympics, Lungile, hails from the Eastern Cape or the Transkei. What a fantastic athlete this is. And let's hear back from our commentators in the studio.
Very much for that, Alex. Really looking good indeed. So let's have a look now. So Mariana is still running right ahead of everybody else. She's having a wonderful time. Bruce, we got to talk about this. I mean, when he started off, we were looking at her and saying, probably she's punching way too early. She's trying to run away from everybody too early. She's still looking comfortable, Kuen.
Yeah, she is still looking comfortable, Marina, the leading woman at this stage. Can't see her in the picture. We still have that overview of the Constantia Neck area, but it will be interesting to see when we go back to the ladies how Jenna is coming. But as I said before, once they get over the top of Constantia and they make that left turn, the men are going to really start exploding it. And in the picture, it was the lone South African against the 5 foreigners, Lungile Gonka, who hails from the Eastern Cape but is based here in Western Province. He's got that 2:11:59 minutes from the Cape Town Marathon. He represented South Africa last year in the Rio Olympics. This is his first shot at an ultramarathon. So at this stage, in the men's race and the women's race, 2 complete novices to Two Oceans leading the race.
It is, when you're talking about him as well. I mean, in 2016, he ran the half marathon where he finished 12th overall with 68 minutes, 26 seconds rather. He's 38 and really, he's looking strong now. He came from behind that pack and managed to just stretch and move away.
And I think that's quite wonderful, because when you look at, all the guys who were making that pack, it warranted one person who can be able to be so brave enough and say, guys, I'm taking a risk on my own. Let me break away from this.
Let's talk about this here, Bruce. Here is in front now. You're getting that nice descent. So he knows he's got a chance to actually open the gap here, because it is a descent after a massive steep.
Well, look at the speed he's going downhill. It's a very steep descent, but I can promise you those quadriceps of his are screaming at this stage. They'll be going ouch, ouch, ouch the whole way down, talking to him. But this is a very decisive break. And you notice how he's, of course, cutting the corners, using the corners, saving as much distance as he possibly can, and just going hard. Now, there are 2 more hills that he has to run up, and I can't give you their names. But every Two Oceans runner knows their names, okay? So just take it from me. Those will also be decisive, how well he can run up those. But at the moment, look at that from the side. You get an idea of the speed when you see the runners from the side. This is phenomenal running after such a distance. And just don't hit a cat's eye. Please don't hit a cat's eye.
and Gonka being assisted by the South African great Hendrik Ramala in his training, and since he's joined that group in Zoo Lake, they've very, very dominated and really extended his running. But that gap looking like it could be getting a little bit smaller. We have the maxed athlete that's really leading that chase pack. That's Warren Yane, the younger brother of former winner Mabutile, and the tall Kenyan athlete still Meli Kennedy with Teboko Selo, a 3:07 Two Oceans performer just behind. So I don't think it's over yet, but some fireworks are definitely happening in the men's race.
Cecilia Forrest still coming up also. You did mention a hill. Churchill's coming up, not too far from that. So
Churchill's a while still, but yeah, Churchill's the last one. But there are two here, as I say, that we can't give you their names, but they're tough, and they're approaching them now. But the pursuing group has not given up. Definitely not given up. And I think they're closing on him.
But that's all you want. You wanted to get to the end, Arno, and find yourself with at least split seconds to separating the winners when you get to the finish line.
Every marathon runner, leading marathon runner, says, please, can I get to the end, the last lap, the last straight, with a lead where I can savor the moment, wave at the crowds, blow a few kisses, cry, and wave my arms, put my arms up in the air. But we might have one that goes right down to the wire. I hope they've got some judges lined up at the finish to be able to, and they've got a photo finish camera.
I was going to say every marathon runner wants that. Every marathon watcher wants a sprint finish. So we're hoping, sitting here watching and not running, that it comes down to a sprint finish at the end. And but Lungile Gonka, as Kewan rightly said, representing South Africa last year in the Rio Olympic Games. And it's interesting in the women's race as well, the Mensevich, also a Rio Olympian in that marathon, leading at the moment, although she has a much larger lead. And that gap that was closing in the men's race seems to be not closing as fast anymore. It was coming strong downhill, and Gonka seems to have found an extra gear, and looks like it's getting slightly bigger again at the moment.
Gonka's been sponging that right, he's been putting water on that right quadricep of his. I've seen him doing that a couple of times. I think he's got a bit of pain there, or possibly a small cramp. It's not stopping him, but he's concerned about it.
And I always remember growing up and watching races like Two Oceans and Comrades, the famous Bruce Fordyce mantra: when you're feeling good, don't take the lead, and when you're feeling good again, don't take the lead. Wait for as late as possible. And if I was in the men's race right now, I wouldn't want to be Lungile Gonka. He is in the lead at the moment, but he's got 3 world-class athletes breathing down his neck.
When at first you feel like taking the lead, don't. And a kilometer later, when you feel like taking the lead, don't. And you'll have a great run. But he's gone for it, so that's it. He's played his cards, and now let's see what happens.
Is it like this thing when you feel like going for a run, wait until the feeling passes? So just when you feel like taking the lead, wait until the feeling passes. But now that gap looks like it is closing, and those 2 men in red closing very fast on Lungile Gonka. Going up the hill again slightly is one of those unnamed hills that Bruce Fordyce mentions. There's also quite a few unnamed hills in Comrades, if I listen to you a lot, Bruce. But here, struggling slightly up the hill, but still not looking bad, Kewan.
Most definitely, Gonka still has a lot of energy in those legs, but as we saw in Comrades with the 2 Kalehe brothers, Andrew winning in 2001 and Gift in 2015, we might be seeing the same thing happen in Two Oceans. That second place athlete who's definitely closing this gap is Warren Yane Lebopo. His brother Mabutile won Two Oceans back in 2010, running a 3:06 that year, one of the fastest ever times in Two Oceans. Could his brother make the gap? Could he win? We'll find out soon enough.
Well, Mabutile Lebopo, his brother, of course, 4th in last year's race as well, in a 3:16, and Warren Yane Lebopo closing very fast. And of course, Comrades, throwing it forward to that, we've had the Kalehe brothers do the exact same thing, both winning Andrew and Gift, and Warren Yane Lebopo looking extremely strong up this hill.
And both these athletes as well will be making that attempt on the 4th of June. Warren Yane making his debut this year in Comrades as well. Teboko Selo behind him in 3rd was 5th on the last up run, and he's going to be looking at repeating that feat this year come Comrades on the 4th of June.
Well, we're going to get back to the men's race and the women's race, of course, in just a second. But first, Udo Karlse and Pindi Gule is down at the finish, finding out how some athletes' half marathons went.
The charity element continues here at Two Oceans because the first of the cows have come home. How are you doing?
We're doing well.
So for people who will see this on camera and don't quite understand what this whole outfit is about, talk to them about it.
So, well, we're actually running for one of our legends who passed away and had a very passionate for cancer. And Chalk is all about running and getting money in for kids with cancer, and on our way, sweating it out to get pay for the kids.
Now, I'm freezing on the finish line here. Being in that suit must be a fantastic feeling because you're keeping warm.
Oh, no, I think it's for a good cause. We're thinking to have Lee Naken, legend, and then just also for the kids. So it's hot, but it's great.
Now, I know that sheep have shepherds. Do cows have... What do you call somebody who looks like... You're the herder. What was it like this morning with the cow?
It was amazing. It was so special being able to run the 2 oceans like for a good cause, and also to run it in celebration of Lee Naken's life. It's been amazing. And these cows in these suits are just super strong, awesome people. They managed to run this whole thing. I struggled without a cow suit.
It's a beautiful thing. Now, the camera, if we can focus in there, that's the legend we're talking about there. Lee Naken at the back as well, doing their thing in the fight against cancer.
Here's the thing about this race, about running. You go through pain, you laugh, you go through an emotional roller coaster. How are you feeling right now, Shirley?
Self-inflicted pain, but I feel good. Yeah, look, it's one of those. When you cross the line, you think, I'm not going to do it again, but it's like an addiction. You go back, but it's a good addiction. So I feel good. I'm just tired. Yeah, but it's a good feeling to know that you've maneuvered those mountains and now you're back here. And of course, the hills are not so very kind as well. So yeah, you first bait and you hope that the next step will get you to the end.
Well done, though. And I know that, 5 minutes later, you are going to take it all in and we are going to see you again next year. Well done, Shirley.
Well, we're back with the men's race at the moment, and things are hotting up here, getting very exciting as Warinyane Lebopo catching Lungile Ngonka. We expected him to just cruise past, but Ngonka not allowing him to do that, Kieran.
Yeah, I think Warinyane himself might have slowed down a little bit, but that will be a good indication to see Teboko Selo, who's in 3rd place at the moment. If he closes that gap, then that definitely means that these front two are really just biding their time. But still, Ngonka looking full of running. Remember, he's a 2:11 marathon runner, much faster than Warinyane's PB of 2:17. But this is an ultra marathon. It's not a standard marathon of 42.2 kilometers. And although speed does play a part, endurance counts more.
Record ya hae Warinyane ha jwale tjena o tla hopola ya lebelo lena la 2 Oceans ka 2010 o ile a fella maemong a bohlano ka 3:10:51 ka 2011 a fella maemong a bo 83 2012 maemong a bo 64 mme ka selemo sa 2013 o ile a salla jwalo ka pa fella maemong a bo 6 2014 a bone le monsane sa 2015 o ile a fella maemong a bo 985 mme le monse fitileng o ile a fella 284 mme le monsena ke ona hona jwale o hle a etelletse lebelo pele ke bua jwalo ka ena Warinyana Lebopo hla jwalo ka ronaha lefatsheng la ntate Moshweshwe hantle hona teng ho letsie ke ena mo elong hore ha jwale o ntse a hlile a etelletse jwalo lebelo pele. Run as one 2 Oceans kapa Old Mutual 2 Oceans 2017.
You don't have to be taking part in the race to be a winner today. And that's right, Old Mutual is giving you the chance to be one of the lucky winners who will win 1,000 Rand airtime or data. Simply SMS the answer to the question on your screen, and you could be a winner just like that. SMS charge at R1.50 per SMS. Join the ever-expanding online community of South African endurance athletes. Visit worldofendurance.co.za. That's worldofendurance.co.za to get great advice. Before you go to worldofendurance.co.za, though, stand a chance to win 1,000 Rand airtime or data by answering our third question. Atlantic Ocean and something ocean are the 2 oceans in 2 Oceans Marathon, Indian, Pakistani or orange. So simply SMS Old Mutual and A, B or C to 48438.
Okay, here are 2 leaders going past 4 Ks to go, 4 kilometers or so to go, 4 or 5, past Kirstenbosch Gardens, very steep downhill. I've noticed, Our early leader there hurting a little bit on the steep downhill. And this, I can't tell you, for those who are not runners, it's very steep, hurts a lot. And later on, you're going to see a lot of people shuffling down there.
Well, the race is well and truly on. Neither of these men are giving an inch at the moment, but that leg of Gonka seems to be bothering him a bit. He's hanging on to Lebope, though, but both of them literally racing down this hill as fast as they can currently, and heading for the finish. Neither one giving a quarter here. Nobody's breaking away, and both of them just pushing really hard.
I wouldn't discount Teboko Selo out from this race as well. The third place athlete, if you look to the back of your screen where the white vehicle is, he's just coming down there, and that gap is maintained similar over the last 2Ks or so. Teboko Selo, a Comrades gold medalist and a 3:07 performer. He's finished second here in 2 Oceans before. As you see Lungile Gonka shouting for some water there. And the athletes really now are really pushing through, and could have come down to a sprint finish. Not something we often see already in an ultramarathon.
Well, I'm just surprised. Sorry, I'm just surprised Ngile Gonka is shouting at all after 51 kilometers. But sorry, I'll pass to you now, Dikeledi.
It's clearly that it's getting hot even in the studio right now. Everybody can't wait for the race to be clear and obviously be seen whether will be Warinyane kapa etaba manya tlanka lebelo lena la tsatsing la kajeno ba hlankana ba se ba mathile jalo hora tse pedi le metsotso e 50 le metso e 5. It's really getting hot in here.
Ngile Gonka wat voorhardloop op die oomblik. Warinyane Lebopo reg agter hom, die twee van hulle wat hard hardloop. Die wenner dink ek gaan tussen daardie twee wees. Kevin Walker dink Teboko Selo wat hier in beeld is, het nog 'n kans om hulle te vang. Ek twyfel of hy by die eerste twee gaan uitkom op die oomblik, en dit is nog steeds Gonka en Warinyane Lebopo wat voor is, en Gonka wat nou weer so wat 'n 2 meter gaping oopgemaak het. Beteken niks op die stadium nie. Warinyane Lebopo reg agter hom. Well, the race hotting up, and Warinyane Lebopo trying to get past Gonka there, and we will join them in just a few seconds.
My mouse? And now what? Isn't that my tupper? What tupper? The one I borrowed you 10 Easters ago. This is family tupper. It's my tupper, the one I gave you my chicken curry in. I would never take your curry home. Believe you? It's my tupper. Now, ladies, let's end this tupper war, shall we?
Ja, ne? My family. Ultramel makes Sundays delicious. Send us your Ultramel Sunday video clip, and the best will be put on TV.
Well, we're back with the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Ultra Marathon, and nothing has changed at the moment. Still Lungile Gonka in the lead. Warinyane Lebopo has fallen back quite, well, just a little bit, I would say, not a lot. But it looks like Gonka making his bid for victory here with about 3 kilometers to go, I would guess, now heading into the downhill, mainly from here into the UCT campus.
And Arno, shortly they will turn left, which is exactly 3 Ks to go as they turn left, 3 kilometers to the finish, and that's the hill we call Chet's Hill, named after the great Chet Sainsbury, who did so much to grow this race to what it is now. Named after him slightly because that's where he struggled and just missed getting the medal that was named after him. So the great Chet Sainsbury never quite was able to get his own medal, and that hill was where he slowed down enough to just not make it. So it's a sting in the tail, and he's approaching it now.
Well, of course, Alec Riddle has been watching this race from his unique perspective up in the sky. Alec, your latest thoughts on this race?
Yes, well, we're above the Kirstenbosch Gardens and very close now to the finish. We're probably within the final 2 or 3 kilometers, and we can see the finish just in the into the future. And of course, these athletes will start to taste it and start to smell it, much like a horse bolting for the stables. And these athletes have really picked it up since we crested Constantia Constantianek, and I was just counting the pace that these athletes are running at. It's very close to 3 minutes a kilometre. Some of the times they're running down the hills. Now, if you have a look at their strides, they're ticking over at about 3 strides per second, or 180 strides per minute. You equate that back to meters, they're probably doing a stride just short of every 2 meters. These guys are really flying. They're seeking the prize money. It's a great field, the South African versus the Kenyan versus the Lesotho athlete, and a great African field here, a great international field. And of course, the best of them at this stage from South Africa is, of course, Lungile. Can he challenge these guys? Can he take them on? And of course, he's been to the Olympics. He's run at 2:11, brought to you by SABC at the Cape Town Marathon in 2015. And of course, we'll hope for him to give us a really good finishing position. So back to our commentators in the studio.
Well, Alec, I think you're right. He is going to give us a finishing position here, and that position is going to be first, because Lungile Gonka has now opened up a substantial gap again over Waranyane Lebopo. Lebopo ran hard to close that gap, but Gonka would have nothing of it. And for a minute, we're just crossing to the women's race at the top of Constantia. And that is, of course, still Morena Demencevic leading this race. She was struggling up that hill, but still running extremely hard and looking very good, and still maintaining that lead over the athletes in second and third place. And Kieran, I'm going to say that I think Demencevic has also got this in the bag.
Definitely. At one stage it was over 4 minutes, and she's catching a lot of the elite men. The Nedbank athlete that she just passed, Mthandazo Qina, who's finished second here before, was the actual Western Province hope to get a victory today. So that's a bad day in the office for him, but a good day in the office for Marina so far. So good.
And I'm going to have to eat humble pie, because earlier on today I said you don't lead from the start. I'm going to share the blame with Arno, because we both said no chance can you lead from so early on into the headwind. Just a foolish thing to do. You need to be hidden away, running with Caroline and the rest of the ladies back there, and she's completely proved us wrong. Led from the gun to the finish by the look of it. But of course she still has 10 kilometers to go. We're trying to find out how far behind Jenna is. You can see she's hurting. It's tough. It's Constantianek. One of the worst hills in marathon running anywhere in the world, but the good news for her is that she's at the top and about to start the descent towards the finish.
Bruce, I think you should take all the blame. You've done 31 Two Oceans and I haven't, so we'll look at it that way. But at the moment, at this stage of the race, you said you can see she's hurting. Surely you expect to be hurting right about now.
Yes, you do, but not always. Not always. I think I recall watching Caroline running last year, and she didn't look like she was hurting anywhere during the race. So here we go. We're at the top there. Top of Constantianek, and you get an idea. These are good men runners here. These are guys getting solid silver medals, and she's giving them a hiding.
Yep, we're back with the men's race though, and not long to go now for the leader, and I dare say the winner, Lungile Gonka, as he's heading into the finish here, getting some well-needed sustenance there. And those water sachets being handed. Of course, we've been talking about the Go Green campaign throughout the day, and the big drop zones for these athletes that they can drop their sachets, etc. into. He tried for that one, I think, and didn't quite make it. But these sachets, all the plastic is getting recycled, and they're going to make, they reckon, about 500 school desks from the recycled plastic for underprivileged schools in the Western Cape area.
So Gonka has now climbed Chet's Hill. That I would love to say is the last hill, but there's actually a tiny bump at the end with the words UCT Car painted on the road, and that is tiny climb, but of course after 55 k's it hurts. He's looking magnificent. 2 kilometers to go now to the finish, and we're looking at our race leader, our race winner.
2 kilometers to go for Gonka, but I'm gonna say that I'll only decide if he's the race winner once he's climbed that final crest. With 1 kilometer to go, there's that final hill, as you mentioned, Bruce, because Waranyane at this stage only around 20-25 meters back, and when they turned onto Chetzel, Waranyane actually closed that gap a little bit. So Waranyane a little bit stronger on the hills, but whether or not he can close that gap at the end, time will tell.
But what I do like about our leader is that he was fighting earlier on. He was getting cross when he couldn't get some water. And I love a runner who's fighting and a runner who's angry, because it means it still matters. It's when they go quiet and they go silent and they go grey and they just look down that the fight has gone out of them. This runner is still fighting as hard as he can. He's angry when he misses the water, and he's trying to make sure that he's driving himself on and thinking, I need to drink, I need to watch my pace, I need to sponge my quadricep that's hurting. He's driving himself on, and that's a runner who's aggressive, and it's a great runner.
Well, you would have seen some tweets going along the bottom of your screen there. Of course, if you want to tweet us, use the hashtag 2Oceans2017 to share your thoughts on the race and maybe some of your friends. And you can also follow @sports@SABC to follow us on Twitter. So keep those tweets coming using hashtag 2Oceans2017. And Dikeledi Gonka in the bag here.
Indeed, he might not be able to make the time that Mike Fokoroni did last year. Empa he ha jwale tjena ha o sheba jwalo konga o hlahle bile jwalo pheletso ya lebelo mo teng a sa saletswe fela ke dikilometara tse ka tlase tse 5 mme he 3:04 ke hora e tseo leng hore kapa ke nako e leng hore o sa hlile a mathile ha jwale re shebile o bona hore na ebe ka mra hae marinyane o ntse ya le teng na o hlaka re Lesotho o teng na Tebo Sello le ena hore a ka hla a ba teng ba bahlano ba ka udimo ba tla phethela lebelo lena ha hona monate o fetang wa o bona tsela e hlwekile ntse e bonahala hore letsholo ke le leholo ke lona lane la hore ha re se ka lahlela mfatshe ga baka bohlaswa a teng mabokoso mo teng lona a tlatlang a thusa ngwana motho motsho kapa ngwana wa Afrika Borwa ho etsa bonnete ba hore o tswella pele ka sekolo.
Ulungile Gonka at this stage on his way to victory. It will be the first time a South African male has won the race since 2013 when we saw David Katebe take the title there in 3:09, and he followed that up with an amazing Comrades run last year, smashing the course record to become the first person to run under 5 hours and 20 minutes. But Gonka at this stage set for the win, Arnold, and two debut ultramarathon runners, one in the men's and one in the ladies, currently dominating the race.
Yeah, well, we were talking earlier about the Two Oceans ultramarathon, the 56-kilometer distance being kind of where the ultra runners and the marathoners meet, and it's basically a race against the fast speed of the marathoners and the more endurance of the ultras. And we were also thinking that maybe the windy conditions would benefit the more ultra-oriented athletes today, but it seems to be the speedy runners. Even in the half marathon we saw a new record, and which is a little bit surprising given the windy conditions we've seen today.
Definitely, I think probably we only saw the record fall in the men's half marathon due to the fact that Nkasi, who was the defending champion, missed that course record last year by only 1 second. So he had a 25,000 Rand motivating factor, Arnold, to come back this year and get it again.
Well, definitely, and 1 kilometer to go now for Lungile Gonka, and he is going to beat Mike Fokoroni's winning time of last year. Again, we didn't know how fast it would be given the wind on the course. But at the moment, he seems to be strong. He seems to be happy. No sign of the Lesotho athletes behind him. He's really opened up that gap and left them for dead.
You're looking at his run in particular in 2017. He's had a good year in particular. That is a fast in the Western Province half marathon, 66 minutes while he ran it, and a Milkwood half marathon, 72 minutes he ran in. Second in a Peninsula half marathon, where he went in just over 72 minutes in that particular one. So 2016, he is now the man that is looking forward in 2017 to wrap it all up. He looked to have had a problem with his hamstring. He was holding on. He looked to be rubbing on his quad, but now he's really held on so strong. Big T, zikokonda zwini.
Zikokonda tomo konda kandela ya kama zonga mandanga so zwino ara wala wala sazori dione munawe Robert Sengwera murawele na luti uri angaba enene akoranga panda Lungile Gonga monna ane uchumula wala sazo zwino u stenda uri ndi monna ane heimbambe okujia ora sala pezi kilometer kama susiko honti uri akono shika hapo na rabahone ndiene monnane namsiranga amba rina ngamba zone kartenda zori hoyi monna bambe heino in the peza yawe ngauri wala wala sazo zwino obakozia mba mshimisani hapa achikore au uchimba checho chamrao monna wala Afrika Chipembe Robert Satumbona achikojia mbambe pezi odoba zwita koyo monna wala Afrika Chipembe ujamba meheno kadwala na mosi naho risa tushika ngema kumoni pezi ungamba zori upanda ngandela ini ya utingamana.
Prijsgeld vir die tweede plek 125,000, vir derde plek 65,000, maar Lungile Gonka wat hardloop vir eerste plek en 'n prysgeld van 250,000 as hy hier teen die beeld afkom binne UCT in die kampus in die skare wat hom nou gaan verwelkom in die UCT rugby stadion. Dit is wat vir hom wag. Jy kan sien daar die groot aan die linkerkant net daar van die beeld die eindstreep vir Lungile Gonka. En dit is hoe dit lyk hier by die eindstreep. En die skaar wat hom nou verwelkom. Hy hardloop hier verby as kommentaarposisie. Ngile Gonka wat nou so wat 200 meter oor het om te gaan. Hy gaan uitstekende tyd hier hardloop. En beter as verlede jaar se wentyd. Ngile Gonka finishing this race in style. Really pushing through the line now. The crowd picking up. He's even picking up speed now. And I think that's what the crowd at the end here does for you. It just gives you that little burst of speed. And 3:13 was the winning time last year. It was 3:10 in 2015 was Kabuklani's winning time. And Ngile Gonka is going to get close to that 3:10. In fact, he's probably going to surpass it right now. They're getting him to go into the right-hand chute where all the winners are finishing. And it is Ngile Gonka, Two Oceans winner for 2017. And what a run by this man, Kewan.
Most definitely nice to see Ngile Gonka from South Africa as well, taking that title. 3:09, as you mentioned, Arnold, and the second athlete coming through now on the colours of Max from Lesotho, Waranyane Lebopo, his brother winning it back in 2010. Waranyane tried his hardest today to replicate that, but I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy still with a second place finish. And 3:10 in these conditions today, not bad at all.
Well, Gonka there with the fastest winning time since 2013 when David Khatebe won it in 3 hours 8:54. So great run there for him, and surprising, I guess, to much of us, because we were saying about the wind, the windy conditions, that might be a slower race. It doesn't seem to have bothered the athletes out there too much. And also hats off to this man, Waranyane Lebopo. He gave it his everything. He tried to fight, he went for the lead, and in the end was just Gonka. It's a bit too strong for him.
Looking like here at the end of this race here, as you can see another Lesotho athlete coming to the end. You did say that, Q, that he'll be pushing the winner right to the death, but then I tell you, Lebopo tried very hard, he pushed him very hard, but it was always going to be one man, Ngile Gonka, the man that eventually walked away with it. As you see another Lesotho athlete coming towards the end of this one. You did say at some stage, Q, he might be able to attack and get it.
Yeah, definitely, but Teboko Selo has really fallen back quite a lot in that last 4Ks, but it's going to be really interesting to see what happens on the 4th of June, where Waranyane makes his debut attempt in this year's Comrades Marathon. Of course, Selo's been there before. He finished 5th on the previous up run, but these two Lesotho guys, Arnold, are going to be a big factor. When you have the likes of these guys, David Khatebe, Gif Kelehe, Ludwig Mamabolo, and then, of course, Karal and them and the women, Comrades is going to be exciting.
Comrades is always exciting, especially the last couple of years, but the Lesotho contingent really making themselves felt in this race. And you mentioned a few names there, Ludwig Mamabola. I'm also looking at people like Claude Mushiwa, who never really seem to perform at Two Oceans. It's a little bit too short for them, I think, where some of these Lesotho men have very good marathon pedigrees, and then they move up to this distance. Comrades might be a bit of a step further for them, but a great run there by the top three. Number 4 coming in now again from the Nedbank Running Club.
Yes, we see Colin Makaza finishing here. For the past 2 years, he's been second and second. He really wanted to win today. He looked all the way in contention until the top of Constantia still, where they went through there in the 46-kilometer mark. But Makaza, although unhappy that he never got to pull off a win today, will still be happy with the 4th place. I mean, anytime you finish in the top 10 in such a prestigious race like the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, you have to be happy with that performance.
It has been a huge progress as far as he's concerned from a race point of view. We're not talking about the last two in particular. His first one was in 2009, where he finished 1,154th overall. But he bettered that as he moved forward, and he was 12th in 2010, 2011, 22nd, and 3rd in 2012, and then 4th in 2013 before having that wonderful run of finishing 2nd 2 years in a row. It was not to be this year, different race altogether, but you and yourself and Big T spoke about him as being among those to look at within the top 10. So far, your prediction has come very well as far as the predictions are concerned.
But I'm not sure, sorry, I know, but I'm not sure because, when you talk about Colin Makaza, he's always coming there in the top 5. And I wonder what's really making him not really, break that thing and have that wonderful breakthrough into the top, into the top.
Well, Melody Kennedy coming through in 5th here, sorry, Kewan, and Colin Makaza was 2 minutes faster today than he was last year. So 4th place, yet 2 minutes faster. It's not his personal best over this distance. He also ran a 3:12 in 2015. But always the bridesmaid, unfortunately for Makaza, never the bride.
Definitely, and Valen asked the question this morning, when are the Kenyans coming to Two Oceans? Perhaps Melly Kennedy just started that start with his 5th place finish today. But the next athlete coming through, another Nedbank athlete, it's Kebera Dinke from Ethiopia. He tried his luck as well in Comrades last year, but came short with around 30 k's to go, and it was a long walk through to the finish. But he'll be happy with this 3:14 placing today, and another gold medal for the Nedbank team.
He was placed 9th in 2016, the man who just coming in now. So it is really another great opportunity, another move as far as is concerned. Now, Big T, you said something earlier on in the 30 when we were having a chat earlier on with Valiant about one of the athletes that you thought will surprise everybody. Had he come forward yet?
Well, I mean, when you look at that, like I said, it's quite difficult because there are a lot of factors in between right here that can be able to really, pull you out, or either really make you not really get to the part where you can be that star on the day. And we have been talking about Mark Fokoroni. I mean, I thought, and I bet on him, but he couldn't even make it. Checking with him.
We just saw the 7th place finisher Bonmusa Mtembu, who won the Comrades Marathon back in 2014, and it's the most recent SA record holder over 100 kilometers. And the 2012 winner, 3 times Comrades champ Stephen Mujingi, his nickname is the one-legged lion for the way he got gold in 2013 with only one calf muscle that was working that day. And this is the first time in 2 years that he's actually had an injury-free build-up to the Two Oceans Marathon. 8th position. I'm going to put it on the spot now, Arnold. This is a danger guy for Comrades. If he's performing like this now in Two Oceans, everyone needs to watch out for this guy.
Well, Stephen Mujingi's never had the most comfortable running style, but he looks like he's falling apart here at the end, really pushing it hard through the line, and I guess he'll be extremely happy with his performance here today. And Stephen Mujingi, of course, also the first veteran that Ewan just told me to finish, so nice honor there for him. And it makes me wonder where Johannes Kekano got to, because he was also in contention at one stage.
Zwinzo kotakadza mzauri ngachino chipinga aravanavesa ubanga waha unowa wa 24 kana 2004 2005 omuswara mako mambo uyadova pasvita hapo nga wa 2008 ubvanepo nga 2008 aunga chadova hava muna muthu ane okona huya mudi sireza mugwena hawe kuona duvani kuna niwa mwamu wana muwa pa 2008 ndi vatuma swapedze. I'm not sure why we can't be able to have one person defending this championship.
Well, the new kid on the block, Spiwe and Lela from the Nedbank running team, he finished 10th in Two Oceans last year and followed that up with the 7th placing 5:37 Comrades Marathon. This is the new kid to watch out for in the future of ultra-distance running. He's a local from KZN. He trains down with Umduduzi Kumalo, his coach, who's also running the 56K today. And he's got a big improvement from last year's 10th place with a 9th place finish today, and another one to watch out for come 4th of June.
Let's talk about, some of the athletes who come into an ultra marathon for the first time and do so well, as you just see now, that is Lungile doing. And you also see now Marina also really leading the pack in the women's race. They don't know much about what to look forward to, what to expect. But attacking this like this is something different.
Well, I think that's one thing that we have mentioned earlier on, to say, somehow athletes need to know the course that they have to be partaking and the course that they have to be running on the day. Because somehow you find that somebody's coming as a new person on the block and not even knowing exactly how the course is really looking like.
Well, 3:17:30, closing out the gold medals there for 10th place. That was Mwiketsi Musutli, the Lesotho national in the colors of Maxt. And the worst place to finish in a race like Two Oceans, 11th place. So close to a gold medal. And it's the defending champion, Mark Fokoroni, who won last year.
Well, defending champion there coming through, and he added another one to his one of last year. So this year finishing 11th. And probably a bit more heartbreak for him. If he had run a similar time last year, he would have still been in 8th place. So it just gives you an idea of how strong the field was this year and how fast the race actually was.
But then you remember 2013, he came 10th. So he's like dropping, he's one guy who you won't predict him, but then you only going to be counting him under the top 20.
Let's take you back. I know you were talking about Makaza coming in and saying that Makaza finished second 2 years in a row. Makaza in Zulu means cold. so probably needs to run when it's very hot.
Yo, okay, now you're putting a curse on his name. Okay, it's getting a bit bad. The crowds are definitely filling up here at the UST Rugby Stadium, as you can see there, as the half marathoners mostly have finished their races now, and there's about 3 rugby fields there. They will get packed with people when the ultra runners also come here into the rugby stadium. And we're still on a 3:19.13 for the ultra marathon, and this would have still given you a 10th place, or in fact even a 9th place last year. So it just gives us an idea that the men were a lot faster this year, and we even saw that in the half marathon. Just the quality of the field, the concentration of men and women together in the top 10 was a lot closer this year than last year.
Definitely the competition this year really a lot faster. As we see the next athlete coming through, he's just going to run just over 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's Tuso Mosia in the colors of Arthur Ford Running Club. He was 10th on the last Comrades Marathon uprun, and he's battled with injuries since 2015 when he finished in that 10th position, but nice to see him coming back into the fold.
adarashinga musi uchikona bale samba behino ine bawini bane bashika ngachimano bono kono haunga shika honezo jinoro bono kono debana ngo hozo ndinyi ane abapanda kana oji ho mugwena kadobana na monsi munawera arsongera mulabela na uti fezi ya okono dimwana oji ya chipuga hechi kadobana na monsi fezi ya mbuso ya banti yori ana mashireni abo ovewa ngaba hanet bengo arali mutu anga fezi chikunga shuma shamudi ayanga ndiye ne mbuso ina banayo fezi ya zumuzo kotaka za namsulizo ori rikuana huna munna ane aba mu Afrika chipembe anandi ene oranga opanda oji ya mugwena kadobana na monsi fezi ya banabane sutu na wanda bakadibanga ngo.
All 12 runners through, and the next athlete to cross the line in 13th place, Rufus Porto, in the colours of KPMG, and this is his best placing so far in a Two Oceans marathon. He'll be pretty happy with that, although so close to the gold medals as well. And as we see the next athlete coming through in 14th, the second veteran, that's Mzwanele Mapukula from Port Elizabeth. He's got a best placing of second in the 2008 Two Oceans marathon. Another athlete coming through after a few years of quietness from his side.
Well, one of the men to watch out for, in fact, this year is Rufus Porto. He seems to be making quite a leap forward in his running at the moment, and I think his focus also more on Comrades this year than at the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon. And the athletes now are coming through thick and fast again. As we have Pikula there crossing the finish line. Two men right behind him. That's Ludwig Mamabolo coming in, and as usual, Mamabolo entertaining the crowd, big smile on his face, and just one of the athletes people love to see around races in South Africa.
Demona voka fudora Limpopo mswana Ludwig Mamabolo monane chipeka chote nemane ko humbura ore udita zuhulu ane pezia acha toba ho lana ramdiba kana wakale wa machishita ngorana pezia zingawa shikaba kamsuru zojiro kushimala kwa hapa ka heima ini aba ya Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon 2017 angaba ko humburela ur anga shima sabudi kamba bene ko tabela mbamba ini aba ya Comrades Marathon hudibany.
So now we're really coming to the end of the race for most of these guys. But the ladies' race is still well and still happening. Still have a long way to go as far as that is concerned. So more coming up in a bit. For now, let's just go for a break.
My name is Barbara Kingsley. I have been HIV positive for 16 years. HIV is in our blood. It's not in our hearts. We are no different to anybody else.
There's still a life out there. You still actually can do what the things that you want to do.
Many South Africans are living with HIV. All Life has walked a long road with a remarkable man, David Patient.
Number one, it gave people like me and living with HIV the possibility of a future. You know, one of the things that happens when you're told you're living with a so-called terminal disease is your future shuts down.
If you're ready to live your best life, SMS All Life and a consultant will call you back. All Life has been improving people's lives for over 10 years. One way is through a special support service.
Towards the 5th month, they will remind you that
Remember, next month you're about to go for blood test.
We do care about our clients. We want them to live longer. We want them to live healthier lives, because we understand that with us, life insurance is not just about leaving security for your family. At the same time, you want to live a good life with your family. And just because you're HIV positive doesn't mean that you shouldn't have that opportunity.
If you're ready to live your best life, SMS HOPE to 49204 and a consultant will call you back.
I was profoundly affected by the care of that person on the other end of the phone. You know, and for a lot of people, that may be my only contact. They may be the only person who knows I'm HIV positive other than my healthcare provider.
He was so professional. He was on point. It was like I'm talking to one of my friends, and I was so comfortable. And he made me feel at ease, and he was more tuned in about my virus than I actually was.
If you're ready to live your best life, give your loved ones the financial security they deserve from a company you can trust. SMS HOPE to 49204 and a consultant will call you back. All life, living your best life.
While the athletes are running towards the finish line, Old Mutual is running a competition where you could win amazing prizes. Simply answer the question that come up on the screen by SMSing Old Mutual and your name. So that's Old Mutual and either A, B or C to 48438. And you could win 1,000 Rand airtime or data. Today is the day. Enter now. SMS charged at 150. So let's have a look at the question here. Where can you get tips, race tips? So there's a question. Where can you get race tips? A, www.worldofendurance.co.za. B, any good history book. Or C, from the local fisherman. SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 48438. So stand a chance to win awesome prizes indeed here. So as you continue having a look at the race now, the leader is still there. She's been the leader from the very first minute. That is at 20-7 this morning. And the Belarusian is really proving that she knows what she's doing. She's fresh from the Olympics. She's here in South Africa. And it is her leading the pack at the moment. 3:26 the time we're looking at the moment. So really, nobody thought that she can hold on. She has done exceptionally well.
Well, I don't think we'd say we thought that she couldn't hold on, but we thought it might be a possibility. But she's been looking extremely strong. I really like her running style, though. Very compact, very efficient, you know, not wasting any energy. Somewhat like the woman to my right's running style as well. Caroline Wussmann joining us again in commentary just to finish out the ladies' race here. And Caroline, your impressions of Marina Demincevic so far?
Yeah, well, I think she's run a very brave race, leading from the start. And going up Constantia, she did look like she was maybe taking a little bit of strain up there. But since coming down Constantia, she's just looking so strong. I mean, she hasn't changed her stride at all, and looks like she's definitely going to be taking the win.
When one of the best runners, Caroline, said Marina cannot lose it here, then I started believing that she will be crowned the Two Ocean 2017 women winner today. So this is what we're looking at the moment. 3 hours 27 minutes. Econising imatilwe tsatsing la ka jeno le kgatlelo kwa basadi o tsengile hore ro shebile ka mahlo a mafubedu ka ha ba hlankana ba 10 ba pele ba se ba kene mme re bone jwalo go nga e ba yena mampudi wa bontate wa Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon 2017 jwale re shebile hore na Marina o tla hle a inken trainer ka nnete ha isala o tla ka mogedito ona go tloa qalong ya lebelo sentse re bile re lo phethela o ntsa tshwere ona moretito hwa nyolosetsa hwa theosa still the same.
Ja, definitief nog steeds dieselfde. Mens kan sien sy sukkel partykeer teen die bulte op. Dit is bietjie seer, maar by die stadium sal mense dit verwag dat die pyn begin inset. En dit is nog steeds Marina Demincevic met 'n groot gaping. Ons het nuus dat Jenna Challenor begin terugsak het in die veld en Demincevic is 'n gaping net groter en groter word op hierdie stadium.
So really looking good at the moment here for the Belarusian. Nobody expected her to be twins this well. We all spoke about it at first, and we came out in different ideas to see what she might have to do going forward, where she needs to change. Now, you've been here before, Caroline. You know the beauty of this, and really looking at the finish line that's just ahead of you and knowing you're just going to be able to do it. What is the feeling like now?
Yeah, I think at this point it doesn't really matter how much you're hurting. You can smell the finish line coming up, and you know you just got to hang on for that last little bit, and the race is yours. And you can see that's what she's doing here. Her facial expressions show that she's feeling a little bit of pain, but when you look at her legs going, you can see that she's incredibly strong. She's fighting through it, and she is definitely going to be coming to the finish line soon and enjoying that moment of victory.
Well, for people who may have just joined us, you might recognize the voice there of Caroline Bosman. And just to let you know why she's sitting here with us and not out on the course, she did have a slight hamstring pull at about 11 kilometers and decided to not keep on running just to prepare for the Comrades Marathon. But it's great for us to have her insights here as Marina Damencevic still pushing really hard here and trying to cool herself down. And it is still quite cool out there, but obviously for these athletes having run nearly 56 kilometers as she heads into the finish, you know, it's a long way to go, and into the sun here must be feeling quite hot right now.
Your strength and your weaknesses. Caroline said when she pulled the muscles, I'm stopping here, I'm not going anywhere because there's another big marathon coming in June and I want to be part of it. It's very important for an athlete to know themselves and to limit and to know when to stop. Come Comrade Marathon, I know and I'm sure and I'll bet on it. She will be ready for it.
You do have a number one fan here, Caroline, so that's confirmed.
Of course.
I remember when I met Nick yesterday, when he came to drop off the profile of all the athletes that's coming, he did mention that look out for this young lady. He did say that she is unbelievable on the road and is one to look at in this race, and really she's proving why exactly Nick has so much to say about her from the Nedbank Club.
Well, she has been phenomenal in this race. Nobody's going to catch her right now. You saw a graphic on your screen there a few minutes ago. She now has an 8-minute lead on the second place lady, and she is still, I would say pretty much she's still doubling it or going faster. She has actually increased her speed again now and is still looking extremely strong here at the end of the race.
Well, I can remember 2 years ago when I was coming into the finish and nobody had told me how far the second lady was behind me, and just fighting all the way to the end thinking there's no way I'm going to let the race go now. So I think that she's probably going through that. I hope that somebody does tell her about her lead before the finish straight so she can actually soak in the atmosphere and just take a moment to enjoy her victory.
I'm not sure that anybody's speaking Belarusian out there, though, to tell her at the moment, so she might have a language issue as well. And she is just running extremely hard at the moment. And you can see her gritting her teeth there, also gazing into the sun here at the moment, but running very, very well coming into the finish.
I definitely know the importance of smelling the finishing line, and it doesn't matter how long you run or how short you ran. It's very important to get to the finishing line. Sometimes the excitement can catch you and you won't get to the finishing line.
When I interviewed her, they said that they will not be looking to do anything else. They're planning and looking at 2018. But at the moment, she's really fighting for it. I tell you, when they spoke, she said the record is not what she's thinking of. She's thinking only about one thing, coming here, competing amongst all the other athletes and really showing what she can do. But given what she has shown us today, and I think Caroline is looking forward to next year to say, I want to challenge and see how things will pan out for next year. But at the moment, it is looking like it's all her and all about her at the moment.
Well, just look at the man behind her having his TV moment as well, but it just shows how fast and how hard she's running. She's catching these men, passing them, and basically leaving them for dead. And like we said, we know one person who may have been able to catch her and who finishes that fast, but unfortunately she's sitting here next to us.
Well, I must say it is a fantastic feeling when you do pass the men and they try to keep up with you, but they just can't. So I'm sure that she's actually feeding off that at the moment. Every single man that she passes, she's taking that energy in and just using it to drive herself towards that finish line.
Well, just to give you an idea, that shot right there is of our helicopter that's tracking the lead ladies, and that picture is taken from our camera at the finish. So that is an idea of how close they are currently, because that helicopter is right above Marina Damencevic, and we're trying to show you exactly the distance from where she is now towards our camera right here at the finish. And you can see there, as we tilt that down, the beautiful mountain backdrop that is the UCT rugby stadium here, and that is the hill she will come down into the finishing straight.
ha jwale ha ona letho le ka sitisang hore Marina a tsebiswe jwalo ka mampudi wa selemo sena wa Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon hobane ha jwale tjena ke yena ya ntseng a hlila etsa bonnete ba hore o etelletse dintho pele go re yena morwetsana ha sa bona le hore ha ke sa computer le bontate o etsa show ya hore le banna ba ka morae bana ha ba mo fihlelle.
Looking at around in all the different races she's been in 2016, she finished 7th overall the marathon in Japan, and she was part of the Rio team as well in Olympic Games in Brazil, where she had a personal best of 2 hours 37 minutes in a half marathon in Amsterdam in Open Championships. That's where she recorded just around 73 minutes, and third overall it was in a marathon in Warsaw in Poland, where she also recorded under 2:32 in that particular marathon. So she's now in an ultra marathon, and she's doing things totally different at the moment. Her personal best overall in the marathon is 2 hours 30 minutes and a few seconds. So she is bettering everything as she progresses in an ultra marathon. She has led from the beginning, and it's only fitting that she's the one that's leading right at the end, the lady from Belarus.
So Caroline, is that just a natural progression, going from kind of shorter distances to the marathon and eventually tackling the ultra marathons? We see that with a lot of South Africans. I don't think you followed kind of the same route, it's a bit different, but does it seem like it's a natural progression just going up in distance?
Yeah, I think that the natural progression for most athletes starting at a young age is to start the shorter distances and then move up eventually to the marathon and finally to the ultras. I started with the ultras, so hopefully I'll improve my speed over time and move down to the shorter distances.
So we might see you run 100 meters very soon, but
I doubt I'll ever be fast over 100 meters.
Well, Marina Demencevic still running very strongly here. She has left everybody else behind, including all the men right now that tried to run with her. And we were talking earlier about men pacing women, but it seems like it's more women pacing men sometimes that run around them. But at the moment, Marina Demencevic all on her own. And this is pretty much how it should be for the winner of a race like this. She can savor this moment, and she'll get the crowd congratulating her and welcoming her very, very soon.
O santse o utlwa letshwele jalo ka ha le hoa jwalo re o se ale haufinyana mo le rona re seng re mo bona hore jwalo o ya pheletsong ya lebelo o yona morwetsana o feta jwalo o kapa o ya lebile jwalo hona pheletsong mo teng hona ho fellwang jwalo rugby stadium ya hona mona UCT. Caroline, this is about to be done.
Well, as we saw with Lungile Gonka, it is Marina Demencevic coming here into the finish at the UCT rugby field, and the crowd congratulating the Belarusian, and this will be a first for her. As she comes through this finishing chute, you can now see the finish. It's still quite a way to run on the grass, and as Bruce Ford said earlier, that grass kind of tugs at your feet. You're a little bit tired at this stage. It's hard to come through the finish here, but you can see it now. She's still catching the men ahead of her. Might see a sprint finish here between the two of them, and she's really pushing now, coming underneath the big staircase where the big screen is also mounted, and only about 100 meters to go now for Marina Demencevic. And she will be guided through the finish. You see she comes to her right, our left as we look at it. The rest of the men are going through the other side to the left, and a bit of confusion there. But it is the winner, the women's winner of the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon in 2017, Marina Demencevic, in a time of 3 hours 37 minutes. And we'll see those seconds counting down in about 8 seconds there, Caroline.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic run from her, and that feeling of coming to that final straight on the grass, it seems to take absolutely forever, but it's such an incredible moment with the crowds cheering. So happy for her. Absolutely incredible run.
When you look at the times in 2011, it was then when Lisa recorded 3 hours 33. She's now just on 3:37. That is one of the best times since 2011 as far as the finish is concerned. And what a race she had. DK, what a run.
She really prepared herself for this one. Remember hore ha isa lo tloa qalong ya leboilo e le o tshwere morethetho o le mong o matha ka mokgwa o le mong ke mong wa ba rwetsana ba provileng hore when you prepare you get to the finish line with no worry, with nothing else. If there's a happy man in this world today, Nick is one of the happiest men.
Jenna was there some stage.
Good day there for Nick Bester.
That's what you come in there. I mean, Jenna, you teammate at Kipip was there, running very well. Caroline, at some stage, she faded. And then also, another one was doing very well. I think Tanith was there as well. But somehow the Belarusian just had something extra.
Yeah, I think they were looking incredibly strong going up Chapman's. Jenna for sure was looking amazing at that point. But that's the nature of this race, I suppose. And if you do start a little bit too fast and you don't actually respect those hills, respect the routes, then it's going to come back to get you at the end. But Miranda did an absolutely fantastic run, so well done to her.
Well, bringing you visuals there from Constantia Nek. And just to go back, I mean, you mentioned it, Brian, the fastest winning time since 2011. And it gives you some idea of the quality of Marina Demencevic. And I think a lot of the other athletes would have had the strategy of starting a bit slower and potentially catching her at the end. But she just never allowed them a chance.
When you sit and you are running that fast, you make sure you go through, especially when you score. I thought personally, when she gets to Constantia Nek and when she gets through Chapman's Peak, probably when she go through under the overhang, she'll probably slow down, and when go down Holt Bay as well, she might have a beating and somebody will just surpass her, but it never happened. And she really kept her cool and made sure. I mean, Nick was on the money. He said, watch this lady tomorrow. She will shock and surprise everybody. And most definitely has done exactly that.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible run from her. I think that there was a stage when she was going up Constantia where we could see maybe a little bit of strain on her face, but those legs kept going strong. I mean, she was a strong lady and she really held the pace all the way to the end. If anything, I think she sped up in those last 5Ks.
It's a big day for her. Ke letsatsi le kgalelemetswe mme le shejilwe le fitlile tsatsing la kajeno mo teng a entseng jwalo history. Marina a nka jwalo lebelo leo ka 3:37 minutes mme o phethela jwalo a hlila natefetswe. O ne a tlameile o arolelana tsatsi la tswalo le batho ba bang ba bohlokwa di 10 tsa June 1984 ke ha hlaha nna ke tseba wa 10 June 2009 ke bua jwalo ka Sithandwa wa ka Magongwana.
Moment of bringing rice here for DK as well, just to bring all about birthdays, that people born in June are legend according to DK, and another one has been born today, so we'll see. Probably the Combrink is coming up in what, in a month or so? So that's another race to talk about when you talk about ultramarathons.
Comrades Marathon op die 4de Junie natuurlijk. Ons kyk hier na atlete wat opgaan. Constantia Nek en baie groot bult hierdie, maar ten minste in die skare weer vir baie van hulle. Dis 'n redelike lang wag nou vir die tweede vrou om in te kom. Dan mense weet dit 8 minute gaping gehad bo ons dink Jenna Challenor wat in tweede spasie was op daardie stadium, en ons sal moet wag om te sien wie gaan tweede eindig op die oomblik.
Number 1 to 10 will be the ones that will get gold. And you saw just how Fikoroni missed it, died right at the end, and finishing 11th overall in this year's race. So the 48th edition of the Old Mutual 2 Ocean Marathon. For some it has come to an end, some has retired, but some will continue and go all the way to the finish line. And it's seen some improving their times as well, but it was a fast race. Against the wind, everybody just went out and ran a strong race overall.
I think it's so wonderful as we see all of the social runners there for a little bit coming through. I can remember being back there with the social runners a few years ago. There's such an incredible vibe on route, and I think that this race is really a lot about them. All of them training just as hard, putting in the time and the effort to be here and to do 56 kilometers today. So it's just incredible to see them all en route, part of the race.
If you look at these runners here, remember they are not necessarily slow runners, and some of them might take offense at you calling them social runners. They're all A and B seeded runners still, so these are serious runners that are coming up Constantia at the moment.
Yeah, I suppose social is a different way of looking at it. I think that none of these guys are going for a top 10. That's what I was meaning, but definitely very competitive fast runners.
Well, we're at Constantia Nek, but I can tell you we've got our second lady in sight, and it is still Jenna Challenor, not looking quite as comfortable as she was before, but still fighting hard at the moment.
Yeah, I think that Jenna has run an absolutely incredible race so far. It is her first ultra coming from the marathon, and particularly this route, a very tough route to do an ultra on. So she's still looking strong. You can see that she's fighting, she's hanging in there, and it's going to be really, really great for her to have such a wonderful debut first ultra at 2 Oceans.
maemong a bobedi ke morwetsana eo le yena a tla hleng a sie dipuo tse ngata ke lekgetlo la hae la pele a nka karolo lebelong lena la Two Oceans mme yena ke Jenna Kaleno mme yena shebile jwalo hore jwalo ka hae le la pele mme a tshwere jwalo ka morethetho o tshwere o maemong a bobedi nnete fela kapa o ka mora mohlodi ya seng a phethetse lebelo mme yena o ntse a ya pele ho yo hlola. I think big surprises are coming, especially with this woman.
Well, I'm quite interested because I can see there is one of the South African women coming up right here on second position, that which we've been always calling for, to say, where are our South African women? And now that she, so I know he's showing me Caroline, so I know she's there, but then, having, people like her, so we can be able to, sit back and say, other women will be motivated too.
Indeed, Big T, they really need a pat in the back, or you worked very well. For the first time and getting this position and going on like the way she is, it's one of the biggest achievements for her, and she really needs to know that whatever you did today worked for you. What you need to do from now on is to fly even more higher.
Adana shimwe fesi handi musiri kulabela sambambe ini abaya bafumakazi baneba kushuma ngandula ini abaya budukuma fesi atwalo nero tobalo le ruwa kuma arabona balesa hapo ne bakukiti mahone hapo ne babahone ngachino chipinga zia konda kuma fesi ya zuto dhamanda chipinga chinji musi wa bafumakazi bachikukiti mababizinga wezino uwakono zubona zori asitova utova uri banga bachitokona ushikanga fesi ya huna zuneba kono uzita ufuka hapo ne bakuzita ngao uzubona zori bafumakazi bana sutu zikiti ne bakuzita fesi ya haba volingeza uzita ngandele na kushita ngayo aritu zubura sori chipinga chinji hapa kamba bezinga hwezino robert chibona bane ba nuclear uvangika la Russia baba bone ba jesa ndango kamba behizino fedze zvinezwa kutaka za nzori aribo kono bona bafumakazi bana Africa chipembe na bone bo vachikojia maga anga haya wone zvingataka za kumo to bona ka top 10 yashu rishinga bona bathu banje kuma vocal Africa chipembe.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the wind and the times, etc. And I'm looking at the time on the screen there, 3:45.27 at the moment for Jenna Kaleno, which, Caroline, your winning time last year was 3:44.44, which was essentially a training run that turned into a win. So it wasn't really pushing as hard as you maybe could have or would have. And although Damencevic's time is extremely fast, it seemed like the rest of the women, including Tanith Maxwell, etc., are quite far behind at the moment and not running that fast.
Yeah, it does look like they aren't running as fast as what we would expect in the women's field, especially after looking at such a fast finish for the men, and so many of the men running so well. So it could be something to do with the run, with the wind. It could also be to do with the fact that maybe due to the increased competition from Moreno, some of them started a little bit faster than maybe they should have. So it could just be a result of Jenna maybe pushing a little bit too hard on Chapman's and now paying for it later at this stage of the race. But she's still looking good, and she's coming in for a great second place soon.
Well, she is coming in for that second place right now, getting onto the grass, and she's going to finish roughly 10 minutes behind Marina Damencevic. But it is Jenna Kaleno, the first South African coming in here, and also not the first novice, but also her first Two Oceans ultramarathon, as well as Damencevic, of course. And right now she can just savor this moment as well.
Yeah, and what a race for her. I mean, absolutely incredible. Her first ultramarathon at the Two Oceans and coming in second, first South African woman, absolutely incredible. I'm sure that she's going to savor every moment of going down this final straight.
Maemo a bobedi Jenna Kaleno 3:47.06 ke ena a nkang jwalo e le lekgetlo la hae la pele a nka karolo lebelong lena la Old Mutual Two Oceans. Ke bua jwalo ka morwetsana ya ileng le ena dikilometereng tse ka bang tse fetang tse 20 ke ha qala jwalo o fumana morethetho wa hae ho fitlela kilometereng ena o qetela 56 o phethela jwalo 3:47.27 seconds o phethela lebelo lena la hae la pele la selemo mme a nka jwalo maemo a bobedi at Two Oceans 2017.
Rozula hapa na mikari na ngweda ya kahale kaka kalangwa ya pelaho aro kolabresa Caroline Wasman ane achile barisa chipinga chile na musi hoyu mfumakazi Jenna chale na akorana ochita chile cha 3:47 ola barisa cha chitangwa wa pelaho cha awarataru na 44 jamba uri hongo kono shuma hongo kono shikela ka hoji makazi ane ba Caroline ochitangwa wa pelaho fezia ugamba uri mashini mabu ya kubo odiwana oshuma gaine ndira fezia makadiwa baji magidi mane bakaditoda vamwe va vafumakadzi va khou dzhena ri khou va vona fhedziha zwi takadzesaho nga maanḓa ri zwa uri hei mbambe hu na vhathu vhane vha tori ri khou ngo dzhenela mbambe a ri khou ṱoḓa u ita zwiṅwevho nga nnḓa ha u dzhenela kha mbambe heino.
Well, still more visuals from the route as we wait for the third woman to come in, and we're actually wondering at the moment who that might be, because at one stage Elizabeth Sefa, the Ethiopian, was running extremely well along with Tanith Maxwell. They seem to have fallen back quite a bit, and a lot of the pre-race favourites not close even to Jenna Challenor at this stage, as we're back at Constantia. And of course the big long climb for most of these athletes after already having done a standard marathon and then some, having to go up that hill, probably the toughest part of this race.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Constantia is the most difficult part of the race. You're already tired from Chapman's, and it's actually an increased elevation in comparison to Chapman. So definitely the hardest part of the route, but once you get to the top of Constantia, then you know that it's just downhill pretty much all the way home and that you've made it.
Well, downhill except for Bruce Fordyce's unnamed hills. Those two little ones at the end.
There's always going to be unnamed hills, but you do realize when you get to the top of Constantia, you know that you're going to make it to the end.
So I'll remember Brian saying, there are a lot of 9 of the curves around after Constantia Park. So that's quite beautiful indeed. When you look at the the steeps, and when you look at the way how the road is winding, you happen to say these guys they have got to stand.
Santsane re shebile hore maemong a boraro ho tla hlaya mang wa hopola hore o ne a le teng le yena Maxwell mo teng le yena re tla leka ho sheba hore na ha jwale ho tla boela ho hlaya mang jwale ka morwetsana wa boraro Elizabeth o tloa Zimbabwe le yena ke o mong wa barwetsana ba neng ba ntse ba tlile ba tanakella haufinyana le Jenna hammoho le yena morwetsana ya hapileng jwalo lebelo e leng yena Marna, mme a jwale Jenna re shebile jwalo hore ya tla hlahella maemong a boraro barwetsaneng ke mang hobane dikilometara nnete fela di ntse di a hafole ntse di a di fela o so ba pisa jwalo le metsotsonyane le 10 o tloa ho le ba o renya bosupa ha le belo lena le thakgwa le leholo la letsatsi kilometara ke tse 50 le metso e tsiletseng 66 kilometers ultra two oceans marathon.
A udala chingwe musi erika debara na safesia orika sia la bafumakazzi ndinyi anenga dabado subolo zorika dito for bana bafumakazzi babiri bana oranga panda Marina Katina Jenna ndibone banezo shino orukambanga habo bapanda mu ho Toma na mu bune ababiri mbuso ndi ordinyi bafumakazzi ane adumobraro anaraga mu wana ko Jenna Harosh.
Well, beautiful pictures coming from the Old Mutual Two Oceans route, and you see some of these runners and A, B seeded runners, and they all can run a marathon in about 3 hours, just over 3 hours. So still very, very good runners coming through here, enjoying their day, the vibe out on the route, both literally and figuratively at the moment, and still looking extremely fresh going up Constantia there.
Auna na zwimwe musi vha tshi khou lavhelesa zwikwara zwine zwa vha hone zwine zwa tou vha zwi konḓesaho nga maanḓa ndi musi u tshi khou lavhelesa u bva hangei Constantia Hill kana Constantia Neck hune ndi tshone tshikwara tshihulwanesa tsho fhedzisela nga nnḓa ha musi vha tshi ḓo dzhena u ḓa tsini na hune ra vha ri hone hafha hune ha vha hafha University of Cape Town hafha kha midavhini ya vha ya rugby fhedziha arali wo vhuya wa swika fhala Constantia u vha wo gidima kilomita siko dza 47 zwo tamba na ngaho zwa uri tshi vha tshi tshifhinga tshihulwane vhukuma ngauri u vha wo no pfukha kha tshifhinga tsho randelwa tsha marathon kana tsha mbambe hune ra zwa uri mbambe nnzhi ndivho 42.2 zwino hafha vha vha kha ḓivha vho kha musinga kilomita siko dza ṱahe uri vha ḓiwane vha tshi khou swika hafhaḽa zwine zwa takadzanisa uri hei mbambe i dzhenelwa nga vhathu vhanzhi vhukuma vhane ranga vha amba u bva kha masia oṱhe o fhambanaho fhedziha zwa ndeme ndi zwa uri kha vhunzhi ha vhathu vha vho zwi ḓivha zwa uri vho lavhelesa tshifhinga tshine vha khou tshi gidima u swika zwino murahu ha awara 3 na minute swikaho dza 52 zwine zwa tou vha tsinitsini na awara swikaho 4 vha zwi ḓivha na ngaho zwa uri vhaṅwini vho no ḓivha hone phanḓa fhedziha tshavho ndi tsha uri vha ḓiwane vha khou wana mungena onouḽa wa uri ro vha ri hone ro vha tshipiḓa tsha mbambe ine ya vha ya Old Mutual Two Oceans 2017.
Nnete fela se etsahalang ka mora dihora tsena tse tharo ke yona pheletso ya dintho mme boholo ba maatlete ya rona tabakgolo e se le yona ya hore ke ile ka nka karolo lebelo leo ka selemo se itseng mme what's important is I've got the medal to show to the world that once in my lifetime I was part and parcel of the race.
re ka tseba nabo bafumakadzi bane ba hone se mo simba me skotrana o jena ha ba re ko ba se sore ndi ba fiyo bane ba khorana o ranga phanda banne ba kho tebela ka mutebe wa bafumi ba khwinesa bane ba kho wana mungene o ne ba mungene wa musuku ndi mo se re kola ba samba ine ya Old Mutual 20 ndigane Old Mutual 2 Oceans 2017 ine ya kukidima wakati wana na mose kune mucho hapa kadro ine ya kapa auta mucho utakazao wara tola hadwa fa bana muya onewa ba ukufana sa uzulu ndikamanda musi wuzulu balesa kadro bana ba landa musi hapa udara ba hona.
We're still waiting for the third woman to show up. Hona jwale tjena jwale ka re tseba hore ba babedi ba pele ba se ba tlile ba qetile mme ha o sheba jwalo o tla fumana hore ba nneng 21 kilometers ho senga ka jeno namakwa nkasi nkile maemo a pele a bobedi a nkwa ke yena kgwatlapane se utlwadi mme ke ba Lesotho bobedi ba bona ka mora hora le metsotso e meraro fela ke ha ile hore ba kena maemo a boraro nkwe ke David Manja wa Afrika Borwa la ke mohale maemo a bone a bohlano e bile Thaba Mosiako mme aba meka gae France Gladwin Zazi Mariano Iso Kubeni Kubese Slindile Hamole Philemon Matiba get top 10 21K's men's results this morning.
Quite interesting to see that out of 10, 8 are South Africans and only 2 are from Lesotho. So I think a bit of an improvement from the side of South Africans, particularly when they look at how things have been turning out.
Ke o moretsana ya tlanka maemo a boraro ka ya hlailang jalo maemo a boraro hore o tla se a thethele ka mokgwa ofe ba le yena o santsa hlailetse jalo bathong. Let's wait and see if she will. It's not a question actually, she will take the third position.
Well, it is Tanith Maxwell coming in here, third in 2015, second in 2016, and back to third in 2017. Probably not the race she would have wanted. She ran a 3:45 last year, and in 2015 she ran a 3:45 as well. And here, about 10 minutes slower, is Tanith Maxwell coming in to the finish.
Yeah, I think definitely not the race that she was hoping for, but still third place is always a good position to be in. So I'm sure that she'll still be proud of her overall position, but I know that she was definitely hoping for a faster time and possibly even a win today. So a little bit of disappointment around that, I'm sure.
And more particularly when you look at her, I think previous years, in 2015, she, 2015, she has been part of the top 5, coming up at 3:45, and she went back again. 2016 3:45, so a drop of 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think we have to remember that Tanith only started with ultras 3 years ago, coming up from the marathon. She was one of our Olympians in the marathon, so for her to come up into the ultras and be on the podium in each one of the ultras that she's done is still an absolutely incredible achievement. So 3 2 Oceans marathons, third position, second position, and third position again is absolutely fantastic.
Bango wafumakazi bane kala Afrika chipembe yatenda uri musi uwa banabalesa kushimele kwabo na ndire ile bakushima ngayo ka chipinga hechino ngo rolo siyamba tikele zol kaba wafumakazi banje kuma suya kwanda kuma tiwana ba hatanga ndauri baba pa tefulo odiwana bakachimo chingaho hechi huniba kupikisana bafumakazi bavoka mashango anda chipinga chinji uba bafumakazi bavoka mashango ngabo Ethiopia babone bane bajia manda ref dibafano kana Afrika chipembe batone rambe sangamanda ngahabo huduba batwanga bo Shane Postman batwanga bo Carol Wostman andera bana studio kadwana na musi
ha khotsofatsa holo bona hore ho ba bararo ba pele ba sembakene big team ba babedi ba bona ke ba Afrika Borwa mme jalo ka re bone na Tanith Maxwell nka maemo a boraro dilemo di 40 kaofela tsa morwetsana kapa tsa mmenwa ya neng a qeta ho phethela maemo a bone mpa ho hang a boraro ha bona le ho hang hore o sa fitile 40 years o tla hopola ka selemo sa 2006 wila emela Afrika Borwa papading tsane tsa di Commonwealth marathon wa yona ya ba ka 2007 o nka jwalo yona tsa Africa Cup of Nations ba rwetsana 21K's di results tsa teng re bone jwalo Yvette van Sail a boela khutlela lebelong hape a nka maemo a pele a bobedi a nkwe ke Nolin Conrad maemo a boraro ke Luisa Leballo maemo a bona ke Cornelia Jupet a bohlano ke Lebogamphalula a botshelela ke Lavinia Haltope a bosupa ke Mapaseka Makhanya Rutendo Nyorora o nkile maemo a borobedi Christine Kalma a nka borobong mme Rudo Munderwa o nkile maemo a boleshome ene le di results tsa 21 kilometers ho Masadi.
And once again, Sil, we spoke about the Palula sisters right here, but you can see she is there, Lebogang Palula. Well, I think that gives hope to a lot of South Africans. And top 5, you can see the Van Zyl, Conrad Liballo, Jobert Palula, the all South Africans. And coming up down here, you can see a combination of the Slovakians and other people coming from the other side.
Well, another interesting thing about the half marathon is that today 55% of the half marathon field was women. And generally, you'd think women are better ultra runners overall, and apparently that's been proven scientifically now than men. So why is the half marathon field 55% women and the ultra only 30%?
I think what we're seeing at the moment is more and more women actually joining the running community. They're coming out, they're trying to live a healthy lifestyle, and that really starts with the shorter distances. So they're coming out, they're doing 10Ks, they're moving up to the half marathon, and I think over the next few years we're going to see more and more women entering the ultras and showing the men how it's done.
Quite. I think you're quite right, because if you check, I know even the age of the participants, you can check from the age of 20, I think 21 to 45. You'd see these are all women who are part of this, and 50%, like you're saying. So that tells you that, year in, year out, we're having an increase in terms of numbers coming down to all these marathons.
Well, the fourth lady coming in to the finish now, and another one of Caroline Bussman's teammates, so I'm going to let you talk about her.
Yeah, so this is Mary Curry coming in. I know that little concrete hill that she's going up now very well. It's just before you get up into the grass, and it's quite a little tough climb there, but absolutely incredible run by her. Mary has done so well over the last couple of years. This year she ended up winning the Vol Marathon, and she's just getting stronger and stronger. So I know she's also going to be doing Comrades, and I think we can definitely see a gold medal in Comrades coming up for her as well. What an incredible run. I'm just so proud of her, so happy for her to see her there coming towards the final stretch now.
Well, Mary Curry there has a best position in the Two Oceans of 24th prior to today, and here she comes in 4th place. Also a personal best time of 4 hours 26:20 run in 2015, so she is going to shatter her personal best here. And from 2 Sainsbury medals, she's going to a gold.
And you can see she's looking absolutely over the moon about it. She is so excited coming into that final straight and looking so strong. So definitely somebody to watch in the future. Well done, Mary. Absolutely incredible run by you.
And just looking for you, yeah?
Yeah, no, I feel as a minute talk looking back over my shoulder. Make your a good race today. May apetela jwalo atla bata fela o netefatsa nako mme ke nete ba le ka ha utlwa a no a tshwa hore e tla hlabele best time ya hae tsatsing la ka jeno Mary Curry me o petela jwalo KPMG ke wa bobedi wa bona ya senga kene ho ba bane ba seng ba phethetse lebedi.
Yeah, and you can see she's just enjoying every single minute of running down this final straight with the crowds cheering, waving to people in the crowd there, and enjoying that moment of crossing the finish line. Fantastic run.
Bazibona musi ba fumakatsi bangahawa bachikushimanga ndleni yaba yabutukuma ubaka club yaba ya KPMG zata nakuma club zinzaba hone ubaka mashango na masi otepambanaho badozumbola chipinga chinji ndiya ma club yaba ya Faranani bafala Pitori ndiya ma club ingaho Manuni va Pitori ndiya ma club ingaho yaba Athletics Club ndiwone batwani wangambesa zinjinga mandanga hawo.
Ntombisintu Mfunzi coming in there in 5th place, and she has a personal best of 3 hours 52, so again slightly slower, and equaling her best position ever in the race. In 5th place is Ntombisini Mfuni, and it looks like Ulrika Stander there coming in for 6th place finish.
Kadima Kambamba Iniaba ya Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon Iniaba ya waho kidibili fumisumbe rifano kadrobo Iniaba ya Cape Town rojula raba kolabisa hapa unera bahoda ndi hapa kamitabi Inia tabu wa rugby ya fano ka University Iniaba ya Cape Town ndi hapa unera bahoda ngachini spinga unera kokono bona ba kidibi wote bashiko chene ngoral nisa kutaka sangamanda nisoto shino rono fombe chote no raba saba fumakazi bane raba nabo ngachini spinga bane bako chene kamtinga mti pezi niso kutaka zanzoro za jino chikala chama fumakazi bane bako chene ashiko to bachi chira fungo ralo bakulingaza uba bashiko chipunguza jamba zori kamingo haiteberaho ringa bare kubona vunje bafumakazi bashikota bafetu hoti ngandolera chizibona kabango makidimba boka mashangwane yaba anda
lena ke lebelo la bone la Ntombisintu Mfunzi le a lengore wa le phethela la Two Oceans jwale ka haila kala ka selemo sa 2012 yaba o phethela jwalo ka ba o fetwa jwalo ke selemo se fitileng. Ulrika Stander onka jwalo maemo a bohlano lena mo teng a phethelang le lebelo lena la hae 56 kilometers ke yona ya Two Oceans sentseng etsa etsahala ha jwale ha re bone morwetsana ya tlang a tlile ha jwale ya tla hleng a phethele le yena ya sala itsamaela a kentswe jwalo hare ke bahlankana ba mo fa jwalo lebelo a tsamaya ba sia le yena o se a tla phethela ha jwale.
Janie Grindling coming in now, and also her first Two Oceans ultramarathon. So great finish there for her. In 8th place as well is Janie Grindling. And again, really enjoying this last 50 meters or so of the race. But Caroline, only 2 women today under 4 hours.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting. Usually we expect to see most of the top 10 around the 4-hour mark, with the 4 hours being that silver cutoff. So I'm quite surprised that there are so many women that are outside the 4-hour mark today.
Koyo Karasi Janie Grindling ane nene okova ka mutebo bane ba fasi afumi bana ka bona ka tabana mose uchikoba la balesa di bafumakazi bane bapakule haba kasi na bala ukitima fano kala Africa chipembe jine jar tuza bukoma bona bafumakazi banchinga uri ara wona balesa kamba bakeni yana kwa di bafumakazi bachibana bana ka banga hawo bane vojena ka himbambe vojena kamba bakeni ya half marathon ya 21 kilometers hune bapada pesene skoza futano zari bunzanga ngoho zori bafumakazi banje zoshino bandi bathu bane bako jela njele upata mibili yabo jela njele uchila buchilo buni haba habuti ya mtakalo wa kwene sabkuma aratakala zezo msi richibona ziti ngorali.
Another gold medal and a debut at Two Oceans. That's Sarah Bard coming through in the colours of Nedbank, the American athlete who made her debut in Comrades last year running a 6:42. So just missing a silver medal here, but she will be getting a gold medal for finishing in the top 10 of the ladies race. And this year only 3 women under 4 hours. Very, very slow showing from the women, except for that winning time of 3:37. Very, very fast, one of the fastest times here in Two Oceans history. But Sarah Bard comes through here for a gold medal, 4 hours and 5 minutes for the 56-kilometer journey.
It's been a while since I've seen anybody just getting around at 3:30 some odds as far as the women are concerned. So Sarah coming through amongst those from the Nedbank team once again. So they've been dominating as far as numbers are concerned in both the male and the female version.
Definitely, and we see the another gold medal here from Yulani Basson in the colours of Born to Run Equities, and that's their second gold medal in the ladies race, and really a club, Caroline, that's coming through the ranks in terms of women's running, with Yolandi McLean as well, former Comrades and Two Oceans gold medalist, sitting this one out due to a small little injury, but nice to see these new teams popping up.
Yeah, great to see Yolani coming in consistently, making those gold medals both in Two Oceans and in Comrades Marathon. What's interesting about Yolani is that she's also has a full-time job as an audit partner at PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers. So she really is one of those women doing it all, running so well at this level and working a full-time job. Wonderful to see.
Bruce, you have watched, and you were supposed to run today, but you are sitting and you're preparing for a huge race that's coming up. Nothing can beat this.
Let's say there's one race that can equal it, and that's the Comrades.
No, we always know you're going to go there, Doctor.
They you know, each of the great marathons around the world have their own unique flavor, and they have their own unique selling point. The Two Oceans is just a magnificent race with, you know, its boasts as the world's most beautiful marathon. It's the world's, without doubt, the world's most beautiful ultra marathon. And it's a magnificent event. It's just a special, special day. And Kieran and I just took a little break now while the others were commentating. We went and stood right on the fence and watched Jenna come in for second place and watched a few of the silver medalists coming in. And, I wanted to be out there with them. It was hard to, I'm not a good spectator.
And there we see Salome Cooper coming in. Also an incredible run from her, from Born to Run as well. Teammates with Yolani Basson. And, wow, she's really had a great run today. She's also had a gold medal previously at Comrades Marathon. So really good to see her doing that at Two Oceans as well.
Great run there by Salome, and if I'm not mistaken, putting them into a good position for the team prize amongst the ladies. That's the third Born to Run athlete coming through, and she'll be happy with today's run.
I think think this is the 10th or 10th or 11th, one of the two. I think it's the last one in the top 10 as far as the women are concerned. So we'll confirm that for you shortly. Okay, the top 10 is complete already. So this is the 12th one coming in as far as the women are concerned. So already have the confirmed top 10 for the guys. Already have the confirmed top 10 for the women as well. So it has been a very interesting day overall. Then it all started with the Barusian, who was the one that led from the start all the way to the end. On the other hand, we saw that it was Ngonga who eventually won the race. He came and started very late before he broke away from the rest of the pack. Now, she's finished to the wrong side. She's supposed to have gone to the right-hand side. Somebody should have got at her. I think they've been doing that throughout the day. And I think after number 10, really, most of the guys have moved away to start bringing them in and start moving into the right direction. Caroline?
So now we have another KPMG runner coming through, also new on the block but doing so well, Dunker, and looks like an absolutely incredible run for her too. I know her focus is also on Comrades Marathon, so it'll be very interesting to see what she's going to do at Comrades Marathon. I think what I love at the moment is how many women we've seen coming through in the ultras. The South African women are really starting to dominate the field. Even though we didn't get first place today, we've just seen such an increase in the caliber of female runners coming through in ultramarathon running. So wonderful to see her coming through in such a great time.
Well, 4 hours, 9 minutes into the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Sub 4 hours to get your silver medal, and it's something that Bruce and I were talking about outside. It's one of the hardest silvers to get in the country.
I think it is the hardest silver. You know, in fact, everything about the Two Oceans is hard. So we were having this chat. It's hard to win it. It's very hard to repeat win it, and it's very hard to get a hat trick. Whereas those things are, I don't want to say easier, but they can be accomplished in Comrades. Then if you go to gold medals, the gold medals are very difficult as well. There are not a lot of people who've got lots of gold medals for finishing in the first 10. Then the silver medal is very hard. It's far harder than the silver medal equivalent in the Comrades. And the Chet Sainsbury medal is harder than the Bill Rowan achievement in Comrades. So all the way through, it's a tough race, right down to the final cutoff. I think the 7-hour final cutoff is tougher than the 12-hour cutoff at Comrades.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's easier about it is it's only 56 kilometers as opposed to 89.
Can we gauge us? Can you start thinking, Comrades, and thinking now, how much of the times that we've seen the first times run here today can really probably propel and really spill over to the next race that's coming up, or we just need to forget about this and focus on Comrades separating TT altogether?
Just separate and focus on the Comrades together. Here we can see the runners coming up. I think Constantia Neck there. That's the camera of Constantia Neck. And contrasting, I said it earlier, about an hour ago, I said we're going to see lots of people walking up Constantia Neck and going into a run as they get to the top. And that's exactly what you see. And these are not bad runners here. These are solid runners, but Constantia Neck can tame them.
So we're still watching the 2017 Old Mutual Two Ocean Marathon as we're coming to the end of the race. For some people, it's just a walk now. And I think that was the huge advice that was given also to the expo by the other legends who came through to talk, and saying that when you get to this level, if you can't run anymore, try and walk. Have fun. Enjoy everything around there. People will be coming out to cheer you on. Go out, have a time there. Take a few selfies if you can as well. You'll remember that sometime later on. But it's all about coming out and having fun. If you're not part of the lead group that's really going out there to win it. We saw today the defending champion unable to defend his title today. Beaten to it by another new exceptional talent in South Africa. Lungile Ngonga. There's the man that walked away with it from the Eastern Cape. It's really his first attempt and really doing that well. It has been a great day indeed for the athletes as far as the net bank is concerned.
And a great payday as well for Gonka. 250,000 Rand from the Two Oceans Marathon organizers for that first place. He'll get bonus incentives from a shoe sponsor, and then his club Netbank also paying in excess of 150,000 Rand. So people would say not bad for 3 hours of work, but they don't know what goes on behind the scenes and the months and, you know, the blood, sweat and tears and preparation that it takes to win a race like the Two Oceans Marathon. or just in actual fact take part in it.
It is indeed. I mean, I really envy most of these guys. So that's crossed now. Udo Karls is standing by with the winner. Talking about Ulungile Ngonga.
Marathon. Bili phupha lam apha emaracing izinto zendiwine nam. Ndivuyela ukuba iwine ngumuntu walapha eSouth Africa, bengumuntu oqala apha eSouth Africa owina imarathon. Ndivuyisa nabantu abandisapotayo, ookhoshi, ndibulela kuNedbank, Future Life, Biochi, Nick Pester and Affiliates Nike. Ndinocoach Andrew Gramala. Ndiyabulela nakuye. Nabantu enditrayina nabo bandisapotayo bonke nabasemakhaya nabazali abandisapotayo bulela konke umuntu ondixhasayo yabulela.
So let's have a look at the result as far as the men are concerned. Lungile Gonga is the one that finished top, and it was Orinyana Lebopo coming in and Tebo Wasillo, both from Lesotho. Colin Makaza from Zimbabwe is the one that came in as well. Meli Kennedy from Kenya came in as well there as also. The Ethiopian Dinke coming in 6th overall. Tembu from South Africa as well, 7th. Then there was Muzingi Ndlela from South Africa and another one from Lesotho in Musuti, right in a 10th as far as the men are concerned. Look at the time split from the top all the way to the bottom. There, Kuhn.
Yes, definitely around 6 minutes, 7 minutes actually, 7.5 minutes from 1st to 10th. And that 46 kilometer, there was a bunch of 6 men still together in that lead pack. So it just showed you in that last 10 kilometers how it just immediately exploded up. But a brilliant run from Lungile Gonka, the first South African to win the Two Oceans Marathon since David Katebe back in 2013.
So it is indeed Pindigule standing by now with the second finisher in a woman. So your teammate Caroline is taking now with Jenna, that is Pindigule.
Standing here at the finish of the 56 kilometers, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, and finishing second and finishing very, very strong. My very own, my home girl is Jenna Chandler. Well done on such a good run.
Thank you, Penny. I'm so happy.
I'm so happy for you because, I mean, I know how hard you've worked. I know how difficult it's been and challenging at times, but you just kept pushing forward. How in the world did you do it today?
Do you know what? The body achieves what the mind believes. If you believe in yourself, and I'm so blessed to have my husband and my club and my coach and all the people that work in my team at Prime, Dr. Suba and Wayne Horwood believe in me, and that just is amazing. That's what gives me the belief in myself.
And just being out there on the road today, how did it feel like? I mean, at what point did you think, you know what, I do have a chance to make it, possibly even make it as a winner, or even the second, as you came home in second place?
I just followed my plan. I had no position in my head today. I just thought I'd stick to my plan, follow my plan, and see what it gave me. When I got just before 28 Ks, I was lying, I think, 4th or 5th, and then I sort of overtook 2 or 3 people, and I was suddenly lying 2nd, and I thought, oh, well, let's give it a go.
And it happened just like that. And anytime soon, comrades, I know we've had this discussion about comrades, and I know it's a question that you get all the time. Are we going to see that happening anytime soon?
Definitely not this year. This was my goal for this year. I'm really happy. It's like a dream come true. The second place is like a win for me. Comrades, definitely in the future, but not this year.
Well done to you, Jenna. And I mean, I love just how you came in and you finished strong. You really are an inspiration to many women out there. You've worked hard, you've earned it, you deserve it. Okay, this is Two Oceans Marathon, still waiting for more and more.
So there we have it. It was Jenna having a chat there with Pindigule. So just to recap quickly, the top 10 in the women's race. Mariana Timancevic is the one that finished top, and then Jenna Chandler coming in second, and Tani Maxwell coming in third. Mary Curry was fourth, fifth was Mpunzi. Then Standa coming in of sixth, and then Krunding coming in number 7, Tata coming in, and Smith, as well as Bar, are the ones that wrapped up the top 10. So Bar, the American, coming in. And look at it, only 3 women in the sub 4. The rest coming just outside the 4-hour mark. So that's how things have been here today overall. So the top 10 for the men and the women have been confirmed for the 56-kilometer ultra marathon. of the Old Mutual 2 Ocean 2017. I think Jen, being honest, that she wanted this and she got it second. It's just like winning it because it was a tough race indeed today.
Definitely, she'll be very, very happy with that second place, and I'm sure her three little girls in Durban as well would have been rooting for their mum to even catch up to Morena, but it was a standalone victory from Dumfusich. 3 hours, 37 minutes and 13 seconds, one of the quickest times we've seen here in recent years.
It's been against all odds. They managed to do it. They managed to get to the finish and wrap it all up. So it all started very early, 6:40 in the morning. That's when it started for some of these athletes that came out. A lot of numbers, 11,000 in total came out lined up for this one. And right at the end, there could only be one that wins it, and the other ones will all have to follow and be chosen and looked at as going forward and planned for the other one that's coming up. You can see some of these here ads just past the marathon mark at Holt Bay. Still a long way to go. There's about 14 Ks before the end of the race.
Yeah, 4:18 for these athletes that will be going through the marathon mark. Quite a way back, as you said, 14 kilometers to go, but they'll still finish well within the cutoff time. They'll collect their medals. These athletes still finishing under 6 hours. If you remember, the cutoff here is sub-7, so between 6 and 7 hours is the blue medal, and then from 5 hours to 6 hours the bronze medal. So these athletes, that's what they'll be aiming for now, to finish in that sub-6 hours.
Let's go back and talk about one part of the race that I really loved overall, Bruce, the pacers. When do their job come to an end? Because they start there with a massive buzz from the beginning. When do they say, okay, now we've pushed them enough and we can start moving aside, and probably we can, those that follow will follow eventually?
No, their job doesn't end, and the pacers, the important pacers, are still out there working hard. Kieran and I watched the silver medal pacers coming in alone. 2 guys who were the silver medal. No passengers on board that bus at all. They had dropped it. But out there now are the pacers, the important ones, for the people who just want to secure their medal. So there'll be a pacer for the Chet Sainsbury medal, which ends at 5 hours. Now behind them are the pacers for the bronze medal, which ends at 6 hours. And then the final and most important pacers of all are the people who bring you in to make sure you finish. And that's the 7-hour cutoff and the final cutoff. Those pacers are still out there. They never drop off. So they run at a consistent rate to bring the runners through to get the medal that they want. And they have their different methods. Some of them pass around song sheets, and they sing, and they clap, and they encourage, and they strategize. They walk all the major hills if necessary. They run all the downhill, but they bring people through. And the pacers, it's called a bus.
Yeah.
The buses are very important in these races for people who are not sure whether they can run the time that they want.
You just spoke about those that arrive here without any passengers in the bus. So they'll have the passengers somewhere on the road before coming to the finish line.
Well, the faster the pace, the harder it is to be a bus driver. It's a bus driver, and silver is ridiculous. Here's a pacer coming up to the left-hand side of our screen. I can't read it, but sub 6 hours. So now you know the sub 6 hour hopefuls are coming, that's a bronze medal, are coming over the top of Constantia Neck. And that bus driver will keep them together. And people, I personally hate buses. When I get caught by a bus, I let it run over me, or I try and stay ahead of it. I just don't like it in there because I can't get to my drinks. I get bumped, and I'm not great on sing-songs when I'm hurting and my toenails are coming off. So I'm not great at that. But other people love buses. And so here you will see the bus coming up, and behind it will be the 7-hour bus.
So as you can see now, some of the runners literally just walking up as and now at the Constantia Neck. That's where they are. Most of those that are coming through, they just gone past Holt Bay. Some just coming out to have fun. Some really out here to do very well. You can still get in touch. Do remember, it is your tweets, the hashtag 2Oceans 2017. So where you can actually put it in also. Don't forget, it is the at Sport at SABC. It's been a fun day from early in the morning. The half marathon was done very quickly. Before we could even look up, it was all done. So just to handle once again at Sport at SABC. Oh, you can say hashtag 2Oceans 2017. So we'll have those messages will come through all sprawled. See, massive of the many of those have come out talking about the run that Mariana had today. It was absolutely incredible. Just enjoying the scenery around space as well at the moment. So nobody took the record time that we're all looking and thinking about here.
Yeah, the Two Oceans record is a really, really hard one. 3:03.44 in the men's race, and then Fritz 3:30. You know, they've said that some of the ladies who even attempt the record of Fritz, you need to be in like 2:26, 2:27 marathon shape. And I mean, if you're running those times, you're running in the majors like the Berlins, the London marathons, and such. So it's going to be very hard to see a lady come through for the 3:30. And equally in the men's race, I think there's more chance of the men breaking the record if they can get proper nutrition along the way and, you know, perfect weather conditions. But for the ladies' record, I think it's going to stay here for quite some time.
And Kewan, the course changes mitigate against it as well. When I ran my first few Two Oceans, we finished at Villages Rugby Club, which was a different run into the end, and it didn't have Chet's Hill, and it didn't have as many of the bumps that you've got, and you started running downhill and stayed running downhill and flat all the way to Villages. So Thompson Magawana, who set the men's record, he ran that course. Not saying it was not an incredible run, it was. He went through the marathon mark in 65 and apparently went through he went through the half marathon mark in 65, went through the marathon in 2:14 or something like that. And Frith, of course, was a phenomenal runner, but even she ran on the faster course going to Villages. So that counts against you as well. The record will fall one day. Records are there to be broken, but it will take, as Kewan said, an exceptional run with a really gifted pair of athletes on an exceptionally good day. Today was not a good day. We've gone on about the wind, but it wasn't. It has been cool out there, that's helped, but the wind obviously at the top of Chapman's Peak would have been battering the runners around.
It was, and it has always been a very good day indeed overall. We'll talk about the records later on, because I do know that somebody did really go very well in the record for the men's half marathon. Standing by now is Valen.
Brian, thank you very much. In studio with me, I've got the chairman of the Two Oceans Marathon, Dr. David Marilak. A very good afternoon to you. The weather has played ball today, hasn't it?
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Yesterday it was raining a bit, but the prognosis was good for today. Just a bit of the wind, but the sun's great. It's nice and cool as well, so fantastic for the runners.
And you must be quite happy that in the Ultra, when it comes to the men's race, we've got another South African champion.
Absolutely wonderful. We all look forward when we run our development programs, Athletics South Africa, or people coming from the club. We always hope that there's a local runner that will, sort of do well in one of our premier races, and we certainly overjoyed. We must just sort of go the next step. Is a winner from Cape Town would certainly put the cherry on the top.
It certainly did. When we speak about Cape Town and the fact that the city of Cape Town are actually a partner in putting together this race and making sure that it goes off smoothly, want us to look at the economic impact of this event for the city and for the Western Cape region. I know last year you guys did a study. Tell us a little bit more about that.
There was a partnership between the Western Cape government, the Premier's office, the University of Cape Town, University of Stellenbosch, and Cape Peninsula University of Technology, where they established a methodology to look at impacts of various events, and they chose Two Oceans as a case study. We focused particularly on visitors coming to Cape Town, and we evaluated both national as well as international participants as well as their family. And the impact, conservatively estimated, is 672 million rand, which is absolutely phenomenal. So it's a premier sort of event that brings certainly dollars or rands into Cape Town. It contributes to the service industry, it contributes to tourism, and clearly it contributes to the image of Cape Town as a brand.
There is, however, a limit to how many runners you can cater for, which would limit the amount of visitors that you can possibly get around the event. We saw this year we had the ballot for the 16,000 entrants for the half marathon. Is there any scope to move for the organising committee?
Certainly the organisers have been requesting this from the city authorities for the past couple of years. We have to recognize that the structure of the race, or the route, has its constraints. First of all, with the physical limitations of the finish area, then also the start, and also the route around Chapman's Peak, the mountain. So it's physically constrained in terms of what we are able to do. What we've done this year, so effectively they've told us, we certainly will be considering that. However, we need to consider removing the congestion. So we've worked fairly hard at the start to separate out, for example, the toilet spaces, the bag drops, and the start area to spread out a bit of the load. We have had to reconfigure the finish area this year quite dramatically. There are still some snags which hopefully will improve next year, but certainly it's removed some of the areas of congestion, and also because of the profile of the race, it is a risky thing with regards to safety. So therefore we've had to create more evacuation points as well as exit points for people, just to make sure. So I believe that it's a model that we're working towards. It's, we're in a 2-year process effectively, where we are speaking to the City Council because it's our 48th anniversary, and certainly the 50th anniversary, we certainly would like to have more runners on the road. So those plans have effectively started already to tweak our plans from here forward.
And you guys are also doing it in a clever way, because you're trying to change runner behavior before you even get more runners on the road, because this is the world's most beautiful race, and in order for it to remain the world's most beautiful race, we need to look after the environment within which we're running. So that's why you guys have got this #GoGreen campaign.
Yes, the Go Green campaign is both race specific, as in we don't like to see filth and dirt on our route in terms of just debris lying on the streets, but then also from an environmental perspective, we believe that we shouldn't be defiling our environment. So we've spent a lot of time, particularly with national parks, to ensure that people don't litter. Our focus has been on Chapman's Peak, but the entire route has been a clean campaign. That's the second part, so the environmental component. But then we've also looked at it in terms of the Go Green, goes beyond just not littering. We're also up sort of using the litter and creating desks out of that. So we're upscaling a lot of the litter. So one of our partners, we've selected, and our Old Mutual, which is our sponsor, have also contributed a lot of the desks to go into schools, disadvantaged schools who don't necessarily have desks. And because of some of the fires and that have happened in Imizamo Yetu, we've had a long working relationship with Imizamo Yetu over the years. They man water tables for us. We work fairly closely with them in terms of development. And this year we've identified them as one of the beneficiaries with regards to the Go Green campaign, particularly with regards to the school desks.
You mentioned that is just one of the offshoots of the Go Green campaign, getting runners not to litter, that there is going to be something that's good, that's done for the community with that litter, which is kind of like a double whammy when it comes to the benefits of that. I want to know, though, because we've got runners that are running for a lot more than themselves. Last year we had runners raise over 3 million rand for the charitable causes. How much are you guys anticipating this year?
We have a similar amount this year. From the organizers as well, we have a Two Oceans Marathon initiative. So besides runners' donations, which is equivalent to about 3 million rand as well, we'll also contribute from our coffers through a Two Oceans Marathon initiative, which works with various charities and distributes to, for example, athletics development programs and a number of other beneficiaries. So we work fairly closely. Just to go back to one interesting thing, your environmental issue with regards to community development programs, we know that there's been the Run Clean campaign, and it's been very successful, but there's a limit to asking people, please don't litter. And one of the strategies that we've chosen this year is actually to work on people's conscience, to say if you actually throw that litter into this particular basket, it will actually be used for a desk. So in terms of, you were speaking about changing people's behavior, so we're looking at not only being punitive in terms of saying, don't litter, we'll disqualify you or we'll fine you. We're actually saying this can actually be a contribution to our community and our society, so work with us, and we are certainly hoping that will work for us this year.
I did an interview with the CEO of the Wildlands, which is the environmental not-for-profit organization that actually came up with the Go Green initiative, which you guys adopted, and the Two Oceans Marathon is the first major running event, mass participation event that is actually doing something like this, which is what you're speaking about. It's got all these wonderful benefits, making desks and the like. And what he was saying was that the trail run is the first non-plastic trail run. So in other words, the runners had to run the 24-kilometer or the 12-kilometer event yesterday on Good Friday with their own stuff.
Yes. That's correct. Look, we would love to have sort of a plastics-free a race completely. It's not possible at this point. We're certainly looking towards every element. Clearly that the trail, because we're walking, or we're running within a pristine environment. It's a national park, it's a heritage site, so clearly we're obligated to ensure that there's absolutely no litter. So yes, runners have to carry their own water and their own hydration and their own food, and we have little water stations, and there are particular rules that applies to them as well with regards to littering. That's very punitive. However, what we are trying to do is work towards that on the road perspective, because it's very difficult when you have 28,000 people on the road, with their own hydration packs and the water sachets. So we're looking at a number of biodegradable options. We tried a biodegradable option 3 or 4 years ago. We believed it was our solution. It clearly didn't work, but we're certainly looking at a number of options as well. But Wildlands have come up with a fantastic concept, and we worked together with them for the past year in a most fantastic way, and we're hoping to up that relationship in the following year.
I know you ran the half marathon last year with the Friday runners, but we had 16,000 people go out this morning, and we had the most amount of women in the field.
Yes.
55% of those
Yes.
16,000 people
Yes.
were ladies. Have you been impressed by just how much
Yes.
road running has grown in South Africa with men and women?
Yes. Look, road running is phenomenal. Somehow it attracts people, and I think it has a lot to do with our clubs as well, and how athletics is growing as a sport in this country and developed through the administration. And I think, as we say in Afrikaans, there's a fantastic gees amongst our runners. So, and it's important that races such as Two Oceans become aspirational. The amount of Two Oceans T-shirts dating back to 1997 all of a sudden comes out of the cupboards, in a couple of weeks before the race, and certainly aspirational. So the fact that women, and they haven't necessarily been a target, but there's been a fantastic sort of upsurge in women road runners. The benefit is, we always say this, if the mother of a household or the woman in the household is active and running, we know that the kids will follow. So it's an important a road that we have to follow, and we're certainly going to work hard to increase those numbers as well.
Just explain the theme for this year that was adopted by the Two Oceans Marathon, #RunnersOne.
Yes. Runners One, it's a theme that we started last year, and we want to carry through for the next couple of years. Runners One, it's an important platform, both at an athletic level as well as a social contribution as well. At an athletic level, Two Oceans is run under the auspices of Athletics South Africa and the IAAF, and we're obligated to be non-sectarian, ensure that all runners, irrespective of their background or political affiliation, religious group, is able to participate in an environment that is open to all of us, and we certainly aspire to that. So Runners One, first of all, is a platform for everybody in terms of camaraderie, and therefore we don't allow, for example, any political statements, political slogans, any party political activities, because we believe that running is a fantastic platform to bring our communities together, and certainly the athletics fraternity plays its role as far as that's concerned. Then Runners One also has a social connotation, where we're saying, look, we would like to run with communities. We've engaged, for example, a number of community outreach programs where we've employed somebody to have a number of community-driven runs within communities where they don't necessarily form part of clubs. We would like them to form part of clubs. So we've had, once a month, we've had community runs where they can come and be part of the Two Oceans spirit. We've worked with clubs that are generally smaller clubs who don't necessarily host races at this point, but aspire to. So it's part of their contribution to start organizing these runs on a Saturday morning in association with us, so that they can actually build up the skills to start organizing their own race. So Runners One has a fantastic message with regards to being part of the athletics fraternity internationally, making sure that it's a platform that's free and open for everybody. It has an athletics contribution to make within our clubs, and then it also tries to bring communities on board through the community clubs. So, and it's a platform which we think can grow with regards to, for example, businesses getting involved in community initiatives as well. So it's a platform we would like to grow into the future.
Well, I think each and every single one of the 27,000 people that have participated in today's two races certainly did feel that spirit of sharing in the joy of running and sharing in that friendship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Valen.
Congratulations on a wonderfully organized event.
Thank you very much.
As Dr. David Maralak, he is the chairperson of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Stay with us. The broadcast continues after this.
Okay, was that all right?
Perfect.
Okay. I had to get that last part.
The sun, the sand, and the sea. Now this is the life. Because there's nothing smoother than the refreshing taste of paradise. But you don't have to be in paradise to be a winner.
Buy a Tropica and stand a chance to win daily and weekly prizes, as well as being entered into the grand prize draw to win a Kia Sportage. Watch Tropica Island of Treasure every Monday at 7:30 p.m. on SABC 3.
For weeks in a row, I was floating under a surface made of glass. For weeks in a row, I received life, but I couldn't love through the glass. I saw without sound, I saw but stayed unmoved. I had a hole in my chest and I wanted you to put things there that I could love. I had a hole in my chest and it must have stopped me from feeling your touch. I saw.
Well, they ugly now, but in 8 months, he gonna look like Beyonce.
April Home Theatre, SABC 2.
The 2017 Old Mutual Two Ocean Marathon. Remember that you can still win 1,000 Rand airtime or data with Old Mutual to call loved ones, chat with friends, or update your social media profile. Simply SMS the answer to the questions on screen and you could be a winner. SMS charge 150 per SMS. Today's the day. So enter now for your chance to get 1,000 Rand airtime or data. Get great advice. Visit worldofendurance.co.za or join the ever-expanding online community of South African endurance athletes. So the fifth question is, who gives you great financial advice? Is it 1 or A, your uncle, B, your friends, or C, weekend getaway? SMS Old Mutual and your answer to 48438. And you could win yourself 1,000 Rand airtime or data. To do as you please. You could be chatting and telling us exactly what you think of the race, where you think some could have won it or lost it. So it is all indeed here in the Two Ocean Marathon for 2017. Every time I hear or I see people walking around the Constantia neck,
that's very difficult.
I know the car took a lot of beating going up that route.
I can tell you that that's one of the area where everybody doesn't want to look at that one. I think you remember when earlier in the morning we were talking about the polish shorts, and I can imagine when Bruce spoke about the polish shorts, and he said that they look a bit similar when you look at them from the distance, and nobody want to be part of the that course for a kilometer or something.
The thing, the poly shorts and the comrades and Constantia neck in the Two Oceans are similarly positioned, very sadistically at the point when you're at your weakest and you've had enough. But you don't have to feel too sorry for any of these runners, or should I say walkers, but these runners here at the top of Constantia neck, because they've reached the top.
Yeah.
And the best part of the journey now lies ahead of them. and they're pretty. If you look at the time, 4:42, they are comfortably going. They're going to finish comfortably. They're going to make it. They can enjoy their journey, and you see some of them are smiling. They've conquered Constantia Neck.
Well, that's it. When you look at, everybody's coming right here. Like I indicated earlier on, that to them, it's not about the prize money. To them, it's about I was part of, and I'm part of the history in the making. Look, they have gone 42 in terms of the marathon. Now they're just, making sure that they are striding towards the 56-kilometer mark.
So now let's have a look. Udo Karels, he's standing by with some more of the runners who are making their way to the finish line.
Tembisile, you finished. Not a bad time. Is it what you expected today?
I was not expecting this time, but because of the cramps there and then I struggled. But I pushed up to the finish.
Listen, that wind was harsh out there this morning when you started running into it and coming back this afternoon with it.
It's not easy to face the wind when you run, but we tried because the wind was pushing me backwards. So I was fighting against the wind. So the wind was fighting against me not to finish the race. But the main thing, I finished the race at least with a good time because this is my second two Oceans. My first one was last year, 4:42. Now I'm 4:31.
Now, you're one of those runners who doesn't just run for yourself. You run to be an entertainer on this course as well.
That's my style. I like to entertain people. And I like to see people happy most of the time. Because there's no point of being sad. If someone hurt you, it's a mistake that he did or she did it. But then life must go on. Because there's no point of keeping anger with you all the time. But just the life must go on. That's why we like running, because this sport is for everyone who likes to do it. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate. Now, when we saw you at the start line this morning, you kept people entertained. I want you to finish the way that you started.
You wanted me to finish what I started at the start.
Please do.
At the finish.
Please do. Some people just don't know when the race is over.
And now Udo has started a push-up competition on the finish line of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. And can we just remind you, they've just completed 56 kilometers. I'd like to actually borrow a quote from the great Utata Nelson Mandela, because we had somebody impersonating him so beautifully. As soon as you've conquered one mountain, you realize that there's a lot more mountains still to climb. I think that's why they got down on their palms and started doing some push-ups. Absolutely brilliant vibe here at the finish line on the rugby fields of the University of Cape Town. Now, when it comes to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, it is really a festival of running. Not only do we have the 21.1 kilometer race, as well as the 56 kilometer race, where 27,000 people were on the road today alone, but on Good Friday, they have a whole host of running events. They've got a nappy dash for youngsters, a toddler trot. They've even got a 5.6 kilometer fun run. And then they've got a super competitive trail run over 24 kilometers and 12 kilometers. Take a look at what happened in those events yesterday.
This is the Two Oceans Trail Run start, UCT campus. Weather is good for trail running. Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to you all, folks. Love to see the smiles, the colors, and I will say now and forever, trail runners, the best dressed athletes in the world.
So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and away goes Payback. Good luck up there, Chile Cape Town in the southeastern zone.
I'm enjoying it. Best weather we could hope for. No wind and lots of friendly people.
What a magnificent morning to be running on the mountains. Good Friday, perfect day. It's just magnificent. So we're about now 8 k's in, third of the way. And now it's time to put the head down.
Do some real running.
Do some real running. I think the big stuff's yet to come.
There's lots of friends out there running today. It's a beautiful route, but the Two Oceans Trail Run's a tough one, and you've got to dig deep, so I think we're going to have a really awesome day.
Christian and I are running for Go Green and Love Our Trails, trying to create some awareness for no littering and just leaving the trails in a better state than we found them, and just enjoying our day out in the beautiful city of Cape Town and being part of the Two Oceans vibe.
Great race this. Beautiful mountain. Best mountain in the world.
You're scary. Just trying to hold on and not fall down.
Starting to hurt now. Now it's just the quick finish to the end. So hopefully I can make up for some lost time.
Awesome stuff. Through the turnstile.
It's been awesome. Very scary downhill. I literally went down on my butt. But the last 3 k's have been beautiful. Now it's home. Shower and back to bed. Woo! First bell run! Best race ever!
Amazing. It's the most beautiful run in the country, definitely. That was awesome. It was great.
My family, Ultramel makes Sunday delicious. Send us your Ultramel Sunday family video clip and the best will be put on TV.
Right now with me, I've got a beautiful couple who have been running. Well, Diana, you've been running for what? This is your 4th one. This is your 4th half marathon, and you did your first. Well done to you for pushing him to do his very first. How did it go?
It was good, yeah. Just as the first one, I think you could see that we're from Joburg, and the fact that we've been able to train with a few hills, I think it made it a lot easier.
Yeah. And this was very different from what you normally do playing rugby, because you do run, but 90 minutes compared to what you did today. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I think previously as a recently retired sevens player, that it's a lot different to what I'm used to, but I think it's definitely something I'm going to carry on with.
Yeah. And then for 21 kilometers, do you have any aspirations of doing a 56 maybe next year?
It's always been my dream to do a 56 with my dad one day. So I think one stage, I'm hoping that someday I'll get there. But for now, 21 is just my comfortable distance, and I'm just loving running the 21. I want to get to 10 eventually.
Now, there's nothing I love most than seeing a couple finish together. Was that the plan for today?
Well, I mean, he's a lot stronger than I am, so I kept on saying to him on the run, you know, go, go, go. And he just said, no, we've trained together. It's been such fun. It's such an awesome run. So he stuck by my side and made sure that he dragged me over that finish line within the time we wanted to finish in.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you so much, Diana and Stephen. Well, I wish you all the best for next year. And as they say, a couple that runs together stays together. So keep it that way, guys.
Heavy breathing here at the finish line. What was that like for you?
Oh, it was awesome. It's always an awesome chaos, getting everyone together, running together, which is awesome as well. It was super awesome.
Well, I mean, the spirit of the race is run as one. You felt that on the course here this morning, huh?
I think that's the main thing. Like everybody just comes together from the national anthem in the morning. Kind of brings everyone together. Everyone's cheering you, so your name is on your little banner. Except mine is difficult to pronounce. So the Johns and everyone else gets quite a lot of calls, but it was super awesome.
Well, there we go. So for 2018, just focus on the name there. Just go down there. It's Imtiaz. It's as easy as John.
Thanks, man.
So you can see the athletes continuing, some fun being had by Udo and Pindi there, chatting to all different runners who are really coming out to have fun. It's been the day now. So we're coming to the Southern Cross Drive. So that's just 7 Ks before the end of the race. So these athletes still at it. And some are already having parked on the side, having a conversation there. That's been a long day, I have to say, on the road. So they are not really worried much about finishing within the top, whatever. They're just out to have fun. And this is how you're supposed to approach it. It's all idea, DK. If I decide to do this, I know I will not be running with your congas and everything else. I'll be right at the back like this, just enjoying the scenery, taking some selfies and sending it home as well to say I did run the race. When I walked into the finish, it's okay.
Well, many people would argue that's what this race is all about. It's not about the guys running out front. It's about the 11,000 people out on the road joining them for a great day out. It's about fitness. It's about celebrating the city of Cape Town. And this is it. I mean, you can hear the beats going there. And the hashtag that big on your screen are why I run Cape Town. And, you know, that's what they want people to do, to get into the vibe, get into the day and make a fun day out of it, really.
If it wasn't important, this part we would have went home already after the top 10. So the whole race is very important. And like you said, Instagram need to see that I was slaying in Cape Town. That is why some of the athletes or some of the people are running today. Hashtag why I run Cape Town.
Big T.
Yeah,
what about DK? Next year?
Yeah.
Bayange Comrades with DK.
Baya Comrades. DK katomere pakatome ka 21 I ka 42 as a trainer Comrades. And I know I have to challenge him again. I haven't seen him on this one. I haven't seen him on the Comrades Marathon.
Every time I'm here, but I'm sitting in the commentary box. So this is my third Two Oceans, and I'm enjoying the commentary. You'll see me on many other roads, though. I'm doing a lot of 5K and 10K runs these days. So I'm joining the Park Run Revolution, and then every now and then I throw a 10K in there for fun. And I might think about moving up in distance soon, but remember, I'm a sprinter. This is like a 400-meter runner trying to move up and get a feel really for what those people out there are feeling. And I must say it's fun. It's fun getting into races and being in the crowd and really just enjoying it.
I'm a walker.
I'm still struggling with my 2K. My 2Ks, I've been doing it for the past 4 months, and I think my time is getting there, but I'm still struggling with the 2Ks.
Okay, we'll continue with the chat. Let's cross back to Udo Karlsson. He might have somebody else with him. He's been having fun. Udo, I hope you're not coming with a new challenge again for the runners.
I'm standing here with a man who's got a very interesting outfit on because, my brother, first of all, what was it like running in this very thick coat?
Wow, this, you know, I love pain first of all, you know. I train with this, you know, so because I love comrade, you know. So that's why I'm running this, you know, outfit, you know. So I love pains, you know, anyway.
Now, it's beautiful because here we got some of the comrades' paraphernalia. The folks at Two Oceans will be thinking, maybe we need to get a jacket like this going for Two Oceans, and maybe you can run in that next year.
Exactly, I'm coming back, you know.
Now, how many Two Oceans have you done?
I've done 14 today.
14 today?
14.
And when it comes to comrades, how many comrades marathons have you run?
Comrades, I've got 15. This I'm going for 16.
Yeah, I wish you guys could just touch this, you know, I could probably get a liter of sweat out of this one. Was it tough running in this in the wind today?
Yo, it was tough, you know. Hey, no, you know, this thing is very hot. So, yeah, I done, okay.
Listen, you go on there, go and grab yourself a medal.
Yes.
From myself, and it is Easter, Solimolo.
Yeah.
We wish you the best of luck, my brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Okay, ciao, right?
Kudo Karels having fun out there, the finish line.
ngabe uwa ngikachi tichina la shima kacho kapala pala hado fi habo ndi wapo.
No, he's really having a wonderful time. I think they also want to realize with this race, in effect all the races you go to, it is people tend to come out and try and find way to be innovative, way to come out with a flair and all the different things that comes with it. And the gentleman, it's been one of those already. I saw one was wearing a total animal skin somewhere earlier on. So there's been different ones that have come up. So he's now wearing a jacket, a heavy jacket from the beginning to the end. Going 56 Ks with that.
But at the end of the day, as much as he confirmed that it was heavy, it was hard for him to run with it. At the end of the day, he's done. He ran the 50 Ks and he's done with it.
ndingazoti chiyamba chipinga chinji uri kha mbambe dzingahwedzi chipinga chothe awara dza ndeme nga maanḓa dzine dza ḓo lavhelesiwa dza vhathu vhane vha khou tea u dzhena vha tshi khou tea u wina ri vha ri khou amba nga awara khamusi tharu ra vha ri khou amba nga awara yo thoma kha vhathu vhane vha khou gidima khamusi half marathon ya 21 ri tshi ḓa khamusi kha mbambe i ngaho ya 56 ri vha ri khou amba nga awara swikaho tharu fhedzi u ya nga hangei kha awara ṱhanu kha nna no ya kha ṱhanu hu vha hu khou ḓa vhathu vhane vha khou tama u tori ro vha ri hone vhathu vhane vha khou ri ri khou tama uri ri tou vhonala hu si mafhungo uri ri khou tama uri ri wine fhedzi mafhungo a tou vha uri ri khou tama uri ri ambe zwa uri ri na medala khou ro fara u bvaho kha Two Oceans Marathon.
It's all about the fact that I took part. That's what happened at the end of the day. Some individuals, some run for the prize, some run for the glam, some run for the fun. I think these are the guys who are the fun runners at the moment, or those that just wanted to take the challenge. Some actually probably told somebody, were dared by somebody not to do this. To prove a point, they've come out.
Some of them run because we need to have shifts.
Ek dink elke atleet daar op die pad het
But then Arno, before you continue, there are people who are running for the cause of charity.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think for the girl child, others are really making sure that whatever they run kilometers, those kilometers are converted to the the sanitary towels for the girls, and there's a quite wonderful innovation, which we all really want to say to everybody who want to do that cause. It's really a wonderful cause.
Ja, ek dink definitief elke atleet daar buite het 'n doelwit en wat dit ook al mag wees, of dit 'n persoonlike doelwit is of 'n groter doelwit, maar ons het ook 'n paar mense op die roete hierso in Pindi Gule het iemand daar by haar op die oomblik.
Beautiful race, and the wonderful thing about it is that there's more and more people coming for this race. Coach, ordinary people, and with me right now, I'm standing with the man himself. This is the official Two Oceans Marathon coach, Coach Nari. Well done to you. You just finished your 21, and you are still a machine. Look at you. You look like you haven't done anything. How was the run?
I think there's a bit rusty parts and gears in that machine now. But it's a beautiful race, and it's a fantastic race. They've got the start so good today. A, B and C going off, then D.
and there was no clutter on the road. Really great. Cool day, so expect fast times in the 56. Mike Foccherini is going to, I think, do a great job today. Watch Mama Bola. I think it's going to be exciting. And, of course, Mariana for the women's race, I think, today. So, yeah, should be great.
Wonderful. And as for you, Nari, I see you're on a mission here. What is the goal? Are you planning to get to 20 for half marathon and 20 for the ultra marathon?
Ultra is 10 silvers, 10 races. Now, that's a very few people that have done that. This is definitely going to 20. And then I'm on the trail for 7 so far. So 2020 is going to be a special year for me, I think.
Absolutely no stopping you. Yesterday you did the trail run, 12 kilometers. I can proudly say that these legs were meant to run. Yeah?
Well, it took a long time to find that out.
Yeah.
It's a great thing. People can do this at any pace. What's interesting is the 60s. It is very, very competitive around this time. Everyone you pass has got 60 on them. Why can't they all go slower? Give me a chance.
Well done. That's Coach Nari doing very well. Absolutely no stopping him.
Having fun now. One of SABC runners coming through. I think Big T doesn't put you. There's a chance for me.
Yeah, there is. I mean, luckily enough, we do have got a team at SABC that is representing us, and I think all that we have to do is to make sure that we join them and we become a huge, big family there.
Our very own boss lady Keletso was running today, and she's very happy that she had her best time this morning. She was running half marathon 21Ks, so it's open for everybody. Come, let's have fun.
I know Gwena Marabella said he's been running this race as well. Hopefully we'll see him along the road. So this one he's been working hard for to plan this one. So we'll see. One of those that just finishing his race as well as we speak at the moment. So 5 hours, they've been on the road for 5 hours now, Anna.
Yes, they have, just over 5 hours, and that of course was the next cutoff as well. And there you can see the Shongololo going along, Go Green, written on it, Old Mutual, obviously the main title sponsor here. But I was just looking at all these athletes coming past us, and you can't help but think there's 85 countries represented in this race. People from the USA, Europe, rubbing shoulders with Africans and Europeans and Asians, and obviously, so it's a great vibe out there, and really people running as one at the Two Oceans motto as well this year. But we're going into the studio. Valen Kirtley is there.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the 2017 theme for the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, #RunnersOne, and it speaks to the ability of running to bring people together, to share in community, and to share in something that is very special, both individually and as a group. Here's a little bit more about the theme and where it all began.
Two Oceans. We got up at 4, so the kids are just thrilled to be here.
Unfortunately, I can't run today, but I'm here to support my son and the rest of my family running. Not even the rain can keep us away.
Awesome feeling to be in the race. My 8th one, so really enjoyed having all these people around me.
Just get to the finish, one step at a time.
I love it. I mean, check out the vibe. Why do you want to be at home today?
Very excited because it's my son's girlfriend who's running. And I'm feeling like I'm part of that race.
We are seeing a lot of runners ready for 56 kilometers of running. An experience from 4 to 6 to 7 hours running today.
coming to support my husband, who's coming to do his 6th 2 Oceans. We're living in Canada now, so he's coming as an international runner because it's always one of his favorite ultras to do, so we're here cheering him on.
Keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Good going.
Chet, of course, he organised the race for 27 years, so he's a legend here, and he died, passed away about 4 weeks ago, so we're running in his honour.
People are really friendly, greeting us, and it's quite a nice atmosphere.
This is how it is. The best race in the world. Thank you all, Peter.
Great weather. As long as it doesn't blow too much just now, I'm definitely.
I'm suffering. Well, we can do this.
So my timing is looking good for the cutoff, but I don't know I'm going to make it there because with this injury, I must hope for the best.
I'm feeling terrible. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I'm thirsty. Got no strength. If it wasn't for old Chet and his memory, I would have failed a long time ago. As he says, man or mouse. So I'm going to try to at least prove it.
Well, we approaching the 4 feet of chappies here, and I'm not thinking about much, just trying to get over the hill. Now down onto Hout Bay, a little bit of Constantia Neck, a little bit more gears, and then we take it home and a couple of beers at parties, eh? That's how we do these things.
Our plan is not to have a plan at all. But our plan is to run today. And that's exactly what we are going to do.
Lekker, man. This is what we need. Thank you.
Pleasure. This is it. This is it. Yeah. Feel it in your soul. Thinking finish line, cold beer. That's all that's going up in here now.
Going up Constantia Neck, 1.5 k's to the top, and then we start flying to the finish.
Walk on the top, then don't stop.
Good mama. Huh? Good stuff. This isn't a hill, it's a gentle incline.
It's like 11 k's to go. What's 11? One and a one. That's like 2. So
Yeah, what's
I mean,
2?
it's 2.
2 plus 9. What's 9?
4 plus 5.
6 upside down.
It's a 6 upside down. There we go.
What's it?
6 k's to go.
5 and 1. Tired, but we're carrying on. We must finish. Last 2 k's. Yeah, and feeling good.
Well, the route, the atmosphere, the camaraderie, people who pick you up and carry you along, it's magical.
Here we go, runners. Here we go. Here we go, runners. Here we go. 1:07, 2:00, so I'm glad to finish. Thank you, guys. I'm very proud of her. She's just been the first run.
top of the world.
Ugly day for me.
Well done, man.
Thank you.
I can do it. Thank you.
I think it's absolutely brilliant. The power of sport is summed up in those three words, which is the theme for this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, run as one. There was a tweet that came through that I absolutely love. Jacqueline Friedman, she says, #Two Oceans 2017. Road running is the only event that can make me watch TV from 5:30 a.m. As I hate watching TV, I am so inspired. Well, Jacqueline, thank you very much for staying tuned with us right from the start of our broadcast this morning. And as much as we love you watching us, why don't you join us on the road, and maybe we'll be able to capture you on TV next time. That is the power of sport. Let's rejoin our commentators.
Thank you, Valen, and we're back with visuals from the course here. 5 hours, 14 minutes into this race now. Of course, there's a 7-hour end for the race, and there's one of the men we saw in that little clip as well, talking about the wind on Chapman's Peak and hoping it's not too bad. And you can see there, finishing the race. It's starting to get hot out there now, Big T. It was freezing this morning, but I was just outside for a while, and I'm back in a t-shirt now. It is starting to get quite warm.
Yeah, ndikuzibona zvino mwana muzi no wotumo wapolowo tumo taramu hangauri ngamachelo no zasiko kwanda kuma arali ndori ndichidange no ubva hangi studio cha live ngamachelo dange no zasiko kwanda ngamanda ndiko pha phepho ndiko tetemela kuma fedzia na magidi mbone bana zvino bakono zvipfa zori duvalo no bva ola munya auchatwa munji ngorala honopfungudzeya fedzia zvino zvakutakadzana zori ava bathu wo bva chothe bakoriri ari kutama rio fedza he mbambe nga minute dzedzi kana nga hour enedzo fedzi yatendera vari kugidhima yeneyo 56 kilometers.
leeto a sale le lelele ha jwale ka ha re bona hore o so setse nako e ka bang hora le metsotso e 45 re ho tlo fihla pheletsong ya lebelo lena tsatsing lena la kajeno mo teng re tsebang hore 7 hours ke yona e balletsweng hore lebelo le tlabe le kgaolwa hore ha o hlolehile o thola medal wa gauta wa silver le wa bronze ka nako tseo o no imathela fela bakeng sa hore o nke snepe o se agele jwalo o social media tsa rona empa hopola hore ka e tla fihla jwalo metsotsong e 20 pele hora ya bobedi 20-2 tlabe le yona cut off ya o qetela mo teng o tla bong ho fihla pheletsong ya lebelo lena la kajeno e leng la bo 48 la Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Ora zwithu zwinzhi vhukuma zwine o tshi lavhelesa hei mbambe u ya nga yone ine ina zwine khamusi wa nga kona ha u nga guda khazwo ara vho lavhelesa uri vhathu vho dzhenaho hei mbambe kha ṅwaha huno ndi vhathu vhanzhi vhukuma ara khou lavhelesa uri kha ngeno kha siene ḽa vha ḽa mbambe ine ya vha ya 56 kilometers vhathu vhane vha paḓa zwigidi swika zwa fumi nthihi wa lavhelesa nga ngei vhonahone hu na vhathu vhanzhi vhukuma kha half marathon ya 21 kilometers hune ra ri khou amba hafha nga vhafumakadzi vhanzhi vhane vha ita percent nnzhi ine ya paḓa 5 kha ṅwaha wa na ṅwaha vha ḓo zwi vhona zwa uri ndi tshanduko ine ya khou ḓa nga ḓuvha ḽiṅwe na ḽiṅwe musi zwi khou zwi lavhelesa nga u ralo nga tshino tshifhinga.
Well, as we continue watching pictures here of the athletes streaming up Constantia Neck, we will be back with them very shortly, just after we give you some little bit of a break from the Two Oceans Marathon.
Because the going keeps going. I rely on something into something a pushy passion. Any style. A petty vibe. Ne flavor. Ivala easy. It turn up. Something is manje.
Dan Up is a deliciously filling 2-in-1 blend the perfect hunger satisfaction drink that keeps you fuller for longer.
With it, I stay winning.
Right, and we've just had the cutoff at 5 hours, and these were the last two gentlemen to win the Chet Sainsbury medal for this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans. How does it feel, first of all, Mr. SAPS, to get over the line just in time?
No, I feel very great, but it was not my intention to do the 5 hours. My intention was to do at least 4 hours 45 at least. But along the road, I did struggle with the cramps. Somehow I struggled with the knees. I think the problem is the training. I didn't do my training very well. I hope next year I will do good training.
How's your new minister, by the way?
So far I cannot say anything, but to me, what I've noticed, he is a good man. He is full of energy because he is promising a lot of things. He's promising to change the SAPS as well. But for now, I cannot say anything.
Lovely.
Let us wait for him.
It's good to see sport going to policing. Now, how's this, ne? He needed a prayer to get over the line in 5 hours. What's his name? Ntandazo. It's a beautiful thing. How does that feel?
Yeah, first let me thank you for the opportunity that you gave me to chat to you. Let me also thank my team, my coach Mpumzi Mbambisa, for making it possible, and my team ESCOM as well. I'm from East London. My name is Ntandazo Lutete. Let me say that this was the plan. I started very slowly with my coach and some of the guys, because I know last year I could not make it. But I told myself that this year I was going to do the sub-5 as planned. I had a plan that when I reach 42 Ks, I must reach 42 at a certain time. All of the splits, my 10 Ks, I was making it. But I felt some cramps when I approached 48. Then I had to run slowly. I should have done better than 4:59.
Okay, but you made it. You made it.
I've made 4:59.
You deserve that medal. Now go and get that medal.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for the chat.
Thank you very much.
Shows, you know, in life sometimes you can have all the planning in the world. You could have prepared every single way that you needed to, but sometimes you still need to, Tandaza. You still need a prayer to get over the line just in time.
Well, you certainly need that, and all the preparation doesn't always count for everything, but for some people it counted for a lot. They got it all right today, and that is, of course, our winners. And we go now to the medal presentation for the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the prize giving of the Elite Women, Elite Men's 56-kilometer Ultra Marathon for the 2017 Old Mutuals Two Oceans Marathon. And what a day of racing we've had today. Please help me welcome our dignitaries for this award ceremony. Dr. David Marillac, chairperson of the Two Oceans Board of Directors, who will be handing over the medals. Mrs. Caroline Peters, vice chairperson of the Two Oceans Marathon Board of Directors, who will be handing over our winners' floating trophies as well as our flowers. And ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Vuyo Lee, chief marketing officer at Old Mutual, who will be handing over our winners' checks of 250,000 Rand. We'll begin with our women's race, our women's 56-kilometer ultra marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our top 10 athletes onto the stage. In 10th place from the USA, running for Nedbank International, please welcome Sarah Bard. In 9th place, from East London, South Africa, from Born to Run, Stephanie Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, from Zimbabwe, in 8th place, Tabitha Tsatsa, who is not with us at the moment. So we'll move on to 7th place, running for Boxer Kenya. From South Africa, Janie Krundling. In 6th place, from KPMG, Western Province, from South Africa, Ulrika Stander. Ladies and gentlemen, from Nedbank Eastern Cape, from South Africa, in 5th place, Ntombesintu Mfunzi. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4th place, from KPMG, from South Africa, Mary Curry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we get into our podium positions. From South Africa, running for Boxer KZN, with a race time of 3 hours 55:42. Please welcome Tanith Maxwell. In 2nd place, from South Africa, running for KPMG KZN, race time 3 hours 47:32, Jenna Challenor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2017 champion from Belarus, running for Nedbank International, 3 hours 37:13 seconds, Marina Damancevic. And Marina, we have a very special gift for you for your hard work today. Mrs. Vuyoli is going to hand over from Old Mutual a winner's check of 250,000 rands. And of course, your trophy from Mrs. Caroline Peters. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, a massive round of applause. Tanith Maxwell, Jenna Challenor, and Marina Damancevic. Well done to our ladies' champions. Thank you very much, ladies. Now we move on to our men's race. Please help me welcome our men's 56-kilometer ultramarathon runners. The top 10 in 10th place. From Lesotho, running for Maxed Elite, Moketsi Mosukli. Ladies and gentlemen, in 9th place, from South Africa, running for Nedbank Gauteng North, Sipiwe Ndlela. In 8th place, from Zimbabwe, Stephen Mazingi. In 7th place, from South Africa, running for Arthur Ford Athletics Club, Bongumusa Mtembo, who is not with us at the moment. So we move on to 6th place, running from Ethiopia for Nedbank International, Kedebe Abere Dinke. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5th place, from Kenya, please welcome Melly Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, in 4th place, just outside the podium, from Zimbabwe, Colin Makaza. Now let's get into our top 3 men for this year's Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon 2017. In third place from Lesotho, running for Max Elite with a race time of 3 hours, 11 minutes, 48 seconds, Tebogo Selo. In second place, from Lesotho, running for Max Elite with a race time of 3 hours, 10 minutes, 21, Warinyane Lebopo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce you to your 2017 men's champion, running for Nedbank Western Province, from South Africa, from Cape Town, a race time of 3 hours, 9 minutes, 43 seconds, Lungile Gonka. And now to hand over the winner's check of 250,000 Rand from Old Mutual, Mrs. Vuyo Lee. And to hand over the trophy for this year's champion, Mrs. Caroline Peters. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a massive round of applause for our top 3 men, Tebogo, Warinyane, and your champion, Lungile Gonka. Thank you very much to our dignitaries, thank you to our sponsors, thank you to our athletes. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the prize-giving ceremony for the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Oh, thank you to Gordon Graham.
Absolutely brilliant from the Capetonian Lungile Gong. He is 38 years old, and last year he represented South Africa as one of 3 athletes in the Olympic marathon, and he unfortunately did not finish. Well, SABC Nzima as well as Visapa April did, and they managed to call themselves Olympic marathon finishers. But all the disappointments of the past and the experiences from those disappointments came together beautifully as Lungile used that experience to win the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon in his hometown. We haven't seen a winner from South Africa since David Khatebe back in 2013, and how wonderful it is that Lungile is also from the Western Cape. So as we celebrate a South African winner in the men's ultra and a South African winner when it comes to the women's half marathon, let's take a look at what the bulk of the field do, and that is raise money, because so many of the runners that are partaking in today's event are running for much more than themselves. Last year, runners raised over 3 million Rand for charities. This year, they've equaled that and just gone a little bit past that, according to the chairperson of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, Dr. David Marilak. So take a look at some of those causes that benefit from the big hearts of South Africa's road running community here at the Two Oceans Marathon.
The Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon provides runners with a special day out on a route that is considered one of the most beautiful in the world. But it also provides them with the chance to give back to the community through the Two Oceans Marathon Initiative, aka Tommy. Tommy was launched in 2012 as a fundraising initiative to provide funding for a select group of charities that match the Two Oceans Marathon's 4 support pillars, namely education, environment, health, and athletics development. During the entry process, runners are given the opportunity to make a donation to Tommy and support one of the initiative's official beneficiaries. Let's find out a bit more about each of them. The Wildlands Conservation Trust. Imagine a world where the poor could feed, clothe, educate, and house themselves by growing and bartering trees, collecting waste, all while conserving their natural environment and heritage. This is a world that Wildlands Conservation Trust aims to achieve through their life-changing work carried out across 12 community ecosystem clusters in 6 provinces.
there is a shortage of over 300,000 school desks in South Africa. Inconceivable to me that there are still children in South Africa that don't have desks. And the idea that we can take all the plastic we collect, turn it back into desks, and send those desks into the poorest schools in northern KZN is something that they're super excited about.
Crystal House, South Africa, transforming lives of impoverished children. Children don't choose to be born into poverty. Most grow up never realizing their human potential. Instead, they face physical and psychological trauma that includes hunger, malnutrition, disease, low self-esteem, and lack of opportunity.
Crystal House has a mission to break the cycle of poverty. The only way you can do that permanently is through education. We enjoy phenomenal results, not only academically, but building characters and through quality employment. We partner with Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon because we believe in the holistic model of education, where sports, music, culture and art play an integral role of developing our future South African citizens. At Crystal House, we've never failed a matric. We had 85% bachelor pass, and most importantly of all, 98% of our graduates are in quality employment.
Breadline Africa. Breadline Africa is one of the biggest suppliers of converted shipping containers for poverty relief in South Africa and has delivered more than 350 containers to poor communities across the country.
We want to help every child find a path out of poverty, and the way to do that is to ensure that the foundation phase of a child's education is secure in the form of a safe place for that child to study. We are very lucky in that we have been selected as an official beneficiary of the Tommy initiative. The money from this will be used to relocate 4 containers from one early childhood development centre to another where it's urgently needed in Kraaifontein. And for that we're extremely grateful.
The Sarki Bartman Center for Women and Children. Opened in 1999, the center was the first multidisciplinary center for abused women and children in the country. Over the years, the center has provided an opportunity for various organizations to come together as partners to develop an appropriate on-site multi-agency service delivery model for the effective management, treatment, and prevention of violence against women and children.
The Sarki Bartman Centre has a range of services that we offer to the community, one being a residential facility where we accommodate 100 women and children at any given time. We also assist everyone with trauma debriefing, counselling, legal intervention, as well as accredited skills training to help give women the opportunity to change their pathway. And then with the children's counselling program, we assist the little ones with coping with the violence that they've experienced in their lives and have an opportunity to get over that and move forward in their lives. We were absolutely pleased to find out that the Sarki Bartman Centre was nominated as a beneficiary by Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Without your commitment to our work, we would not be in existence. We would not have the ability to provide these critical services to the community.
Thank you for supporting all of our Tommy beneficiaries and have a great race.
So one of those beneficiaries that you would have seen there as one of the 4 is Wildlands. And Wildlands this year are not only a beneficiary of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, but they're also a partner, because out en route there have been these massive nylon bins, 300 of them across the 56-kilometre race as well as the 21.1-kilometre race, called throw zones. And they're encouraging runners to actually put their litter in there. And all of this is as part of an initiative called #GoGreen. You want to find out more? Take a look at this.
Oceans Marathon has a responsibility to protect the unique natural environment that the route takes runners through. And as part of the Go Green campaign, no littering will be tolerated anywhere in the route, including the refreshment stations, the start and the finish. Littering is defined as the act of disposing waste items anywhere except in a container provided for that purpose. Race waste includes plastic water sachets, paper cups, bottles, wrappers and containers, whether supplied by the organizers or brought to the race by participants. There are two types of littering, unintentional and intentional littering. Unintentional littering is when the runner tries to get a slam dunk into the go green throw zone and misses, while intentional littering is when the runner throws their waste wherever they please. If you don't throw your litter into our designated go green throw zone or bins along the route at the refreshment stations, you may be fined in terms of the race rules and city bylaws and could face disqualification. These go green throw zones will be at every kilometer point and after every refreshment station. There will also be litter marshals at each throw zone encouraging and reminding runners to go green. Help them do their jobs. This year, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon event will use the IAAF yellow card system. Yes, it's just like football. 2 strikes and you're out. A yellow card will be issued by a referee to the runner who is caught intentionally littering. The referee will record the runner's race number and location and show the runner a yellow card and issue a warning. These referees will be on motorbikes and monitoring the entire route. 2 strikes and you're out. Should a runner receive 2 yellow cards, the chief referee may issue a red card, which may result in the runner being disqualified and being banned from any future Two Oceans Marathon events. Video cameras will be placed at strategic places along the route, particularly in sensitive areas such as Chapman's Peak. These will be monitored throughout the entire race and reviewed by the referees afterwards. All those runners caught littering or issued yellow cards may be referred to Western Province Athletics for disciplinary action. This anti-litter campaign has been communicated widely in all race correspondence, on social media, radio and TV, and via the running clubs. This no litter rule applies to the entire route, from start to finish, including the refreshment stations. Please keep an eye on your fellow runners. Encourage them to go green and report them if you see them littering. Be responsible and think of the environment. Think before you throw, as your behavior may jeopardize your entry into any future Two Oceans Marathon events.
Oh, it's absolutely brilliant, the hashtag Go Green campaign. And you would have seen on the camera shots, so as we followed the race, you would have seen those massive big throw zones, and all of that waste, that multi-layer waste, is going to go towards making desks for South Africa's children. The South African government says over 300,000 South African children don't actually have desks at school. So it's a wonderful, wonderful initiative, not only keeping our environments clean, but also aiding in a desperate need within South African communities. So earlier on, we not only saw the winners of the 56-kilometer race across the men and women, but in the 21-kilometer race, we had the top 10 for the men's and women's race. South Africa's ladies performed superbly in the women's half marathon, where Yvette van Sail successfully defended the title that she first won back in 2016. But also in that top 10 was Christine Kalmer. This year, however, she was missing something that we're so used to seeing on the route with her, and that is her sister, Renee, who recently gave birth. We caught up with the Kalmer sisters at home.
When they were growing up, some of the parents were very serious about the running. I, from my side, really tried to keep a good balance. We never had these big dreams for them. So every goal they achieved was like really excitement. I'm very proud of them.
Since a very young age, my parents would get up before 5 and take us to 5 o'clock practice, and they really taught us the value of hard work, but also to enjoy what you're doing, and always give 100%, but don't forget to enjoy it as well.
I think that's having a supportive family, and especially having my family, I think that's a secret to our success.
No matter what the results were, they were always super proud of us, and we knew no matter what, they'll be proud of us and they love us.
It happened slowly. As a family, we're not really sporty. My husband's not sporty at all. And as they developed with their running, we also learned more about running.
Luckily for me, Christine said she'd never actually date a guy that ran faster than her, so luck was with me from the start. I'm there on weekends at races, also supporting her, and trying my best to also play a role with making sure she eats correctly and gets enough sleep. I think they've got a very close bond. From a young age, they were obviously very good training partners, and I think that's obviously then just grown into a lot of mentorship from Renee to Christine. And when the one might not be up for the training routine, the other one would obviously motivate and drag them out. And so I think they both kept each other quite sharp.
Once the gun goes off, we're both just running for ourselves. When we see the one is struggling, usually that's me. She'll be like, come on, focus on your breathing, almost at the top. I'm really lucky. Renee has always been there waiting for me to finish. So when I come down that home straight and I see her there waiting for me, smiling, it almost feels as if I'm coming home.
I've been running professionally for the last 20 years now. Unfortunately, I'm missing out this year on 2 Oceans. I'm very sad about it, but I'm also very excited for the reason why I'm missing out.
The Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon is a very important part of their training schedule. And normally it's built in as one of the main races that they do throughout the year.
The atmosphere is just something you can't explain. Yeah, for me it's just a celebration. People from all over the country get together in Cape Town, and it's just also a nice way to connect with the whole running family in Cape Town.
There's so many stories of what people had to give up to get there, and the sacrifices, and how all of us made it to the starting line.
And I think with the family, it's just like sharing the joy makes it double joy.
Well, I see that Renee Kalmer was tweeting a little bit earlier on when the race actually got underway, and the elites in the half marathon, which included her sister, actually began their race at 6 o'clock this morning. She posted a picture of herself with a little baby girl saying, "This is a first watching the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon." So it really is a family affair, and I don't think there's any question marks as to what Renee Kalmer's little girl is, which sport she is going to do. Let's shift focus now and actually bring you what happened if you weren't up along with Renee Kalmer and Christine Kalmer and the rest of the people at 6 o'clock this morning, and maybe you only got up a little bit later on this Easter Saturday. You don't know what happened in the half marathon. Well, we did have a record in the men's race by the defending champion, and on the 20th anniversary we had both the men and women's winner from 2016 successfully defending their title. Take a look at the highlights.
And they're underway there, and Bruce Fordyce in the commentary box here with me, and these athletes looking forward to perhaps a bit of a tough run with this wind.
Yeah, they're flying out there, but that's sheltered. We've been outside at the finish and the wind is pumping, so I'm not sure they're going to run quite as quickly as they did last year. And there are a couple of major hills that they've got to go up almost immediately after the start, up Edinburgh Drive, which is a long pull, and later on they go up Southern Cross Drive, which is the kind of the Constantia neck of the 21k race, and then they join the course that the 56k runners will run. It's a tough course, and with the wind, times will be slower today.
Well, yeah, the course is quite tough, but temperature-wise, it is perfect for running about 14 degrees Celsius here at the start, and as we've said, towards the end of the race, much more wind to be expected. These athletes are going to enjoy a great day out on the road, though. And as you can see there, the A to C batches have started now. Different starts for the D, E, F, etc. The other batches, but quite a lot of athletes here in these A to C batches, including all the favorites. In the defending champions, Namakwe and Kasi is back. Irvet van Zyl, Alroy Galant is there, David Manja, Joel Monnier. It should be a great race up front. And Stephen Makoka and Gladwin Mzazi also here. And the men's race could be very, very close.
Yeah, this is a very strong field. And we're in for an exciting race.
Well, that looks like the defending champion here coming in, Namakwe Nkasi from Nedbank, running extremely hard. Remember that record, 63 minutes and 35 seconds that he is chasing behind the name of Stephen Mokoka, and he is finishing so fast here coming in. We're looking at that time. It looks like he might hit a new record. We were saying the wind might make it tough, but this man finishing so fast. Namakwe Nkasi, the defending champion, coming through for his second win in as many years, and this time it's going to be in a record time. He's going to smash that half marathon record. We're just waiting for the official time there. It looks like 63 minutes and 12 seconds. Bruce, what a run.
I can't believe it. And look at him, absolutely fresh. It doesn't look like he even tried out there. What an unbelievable time in those conditions. There's his manager, Nick Bester, Comrades Marathon champion in 1991. Second place in already.
Well, what a race there by Namakwe Nkasi. That record has finally gone. We weren't sure that it would go this year because of the wind, but it seems to have not affected these half marathon runners too much. As a third place man also coming through here. Just trying to see who that is exactly. It looks like it might be David Manja or Joel Monye coming through. Top three very close together and all very close to that record time that Namakwe Nkasi has just run.
Third position here today, and it was a pass time. Winner only seconds outside of the record. Here comes number 4. That is an anthem.
Also very interesting, I mean, something you need to take care of is that the fact that the first two runners who just came in this the half marathon have all come under the record time. That is very interesting. They've good defense here from Namakwe Nkasi, the one that just took this one. And really, I've got to say, if the first two were able to smash the 103 and just under the 103.35, that is very, very good indeed, DK.
Well, yes, we're back here at the half marathon finish. Of course, Yvette van Zyl in the lead, coming through to take this win. There will be no record for her, it seems, for Yvette van Zyl. And she's got a comfortable lead, though, running there with some of the men coming in as well, as usual. And Yvette van Zyl now going strong. Final stretch for her into the UCT campus, as she can see the finish in her sights right now, and she's going to run a very similar time, it seems, to what she did last year. Yvette van Zyl finishing the race here. Last year her winning time was 1:13.13, a little bit slower this year, but again a comfortable win for the defending champion. And she has about a 20-second lead, I'm told, above the second woman, which may be Louisa Lebalo, but it is Yvette van Zyl finishing extremely strong here, taking the half marathon win for the second year in a row, being directed to the right of the two finishing chutes, and taking the win here comfortably. Yvette van Zyl looking really good on this half marathon, and also being directed by the officials to go to the right hand side, separating the finishing men and the finishing women there. And it is Nolene Conrad having an excellent finish here, starting life as a steeplechaser, in fact, and moving up to the longer distances. Great friends, these two, as well, as Yvette and Nolene congratulate each other on the finish line. We're expecting Louisa Lebalo to come through for third, and I'm not sure that that is her. Coming through the third place finisher right now. No, it is Louisa Lebalo, in fact, coming through here in third place. And she looks a bit spent, Bruce, compared to the first two finishers.
Yeah, she does look tired. I have to say, having run down that finish straight, it is one of the longest finish straights in marathons all around the world. You come around the corner and you just see one field after another, and there's a pedestrian bridge that goes over halfway along it. Some people think that's the finish.
With a race time of 1 hour, 4 minutes and 19 seconds, please make some noise for David Manja. In second place, the athlete from Lesotho, running for Max Elite with a race time of 1:03.45, Kuraklani Sirkladi. And ladies and gentlemen, your winning man for 2017 with a new course record of 1:03.15, running for Nedbank from Lesotho, Namakwe Nkasi.
Now, the commentators were talking about whether the wind is dying down on the finish line. I can promise you it is funneling through here at UCT. The wind's still very strong. But we have for you the men's winner of this year's Two Oceans Marathon. Namaku, first of all, to have done it last year and come back this year and be champion again, how does that feel?
I'm feeling good because I'm working hard for preparing the race. So I'm good because I break my record for last year. So that thing impressed me for doing more better.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it. Our women's half marathon champions, here they are. Please help me welcome them. In third place, from Nedbank Running Club, from South Africa, Louisa Lebalo. A fantastic day's worth of running this morning by our second placed athlete from KPMG Running Club, home from South Africa. Please make some noise for Nolene Conrad. And ladies and gentlemen, your champion for 27 from South Africa, running for Nedbank Running Club. Please make some noise for Yvette van Zyl.
Time now for us to have a chat with the women's winner in this year's 2017 Two Oceans Old Mutual Marathon. Of course, Yvette van Zyl. What a fantastic feat it is for both the men's and women's champ to come back and defend their titles.
Yeah, today was a good day for Nedbank. We are very happy to have won and defended our titles. It was a tough day out, a bit windy, but super happy to have won.
Now, on a personal note, a couple of races that I have spoken to you at before, there have been stomach cramps and health issues. Today, was it just the perfect race for you?
It wasn't a perfect race, but it was a better race. Today, I'm very happy. It actually went smoothly. I started off with a headlamp because it's a bit dark after 3K, so that helped me a lot. And the men were to my advantage. They loved running with me today. They were like, I was the light. So, yeah, it was just a good race. I knew I didn't have much of a lead, but I was just trying to maintain and running on feeling, not on time, because I know this route are really tough. So just keeping for the last 3Ks enough energy to finish up. So I'm just happy to have won with a gap and can't complain today.
Well, just to confirm that result for the half marathon, the men, Makwen Kasi, defending champion, taking the win again in a new record time of 1 hour, 3 minutes and 15. Sitluali also from Lesotho finishing third there, and then a whole bunch of South Africans, as we'd expect. David Manja, Lucky Mohale, all the way down to Philemon Matipa in 10th place in that men's race. And you can see there how close together they all finished. And in the women's race, again, defending champion Yvette van Zyl being successful 2 years running and winning that in 1 hour 13:53, followed closely by her friend Nolene Conrad, who overtook Louisa Lebalo to finish second. Lebalo and finishing third in the end, Cornelia Joubert right behind, and again extremely close together for the women as well, much closer than last year in fact, when 10th place was 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Hi, we're looking for really good car insurance.
Do you want your premiums to be based on your claims history or not?
Here we go with all the questions.
We'd prefer it if our claims history didn't count against us.
Okay, and do you want your premiums to increase every year, or would you prefer them to never increase?
That's it, I'm done.
We'd prefer it if they never increased.
Okay, never increase. Car insurance from PMD. It's the obvious choice with its affordable premiums that never increase.
I knew I liked these guys.
To learn more about PMD's innovative car insurance plans, SMS MOTOR to 43185 and we'll call you.
It's so obvious.
PMD, fixed premiums for life.
Bad odor is caused by germs that form in your underarms. So we created New Shield Germ Defense. 10 times more protection against germs that cause bad odor. Shield, it won't let you down.
Sandwiches! Sometimes all they need is a break and great tasting sandwiches with Rama, because Rama now contains 9 vitamins and omega-3 that kids need for healthy growth and development.
Shall we try again, Dad?
Okay. Sweetheart, look! She can do it! Get them ready with Rama.
Welcome back to SABC Sports live broadcast of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, the 48th running of the 56-kilometer race. We have been trending from the early hours of this morning on social media. If you're on Facebook, on Twitter or Instagram, then what are you doing if you're not hashtagging #2Oceans 2017? There's been so much love that has been shown, so many views, and we'd love to hear yours. So if you are on social media, then why aren't we speaking to you? Beautiful aerial shots over the University of Cape Town. SABC Sport last year had 2.5 million viewers, and we brought them this race this year. We've gone up, we've had 10 cameras on the route, we've had a helicopter, we've had motorbikes, we've had so many cameras out along the 56-kilometer route as well as the 21-kilometer route, making sure that you do not miss a moment. Speaking about missing a moment, we have just got 3 minutes left before they actually cut off for the bronze medal. You get a bronze medal if you can complete the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon within 6 hours, and then if you can complete it within the 7-hour cutoff, which is your time limit here at the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, you get a blue medal. But let's join our commentators now as they take us through that bronze medal cutoff and who is going to make it.
Thanks, Valen. Of course, that bronze medal cutoff less than 2 minutes away now, and there's athletes streaming in to the UCT campus, to the rugby fields, the rugby stadium, and for many of them, this was their goal for this race, to get under that 6-hour mark. And I think many athletes that I spoke to over the last week or so said, you know what, they're going to do this race. It might be their first, their second one, but their real goal is this bronze medal cutoff.
And those coming onto the field now have got to sprint. They've really got to sprint, because it's not a short stretch on the grass, it's a long stretch. And I'd even be so bold as to say, there's one person sprinting. He knows how critical it is.
Yeah, there's another one.
If you can't sprint now, you aren't going to get it. He's trying really hard, but the runners he's passing will not make it.
Well, it's one of those heartbreak moments. Of course, multiple cutoffs throughout this race. You've got the silver medal cutoff at 4 hours, 5 hours, the Sainsbury medal, and here we're looking at the 6-hour cutoff for the bronze medal. And athletes coming through here. Of course, the man with the gun there looking away. 15 seconds to go now, Brian.
It is 15 seconds to go before the cutoff. Now we're counting down the last 10 seconds. Who will be the one that really gets cut off right at the end of this? And there he looks up. Oh, it is over. For all of those behind, Bruce, it's heartbreak. After running the whole day, and then you realize you just missed it by a second.
It's heartbreak, but to be honest with you, I've got two. The blue medal for over 5 hours. It's very nice, actually. Looks, and when you've got it on display, you don't have to tell people who don't know about running that it's there's nothing wrong with the blue medal. It's still an achievement. You've run the 2 oceans, and I know that in the old days 6 hours was the cutoff, totally, for the entire race. That was it. And what the blue medal has done, the medal from 6 to 7 hours, it has invigorated and enthused a whole lot of people who would never make it. They're still out there. Some of them have still got 57 minutes to run, and they can run a 2 oceans now because of that extra hour. So I'm in favor of it, partly in favor of it because I got it last year and I wouldn't have got the bronze.
Bruce, you were mentioning just how nice the blue medal is for those athletes that finished the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon between 6 and 7 hours. And obviously, being Comrades King with 9 wins under your belt and a number of finishers' medals, is there one Comrades medal that you're not missing too?
Valen, I'm missing 2 Comrades medals. I'm missing the Vic Clapham, which is the the medal between 11 and 12 hours, and I'm waiting to get that one when I have no choice, which will be the very next time I run. And one medal that I will never be able to get is the Wally Hayward medal for breaking 6 hours but not getting a gold by finishing in the top 10. In my day, that medal did not exist, and I will never be able to now, in my dotage, be able to run under 6 hours.
The legendary Bruce Fordyce. So, Bruce, when are we going to see you then on the road again at the Comrades Marathon?
Oh, I'm too busy commentating with you lot at Comrades, but maybe the 100th Comrades. I'm saving my knees for the 100th Comrades. I think that'll be a very special day, and that's a few years away.
All right, thank you very much, Bruce Fordyce. Now, if you missed what happened in the men's race over 56 kilometers, take a look at how the local man, Lungile Gongre, played a very good tactical race, and he strategized well to make sure that he was on the top spot of the podium this afternoon. And there we go. I think it was a lot sooner than we anticipated. But this is the start of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and the runners have officially gotten underway.
Definitely, we see the course there of at the start 11,000 athletes making their way after the fish horn was blown there. But mentioning the record, Valen, I don't think we're going to be seeing a course record in the 56K today. Not only is it not to say we don't have the athletes of the caliber that can do it, we do. If you had to look at an athlete like David Katebe, who smashed the Comrades course record last year, a former winner himself here at Two Oceans, running a 3:09. That's where nutrition and access to these athletes plays a vital role. And last year David had that support from start to finish, and it's really hard on the Two Oceans course to get to certain points along the way. So if there was easier access and easier access to the nutrition and pacing and that, I think we'd see a record. Also weather dependent.
All right, well, they're underway now, and we're going to have a champion come a couple of hours' time. Let's join our commentators now to take us through the 48th running of the Two Oceans Marathon.
And we finally can bring you some visuals here from the men's race. Copper Gladwin there. Not a known name to us, Bruce, but he seems to be leading at the moment.
Yeah, and pushing a steady pace. But if I were him, I'd prefer to be hiding back in the pack and keeping as invisible as possible. There's a big pack hunting him down, and the contenders will be in there.
Well, Mokopot Gladwin, they're leading an extremely big leading pack of men, and all the race favorites will be in there. Colin McCarthy, Mike Fukuroni. We spoke about Ludwig Mamabolo at the start, of course, Comrades champion. Ludwig, I don't think this is his race, though. I mean, it seems to be a bit short for him. He really comes into his own over the longer distances. He was also representing South Africa at the World 100 Kilometers Championships last year, along with another man that was mentioned, Rufus Portal, that we just spoke about briefly. And Rufus Portal really seems to be coming through the ranks at this stage. But here, the Two Oceans Ultra Marathon is really where the ultra athletes meet the marathoners. It's just over the marathon distance, and so you do get the guys like the Gert Tysers, Henrik Ramalas of the world moving up and perhaps putting their stamp on this race.
Alongside the ocean, lots of ozone, lots of oxygen, but again, don't want to keep on harping on about it, but the wind probably buffeting them quite a lot. And I think the cleverest runners will be those tucked in behind other runners and just staying as quiet and as out of sight as possible until much later on.
Now we're seeing some men coming to the fore. Alec did mention about 450 or so, but Gladwin Mohopa is the one that is leading the pack at the moment, and it's just getting a bit of water. Now that's so very responsible of him, making sure he gets rid of that right in the bin.
The road is fairly uneven where they're running now. They have to be careful. You can see a slight downhill, but a very, very large group of men, Big T. And you were saying how cold it is out there. I'm sure these guys aren't cold anymore. No. But, I mean, I'm assuming all the favorites are in there.
Well, these guys are quite warmed up now. And me and Quinn, we like coming from the, you can say it's kind of like a refrigerator in there. But otherwise, thank you very so much, Arno, as well as Brian. So she don't happen that I'm on him taking see a kind of banana collaborative TV about the Chipinga, the Sauri, Chimba and Gona Kuma Pezia, no Sauri, Hulu and Ronamaha, Petu Hunjunga, Hokoshimi, Hona, Petu Nevakoshima, the Bad, as well as so, the Petangango Hosori, but never Koranga Panda, catch the Chipinga Bakova, Bakovale, Sauri, Petu Hubi, who then at Diva Kuma Brian, when there was an Alan Koshika Hodi, Hapana Constatia, and Hapana Chapman speaking, Hune, Heimbam, Ikio by your Nuikoveka and Spida Zubili, you have to divide this race into two.
Yes, Henrik Romala, who was second here in 2014 on debut, 206 marathon in his legs, very, very fast and well represented athletes, represented South Africa over track and field, cross country, in the marathon, the Olympic Games, the World Championships, but at the moment, next to him is Mark Focaroni, the defending champion, and the Nedbank green team here really trying to stamp their authority. As we see in the red vest, the 2012 champion Stephen Mujingi, also 3 times Comrades champion. It's going to be interesting to see how he does. I was speaking to Craig Fry yesterday, his manager at the Expo, and he was saying that this is the first time in 2 years that Mujingi's actually been injury-free coming into the Two Oceans Marathon. So don't write him off, especially later in the year when we see him running in the Comrades Marathon on the 4th of June. But yeah, this is going to be a very exciting race, a huge bunch as they make their way through Sun Valley and approach towards the halfway mark.
There we go, the leading men at Noordhoek. And at the halfway mark, they're 28 kilometers into this race.
Well, 1:34.30 for the main bunch coming through there. Very slow as we've seen compared to previous years. If you double that up, it's going to be about a 3:09 finish. We have seen some faster finishes in the past, but we're looking at around between 3:09 and 3:11 for a finish. Remember last year when Focaroni won, Arnold, it was a 3:13, which was the slowest winning time since 2000.
It's not one of our pre-race favorites. And although in the Nedbank team they are running extremely well, and Kagiso Mutiali, we're told, that is the man leading there, and looking very comfortable at the moment.
Definitely looking very comfortable, but 17 seconds behind him through the halfway mark was a pack of around 40 hungry athletes that will be breathing him down as they go up Chapman's, and I think he's biting off a bit too much that he can chew at the moment. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but he's looking very fluid. You can see a high leg turnover there, but it's very early to be doing this, especially in an ultra marathon.
So what's happened now is our leader is going up. Our leader is going up the steep main section of Chapman's Peak, and as you start to go up, you look to the top, and there's a pillar, a column of rock on the left-hand side, and the road weaves its way through there, far above you, like going up the north face of Everest. But it's there on the left-hand side, and you think that that's the top, but it's not the top. It actually stretches a little bit further than that. They are now about to go into the really tough bit, and after that it's quite fast, mainly flat and downhill to the finish. And what's really fascinating about this race is look at the size of the pack we've got here. One of these people, somebody from here is going to emerge from here and win this race. And often that we've had Two Oceans where at this stage there's a clear leader and a clear winner. We don't have that at all. So, you know, strap yourselves in and hang on to your seats, because we're going to get a great race now.
Looking at a top 5 at the moment. In fact, you're looking at a top 10. The likes of Sillo all in there. Mutibi's in there. Coming in as one more Donoros, as well as the defending champions that he's talking about, Mike Focorini. He's just around number 9. So it's looking very tight at the moment where things are. But I tell you, also of note is that we are looking at other athletes who never been mentioned at the start of this race.
This is a very interesting lead bunch we have here. It's the lone South African on the right-hand side of the picture. In the front of this group, Lungile Gonka, the local athlete from Western Province, 2:11.59 marathon PB. He represented South Africa last year in the Rio Olympics, and he's got 1 Kenyan, 3 Ethiopians, a Zimbabwean, and two Zimbabweans, sorry, to deal with. And Gonka, to me, Brian, at this stage, looking very, very strong up this climb. But when they get to the top, there'll be 10 kilometers to go. But he's got a lot of guys to deal with here.
Here they are, top of Constantia Neck, one of the most famous hills in marathon running anywhere in the world. And the race is still undecided. Very, very exciting. Don't go away and make tea or anything. Just stay and watch if you're viewing it. You don't want to go away now. You'll miss an amazing race.
Gamara Hamsi wanokidima awara mbili na minute ya fura rumaro voko fuka para Constantia Park huneba kilometers kwa zafuso zafu ina sumbe juta mazori bosala pesi na kilometers za tahe uri bakono shika hapa hunera maone ngashino shipinga huneu bakono shibana zori abako shamba bride uri ovalazi keve na zitene zote za ugonya Constantia Park ziyashika tahe.
Look at that from the side. You get an idea of the speed when you see the runners from the side. This is phenomenal running after such a distance. And you just don't hit a cat's eye. Please don't hit a cat's eye.
And Gonka being assisted by the South African great Hendrik Ramala in his training. And since he's joined that group in Zoo Lake, they've very, very dominated and really extended his running. But that gap looking like it could be getting a little bit smaller. We have the maxed athlete that's really leading that chase pack. That's Warren Yane, the younger brother of former winner Mabutile. And the tall Kenyan athlete still Meli Kennedy with Teboko Selo, the 307 Two Oceans performer just behind. So I don't think it's over yet, but some fireworks definitely happening in the men's race. Most definitely, Gonka still has a lot of energy in those legs, but as we saw in comrades with the two Kelehe brothers, Andrew winning in 2001 and Gift in 2015, we might be seeing the same thing happen in Two Oceans. That second place athlete who's definitely closing this gap is Warren Yane Lebopo. His brother Mabutile won Two Oceans back in 2010, running a 3:06 that year, one of the fastest ever times in Two Oceans. Could his brother make the gap? Could he win? We'll find out soon enough.
Well, Mabutile Lebopo, his brother, of course, fourth in last year's race as well, in a 3:16. And Warren Yane Lebopo closing very fast. And, of course, comrades throwing it forward to that. We've had the Kalea brothers do the exact same thing, both winning Andrew and Gift. And Warren Yane Lebopo looking extremely strong up this hill. Well, we're back with the men's race at the moment, and things are hotting up here, getting very exciting as Warren Yane Lebopo catching Lungile Gonka. We expected him to just cruise past, but Gonka not allowing him to do that, Kieran.
Yeah, I think Warren Yane himself might have slowed down a little bit, but that will be a good indication to see Teboko Selo, who's in third place at the moment. If he closes that gap, then that definitely means that these front two are really just biding their time. But still, Gonka looking full of running. Remember, he's a 2:11 marathon runner, much faster than Warren Yane's PB of 2:17. But this is an ultra marathon. It's not a standard marathon of 42.2 kilometers. And although speed does play a part, endurance counts more.
Nothing has changed at the moment. Still Lungile Gonka in the lead. Warren Yane Lebopo has fallen back quite, well, just a little bit, I would say, not a lot. But it looks like Gonka making his bid for victory here with about 3 kilometers to go, I would guess, now heading into the downhill, mainly from here into the UCT campus.
Arno, shortly they will turn left, which is exactly 3 Ks to go as they turn left, 3 kilometers to the finish, and that's the hill we call Chet's Hill, named after the great Chet Sainsbury, who did so much to grow this race to what it is now. Named after him slightly because that's where he struggled and just missed getting the medal that was named after him. So the great Chet Sainsbury never quite was able to get his own medal, and that hill was where he slowed down enough to just not make it. So it's a sting in the tail, and he's approaching it now. So Gonka has now climbed Chet's Hill. That I would love to say is the last hill, but there's actually a tiny bump at the end with the words UCT Urkar painted on the road, and that is tiny climb, but of course after 55 Ks it hurts. He's looking magnificent. 2 kilometers to go now to the finish, and we're looking at our race leader, our race winner.
Die skare wat hom nou gaan verwelkom in die UCT Rugby Stadion. Dit is wat vir hom wag. Jy kan sien daar die groot aan die linkerkant net daar van die beeld, die eindstreep vir Lungile Gonka. En dit is hoe dit lyk hier by die eindstreep, en die skare wat hom nou verwelkom. Hy hak het verby as kommentaarposisie. Lungile Gonka wat nou so wat 200 meter moeilik om te gaan. Hy gaan uitstekende tyd hier hardloop en beter as verlede jaar se wentyd. Gilegonka finishing this race in style, really pushing through the line now. The crowd picking up, he's even picking up speed now, and I think that's what the crowd at the end here does for you. It just gives you that little burst of speed. And 3:13 was the winning time last year. It was 3:10 in 2015 was Mutukoa Kabuklani's winning time. And Gilegonka is going to get close to that 3:10. In fact, he's probably going to surpass it right now. They're getting him to go into the right-hand chute where all the winners are finishing. And it is Gilegonka, Two Oceans winner for 2017. And what a run by this man, Kewan.
Most definitely. Nice to see Lungwile Golka from South Africa as well, taking that title. 3:09, as you mentioned, Arnold. And the second athlete coming through now on the colours of Max from Lesotho, Waranyane Lebopo. His brother winning it back in 2010. Waranyane tried his hardest today to replicate that, but I'm sure he's going to be very, very happy still with a second place finish. And 3:10 in these conditions today, not bad at all.
Well, Gonka there with the fastest winning time since 2013 when David Khatebe won it in 3 hours 8:54.
But these two Lesotho guys, Arnold, are going to be a big factor when you have the likes of these guys, David Khatebe, Gif Kelehe, Ludwig Mamabolo, and then of course Karal and them and the women. Comrades is going to be exciting.
Comrades is always exciting, especially the last couple of years, but the Lesotho contingent really making themselves felt in this race. And you mentioned a few names there, Ludwig Mamabola. I'm also looking at people like Claude Mushiwa, who never really seem to perform at Two Oceans. It's a little bit too short for them, I think.
It has been a huge progress as far as he's concerned from a race point of view. We're not talking about the last two in particular. His first one was in 2009. We finished 1,154th overall, but he bettered that as he moved forward, and he was 12th in 2010, 2011, 22nd, and 3rd in 2012, and then 4th in 2013 before having that wonderful run of finishing second 2 years in a row. It was not to be this year, different race altogether, but you called, you and yourself and Big T spoke about him as being among those to look at within the top 10. So far, your prediction has come very well as far as the predictions are concerned.
But I'm not sure, sorry, I know, but I'm not sure because, you know, when you talk about Colin Makaza, he's always coming there in the top 5. And I wonder what's really making him not really, you know, break that thing and have that wonderful breakthrough into the top, into the top.
Well, Melody Kennedy coming through in 5th here, sorry, Kewan, and Colin Makaza was 2 minutes faster today than he was last year. So 4th place, yet 2 minutes faster. It's not his personal best over this distance.
You'll be happy with this 3:14 placing today and another gold medal for the Nedbank team.
He was placed 9th in 2016, the man who's just coming in now. So it is really another great opportunity, another move as far as he's concerned. Now, Big T, you said something earlier on in the 30 when we were having a chat earlier on with Valiant about one of the athletes that you thought will surprise everybody. Had he come forward yet?
Well, I mean, you know, when you look at that, like I said, you know, it's quite difficult because there are a lot of factors in between right here that can be able to really, you know, pull you out or either really make you not really get to the part where you can be that star on the day.
This is a danger guy for Comrades. If he's performing like this now in Two Oceans, everyone needs to watch out for this guy.
Well, Stephen Mujingi's never had the most comfortable running style, but he looks like he's falling apart here at the end, really pushing it hard through the line. And I guess he'll be extremely happy with his performance here today.
He's a local from KZN. He trains down with Umduduzi Kumalo, his coach, who's also running the 56K today. And he's got a big improvement from last year's 10th place with a 9th place finish today. And another one to watch out for come 4th of June.
Well, I think that's one thing that we have mentioned earlier on to say, you know, somehow athletes need to know the course that they have to be partaking and the course that they have to be riding on the day.
In 3rd place from Lesotho, running for Max Elite with a race time of 3 hours, 11 minutes, 48 seconds, Tebogo Selo. In 2nd place from Lesotho, running for Max Elite with a race time of 3 hours, 10 minutes, 21, Waranyane Lebopo. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce you to your 2017 men's champion, running for Nedbank Western Province, from South Africa, from Cape Town, a race time of 3 hours, 9 minutes, 43 seconds, Lungile Gonka. And now to hand over the winner's check of 250,000 Rand from Old Mutual, Mrs. Vuyoli. And to hand over the trophy for this year's champion, Mrs. Caroline Peters. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a massive round of applause for our top three men, Tebogo, Waranyane, and your champion, Lungile Gonka.
So let's have a look at the results as far as the men are concerned. Lungile Gonka is the one that finished top, and it was Orinyana Lebopo coming in and Tebo Osello, both from Lesotho. Colin Makaza from Zimbabwe is the one that came in as well. Melly Kennedy from Kenya came in as well there as also. The Ethiopian Dinke coming in 6th overall. Tembu from South Africa as well, 7th. Then there was Muzingi Ndlela from South Africa and another one from Lesotho in Musuti. Right in a 10th as far as the men are concerned. Look at the time split from the top all the way to the bottom.
These two, they're so much alike.
You may not know it, but your kids are just a younger version of you. So the Nutri-Day Smart Snack you trust for them is just as good for you and your whole family. Nutri-Day yogurt is a thick, creamy and delicious source of essential vitamins your body needs every day. Making Nutri-Day a smart snack for everyone. Say yes to the family's favorite smart snack.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with SABC Sports and our live broadcast of the 2017 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Now, Old Mutual, as a headline sponsor of the race, have been giving you an opportunity to win at home throughout the day with their SMS competition. And here are the winners of that SMS competition. Congratulations to you for your win of 1,000 Rands worth of airtime or data with Old Mutual. To Kwena Mahoka, Stephen Makwebane, Guy Lutuli, Marco Brinkais, Lauren McLeod and Anisha Manak. Congratulations to all 6 of you, and do enjoy your airtime and data so that you can keep your friends updated and update your social media posts. Also, tweet us making use of the SABC Sports hashtag on Twitter, Facebook as well as Instagram, hashtag 2Oceans 2017. It's time now to take a look at what happened in the women's race when it comes to the ultra marathon. We had the defending champion Caroline Vosman pull out of the race rather early on. She was coming into the race going for a 3rd victory. She did say that it is going to be a training run for the Comrades Marathon, which is her goal for 2017. But a tight hamstring meant that she pulled out. There was, however, a young Belarusian, an Olympian that competed at the Rio Olympics last year, Marina Demancevic, who blew the rest of the field away on her debut. Take a look.
The Two Oceans Ultra Marathon, and that is the leading woman in the race. And of course, that is Marina Demancevic, the Belarusian, in the lead. She is moving really fast. She has a marathon personal best of 2 hours and 30 minutes. And in the Rio Olympics last year, she finished 45th with a 2:37 on quite a tough course. But Bruce Fordyce and I were just talking about that. She is going really fast down the first flat part of the course. She's probably not as familiar with this course as some of the other runners. And this might come back to bite her later on in this ultramarathon.
It might well, Anna. It's a bold move, a brave move, but possibly a foolish move so very early on, as I said earlier, because of the two separate halves of the two oceans, that the one is so brutally hard and the other is so seductively flat and fast, and she's in the flat and fast section.
And look, if they give Caroline Bosman a chance to be in contention towards the end of the race, she will go for it. But she really doesn't expect that will be the case this year. So the problem for those people who don't understand is when you're trying to double at South Africa's two great ultras, the one the Old Mutual Two Oceans, the other the Comrades, it is possible to double when there's a big enough gap between them to train for the one, race the one hard, the Two Oceans hard, and then recover and then build up again for the Two Oceans. Unfortunately this year, Easter is very close to Comrades, and so lots of runners have had to make a choice, and those who want to run them both have had to make a choice and say, okay, I'm going to use the Two Oceans as a training run, a great 56k run for Comrades, and then I'm going to push Comrades. But to push them both is almost a superhuman feat, because the gap between the two is so short this year. And if anything, you know, it's not the men pacing the women, but the women pacing the men, particularly. I mean, they're just hanging on to them.
Well, this one is very clear because Elizabeth is on position 2 now, is the second lady at the moment. Tanith Maxwell Lena go silence jalo maemong a boraro hona se hupin seo se ileng hore Elizabeth ntse a tlile a ikokotlelletse ka sona. Ke bua jalo ka emong a barwetsana ba dithathohatsi. Tanith Maxwell wa hona Afrika Borwa le yena o santse a hlahella haufinyana barwetsaneng ba ntseng ba hlile ba dietelletse pele, empa he ha jwale tjena ha o sheba jalo tla fumana hore bahlankana bana be ileng hore re bua ka bona ba etelletsweng pele ke yena Elizabeth finyana le bona mona ba hlile ba iponetse jwalo hore ha re mo tshireletseng haholo ba ne maemo a lehodimo ka mona ka Cape Town a hlile ho tletse moya o mongata, mme ena ke engwe ya dikarolo tse sebeletsang morwetsana Elizabeth Kebede ya hlahang jwalo na Zimbabwe hore a tle a tshireletse maemo a lehodimo moya haholo hore a tle a ye pele ka lebelo, mme o tshwere pace le nngwe fela Elizabeth ha a fetole ho hang, mme le yena Tanith Maxwell ha o finyana le yena fela ka letsohong le letona o tla mmona hore le yena o kene ka re o sekupisa bahlankana ka pace le nngwe e o ileng hore o e tshwere.
Our leader going through halfway. This part is a slight uphill, and then at the end of it, the vicious sting in the tail is little chappies. Oh, she's looking great, pulling faces at the camera. Oh dear. I'm saying oh dear in an encouraging way. But if you look at that road down there, you can see that actually it goes slightly uphill. And then into Little Chapman.
Yeah, Jonah Channel in the colours of KPMG. The KPMG male athlete that she just passed, the 1998 Two Oceans winner, Fusi Nhlapo, who went on to win the Comrades Marathon. So Jenna as well looking very, very good, relaxing, got a big smile on her face, and yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see how Jenna does. She's also a very good pedigree, 2:37 for the marathon from Osaka last year, and making the move up to the ultras.
Getting goosebumps. Sent her a message last night and said, Jenna, take the first half easily, let them go. And the way she smiled there, not saying necessarily looking at a winner, but we're looking at a top 5 straight there, her first ultra.
That is, of course, still Marina Demencevic leading this race. She was struggling up that hill, but still running extremely hard and looking very good, and still maintaining that lead over the athletes in second and third place. And Kieran, I'm going to say that I think the Demencevic has also got this in the bag.
Definitely. At one stage it was over 4 minutes, and she's catching a lot of the elite men. The Nedbank athlete that she just passed, Mthandazo Qhina, who's finished second here before, was the actual Western Province hope to get a victory today. So that's a bad day in the office for him, but a good day in the office for Marina so far. So good.
And I'm going to have to eat humble pie, because earlier on today I said you don't lead from the start. I'm going to share the blame with Arno, because we both said no chance can you lead from so early on into the headwind. Just a foolish thing to do. You need to be hidden away, running with Caroline and the rest of the ladies back there, and she's completely proved us wrong. Led from the gun to the finish by the look of it. But of course she still has 10 kilometers to go. We're trying to find out how far behind Jenna is. You can see she's hurting. It's tough. It's Constantia Neck, one of the worst hills in marathon running anywhere in the world. But the good news for her is that she's at the top and about to start the descent towards the finish?
Yeah, I think that the natural progression for most athletes starting at a young age is to start with the shorter distances and then move up eventually to the marathon and finally to the ultras. I started with the ultras, so hopefully I'll improve my speed over time and move down to the shorter distances.
So we might see you run 100 meters very soon, but
I doubt I'll ever be fast over 100 meters.
And it is still Jenna Challenor, not looking quite as comfortable as she was before, but still fighting hard at the moment.
Yeah, I think that Jenna has run an absolutely incredible race so far. It is her first ultra coming from the marathon, and particularly this route, a very tough route to do an ultra on. So she's still looking strong. You can see that she's fighting, she's hanging in there, and it's going to be really, really great for her to have such a wonderful debut first ultra at Two Oceans.
maemong a bobedi ke morwetsana eo le ena a tla hleng a sia dipuo tse ngata ke lekgetlo la hae la pele a nka karolo lebelong lena la Two Oceans, mme yena ke Jenna Challenor, mme yena shebile jwalo hore jwalo ka hae le la pele mme a tshwere jwalo ka morethetho o tshwere o maemong a bobedi nnete fela kapa o ka mora mohlodi ya seng a phethetse lebelo mme yena o ntse a ya pele ho yo hlola. I think big surprises are coming, especially with this woman. maemo a bobedi Jenna Challenor 3:47.06 ke yena a nkang jwalo e le lekgetlo la hae la pele a nka karolo lebelong lena la Old Mutual Two Oceans. Ke bua jwalo ka morwetsana ya ileng le yena dikilometereng tse ka bang tse fetang tse 20 ke ha qala jwalo o fumana morethetho wa hae ho fihlela kilometereng ena o qetela 56 o phethela jwalo 3:47.27 seconds o phethela lebelo lena la hae la pele la selemo mme a nka jwalo maemo a bobedi at Two Oceans 2017.
Yeah, I think definitely not the race that she was hoping for, but still third place is always a good position to be in. So I'm sure that she'll still be proud of her overall position, but I know that she was definitely hoping for a faster time and possibly even a win today. So a little bit of disappointment around that, I'm sure.
And more particularly when you look at her, I think previous years in 2015, she has been part of the top 5, coming up at 3:45, and she went back again 2016 3:45, so a drop of 10 minutes.
From South Africa, running for boxer KZN with a race time of 3 hours 55:42. Please welcome Tanith Maxwell.
Congratulations and welcome to your finish line moment with time to spare.
In second place, from South Africa, running for KPMG KZN, race time 3 hours 47:32, Jenna Challenor. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2017 champion from Belarus, running for Nedbank International, 3 hours 37:13 seconds, Marina Damancevic. And Marina, we have a very special gift for you for your hard work today. Mrs. Vuyo Lee is going to hand over from Old Mutual a winner's check of 250,000 rands. And of course, your trophy from Mrs. Caroline Peters. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please, a massive round of applause. Tanith Maxwell, Jenna Challenor, and Marina Damancevic. Well done to our ladies' champions.
So just to recap quickly, the top 10 in the women's race. Mariana Damancevic is the one that finished top, and then Jenna Challenor coming in second, and Tanith Maxwell coming in third. Mary Curry was fourth. Fifth was Mpunzi. Then Standa coming in of sixth, and then Trunding coming in number 7, Tata coming in, and Smith, as well as Bard are the ones that wrapped up the top 10. So Bard, the American, coming in.
Well, congratulations to the ladies that made up our top 10, our gold medalists here at the 2017 edition. Now, they don't call the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon the world's most beautiful race for nothing. Sunrise over Muizenberg, the long white beaches of Noordhoek, the mountains of Chapman's Peak, and then the forest through Constantia. But I wonder what the race looks like when you're running it backwards. Farai Chinongwe tells us more.
We are all living for a purpose. This is what we should always wake up every morning knowing and reminding ourselves, what is that role that I'm playing? About 2,000 bees are dying every day. I am a beekeeper and the backward runner. This is something that I did not choose. I did not know that a person who looks after bees is a beekeeper. Bees are very integral to our environment, our food security. They are not just stingers or honey makers. Bees chose me. I used to be a musician playing music in Bira, and one day after our rehearsal, we found bees had already occupied into a drum. My friends, they wanted us to exterminate the bees so that we can have music, but for me it was better to have honey and the bees in the drum. So that was a change of the game. Since I'm a runner, I've dedicated backward running to the plight of bees, saving bees, spreading awareness to the people to know the importance of bees, and also take initiative into saving bees, because without them our life might be very difficult to live in the coming years. When I'm running along the streets, I always see bees in water meters and people's chimneys or going through the roof. Sometimes the next day when I pass the same place, I find somebody had maybe bent the bees or robbed the bees in an unfriendly way. That's when I started my company, Blessed Bee Africa, which is specializing in humane bee removals. I relocate them into places where they can continue with their life. Running the Old Mutual, the two oceans, seeing the sea, the environment, the sea breeze, that is a very amazing experience. The courage, the encouragement that the runners have. They find there is such tremendous love in the running. So very impressive. I would love it. But myself, I've done it twice. The worst, but one was not the best one when I missed my head by 3 seconds. You can run for charity, you can run to lose weight. So stay focused. For the bees.
That's absolutely brilliant. Now, when it comes to the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, they did a study last year, 3 universities did here in the Western Cape, on the economic impact of the event. The economic impact of this one event, which includes a number of different races, is 672 million rand. It is important to the city as much as it's important to the runners who take part.
Well, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is one of the top events in Cape Town. You know, it is. We have a very extensive events calendar, but this is really one of those real star events for us. The city is very significantly involved. Not only do we give some funding towards it, but obviously all the city staff are out there assisting, our traffic people particularly, and many other people from the city out supporting the event. We absolutely love this event, now in the 48th year and it is really the world's most scenic, most beautiful ultra event marathon, and we are very, very proud of it. It is also brings significant benefit to Cape Town. So the economic benefit alone of having something like 27,000 runners, many coming from outside the city or outside the country, bringing with them family and many others, is something of the order of 700 million rand that comes into the Cape Town economy just because of this single event. And so that benefit obviously is broadly spread through the whole hospitality industry, for example, and really is of great benefit to a lot of people in the city. So, it goes further than that, because now all the other runs, events that have been put around it, the fun run and the international friendship run and the trail runs, all of these are there to bring more people into this event. So it's not just the ultra-marathon people who can enjoy this. People of a whole range of abilities can partake in this whole event. And then the organisation now has developed to the stage where there's significant benefit that goes to a number of charities here in and around the city. And so that's also for us great, because that brings that benefit not just from those participating, but brings it more deeply into the community of the city. Because, as a city, as government, we can't alone achieve all those social needs that are out there. But it's when events like this find ways to do that we start to get that broader involvement. We're working together with the city, together with our people. We are able to achieve far more amongst our population.
Just as the city of Cape Town are a partner of the world's most beautiful marathon, as are Adidas, and they have been for the last couple of years.
Roddy, can you just tell us what is Adidas' involvement in the Two Oceans Marathon?
Yeah, so this is our 5th year of our sponsorship with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, and for us it's an amazing time of the year. With the Easter weekend, 30,000 runners in Cape Town from all over the world and all over South Africa. We have obviously the trail on Friday, and then the half marathon and the ultra on Saturday. So it's just an amazing opportunity for us to connect with the runners over this Easter weekend, for them to share their stories with us and for us to share some of our products with them. And as also that we've extended our sponsorship until 2019, so another 3 years with the event. It's a fantastic opportunity for us as a brand to be part of this event.
Adidas is also very much involved with the runners. Tell us about that.
So really that we have this association that we support, which the Two Oceans Marathon support, which is called the Runners Village, and it's one of the ways that we give back a little bit, where we share we give them footwear and apparel to run in on the day, and it's a great opportunity for us to give back to a little bit in the running space to these athletes who really all can't afford to run in the latest kit and technology. So it's our support for these runners. So a little bit about the Adidas runners community is this is a movement of a community of runners. We have a run base up in Johannesburg and a run base down in Cape Town, and it's really about building a runners community, and it's not just about here in South Africa, but it's all around the world. So all of the big cities in the world are building an Adidas runners community, and it's really an opportunity for runners to meet, to share their stories, to run in different events. So maybe for people from Cape Town or Joburg to go and run in Berlin, in London, in Stockholm, in anywhere in the world, and for them to connect with one another. So it's really about building this community, and for runners all over the world to experience their experiences and maybe some of their iconic runs. It could be running up in Joburg, it could be running here in Cape Town on the promenade, and to share those stories and those amazing experiences with one another in this Adidas runners community.
Another partner for the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon is Powerade, and they've provided the runners out en route with 18,000 litres of Powerade on race day.
Well, Powerade's involvement with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon goes way back. From the time when Coca-Cola itself, we've been involved with the race for 43 years, and then from a Powerade point of view as a brand for the last 23 years. And it's just testament of the two assets coming together, creating the best running experience in the world, from an ultra-marathon and a half-kilometer. So the partnership with Powerade, being a brand that is about sportsmanship, that is about the point of sweat, and that is about performance, as well as the Old Mutual Two Oceans race being such a great event. I think it's just testament of the two brands working together. And the fantastic thing is about Powerade is this year we've also started our own campaign, which is the power to beat your best. So while you're running as one, you also have the power to beat your best to always improve on your score of running. And we've launched it this year right here at the Anthem, and it's going to continue for the rest of the year to all the runners across South Africa on our portal about beating your best. And obviously the ultimate prize for the guys that have beat their best and continuously improving in running is a trip to the Powerade Monterrey race, which takes place in Mexico in December. So the two assets are really awesome assets. The two assets are global. Cape Town, Old Mutual Two Oceans race is a really great race, not only in South Africa but throughout the world. We've got plenty of internationals who are here. The airports have been filled up. The expo is looking great. And our stand is also looking great. Yes, it's not at the point of sweat, but we're communicating to the guys to say, listen, when you're on the run, enjoying yourself and running as one, as an undivided nation, don't forget to look out for Powerade. We'll be at the watering points. We'll be encouraging you with the power of blue and the power to beat your best. And our relationship with Anthem has gone for a long time. Not only at the expo, you'll see throughout the race, we'll be manning all the watering points. You'll have Powerade throughout your race. As the Anthem team is encouraging you to keep on pushing to get to the finish line, Powerade will be right beside you.
And it was Helen Keller that said, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Just like bringing 30,000 athletes together in a celebration of running. Now, she may not have envisaged a sporting event, but it certainly is true of oceans. And that is why the theme this year has been #RunAsOne. This is how we come to the end of our broadcast here on SABC2 of the 2017 edition of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Thank you so much for being with us. You will be able to catch some highlights on SABC Sports Athletics Live program next week on SABC2. Thank you for staying with us for this SABC Sport production. Do have a blessed weekend further with your family, and thank you for running as one with us.